Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to day two of the Royal Influencers Organization virtual event with the title of Reigning Influence with Leadership and Impact. And wow, what a day one we had yesterday. Day one was one for the books. I know that you guys are good and tired of me saying it's going to be for the books, but that's how you speak life over exactly what it is that you are doing, as well as you speak life over yourself, as well as you always want to speak life and speak exactly what it is that you want to see. And that is exactly what ends up happening. You end up seeing exactly what you are speaking. And that is how you speak faith, you speak life, and you believe. You believe in exactly what it is that you are doing, as well as what it is that who you are actually becoming. So you have to believe in yourself. We had absolutely phenomenal speakers yesterday from the kickoff, which was Araya McGarry, the Emmy Award winner, professional speaker, and now Emmy judge, by the way, and the CEO of Celebrity Get Celebritized, I should say, and also the CEO of Limelight Network. We also had David Evans grace us with his presence and take time out of his schedule in life, running Pick TV Network. For the second time, he was featured here as a speaker, and he did absolutely phenomenal as well. We had Julius K. Weems, an executive and advisor in PayPal, as well as Google, as well as Disney, who also now has a Disney child star who's filming with Disney right now as we speak as well. So he too spoke yesterday and did an absolute phenomenal job. But this was cookie crumbs compared to what he's actually accustomed to, because he has spoken on stages with 20,000 people on numerous occasions. So for him to take time out of his busy day and grace us with his presence was absolutely phenomenal. So we definitely want to say thank you to each and every one of the speakers that showed up yesterday. Not only showed up yesterday, but over delivered yesterday and delivered big. So we want to thank our speakers for today as well. With that said, coming to join me is a co-host, which is also a sponsor and an ambassador of RIO, which is short for Royal Influencers Organization, and that is Jose Elizondo. And many of you who have been on Clubhouse definitely recognize him from Clubhouse as well, because he has definitely spent a lot of time with us on stages, my stages especially, but also on other stages as well. And I definitely just want to thank Jose Elizondo for joining us today as a co-host. So you will see both of us here and there coming in and out, introducing speakers, bringing speakers down, and just recapping a few notes from what they were speaking about. So thank you, and thank you again. So Jose, welcome as a co-host.
Thank you so much, Ramona. Definitely super excited. It's such an amazing lineup today. I'm so excited for the speakers. I know just our first speaker is just going to knock it out of the park. And then just the people that we have coming on, I'm super excited for this, and I can't wait to see them all.
Absolutely. And you are absolutely right. Our first speaker is definitely going to kick this day two segment off with a bang. This young lad, which is exactly what he is from Algeria. He is a motivational speaker. He is world renowned now and has graced stages in all different countries and things of that nature as well. He also has a booming podcast as well. I was actually on his podcast a couple of years ago, probably now, and his hosting skills alone, I mean, was just simply amazing, second to none. And he's only 15. Now, he may come on and correct me, because he may even be 16 now. I'm not sure. I have to check in with him, because his pictures are even looking a little more grown up now. And I'm like, wow, he looked like a little baby a few years ago. When I first started listening to this gentleman on stage, it was absolutely mind-blowing. His wisdom already, his maturity already, his poise already. He's also an author as well. And I'm going to let him just show you better than I can tell you just how amazing he is. So he actually gave me his topic when I invited him to speak, and I cannot wait. So I'm going to bring him up and just let him say hello. And then Jose and myself will get out of his way and let him do what he does best. And that is motivate, educate, and inspire his audiences. And you guys are definitely in for a treat. So, with that said, I am going to bring up, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mohammed Tox is in the house, everybody. How are you, Mohammed?
Everything is great. Thank you very much. Thank. Okay, can you hear me?
Okay. Awesome, awesome. Your sound is going in and out a little bit, but I do know that sometimes your internet gets a little shaky. So can you speak right now and make sure that we can hear you fine?
All right. Can you hear me fine here?
I can hear you fine there. Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me. Hope all is well. Everyone who's watching, thank you very much for joining us today. And thank you very much, Mr. Jose and Mrs. Ramona Rogers, for this great way to contribute my ideas around ideology, because a very important thing about our life is the only thing that separates us from other living beings, our brain.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. So with that said, there you go, guys. That's the segue into this phenomenal gentleman's speech today. So you have about 15, 20 minutes and then we will pop back up. Okay. So thank you so much. We're going to get out of your way and let you do what you do. Thank you so much for being here. Tell mom I said happy belated Mother's Day from the US anyway. And then I'm so glad that you were able to join us. So I'm going to get out of the way and let you go.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Hope all is well. And yeah, so today I'm speaking to you guys around ideology. This is a very important, sensitive topic because many things include different, various people. Ideology is one of the most important topics that you can find everywhere around the world. Being someone with a mindset, being someone with an idea is very important. First of all, what is an ideology? An ideology is basically like a mindset with a little bit of a stubborn factor. When you have a specific ideology, it's very hard to change it because it's usually a rooted belief or something that is, cemented to your heart or mind. Something that is very hard to cry open and to understand. Let's just say that it's your mind's vault is your ideology. Now, what is the importance of ideology when it comes to influencing, motivating, inspiring other people? Trees are planted in the same soil. The reason why is because they have nearly the exact same roots. Their roots interlace and they have the same goals. They walk along the same path. It's just like an army. They have the same goal. They may be different. One's smaller, one's bigger, one's taller, one's huge, but what matters is really their roots and their understanding and their cause, and that helps you be more inspiring, more motivating if you have the exact same root cause as the people that you are trying to inspire, trying to get to, trying to motivate. So if you're looking to inspire someone, you have to come off in a way where you understand the situation they're in. Don't be like, yes, I understand you completely and have empathy and sympathy that is not real, but try to understand where they come from and put the relationship between your ideas, your life, your past experiences, and theirs. And I'm pretty sure that one of the most important things that motivational speakers, that people from around the world do, is ask the people who they're speaking to what they're used to, what they like, what are their preferences, what are their ideas on this, what are their ideas on that. That's why you get ads specifically on web pages based off of your liking. And your liking are the things that you click on. Whether you like sofas, whether you like beds or gaming chairs, you all have different ideas around what is necessary. And that is the first part of ideology. So, what is necessary for life? Depending on your roots, we all have the same necessities or necessities and essentials for life. Life Essentials by me. That's my book. So, Our essentials in life are obvious. Well, there's the obvious ones, which are the most obvious things in the entire universe: breathing, living. Sometimes even those are pretty hard to agree on. Yeah, there's not a single thing that the entirety of humanity can agree on. But nonetheless, if you think about it, we all are humans, right? No matter what color you are, no matter where you come from, no matter how you speak or what language you speak or what's your, it's always important to keep an open mind because ideology is nothing if it's closed and put in a box. If you have a different mindset from somebody, it doesn't make you worse or better. It just makes you an adversary. It makes you someone that can maybe negotiate with them, someone that can get them to come on your side. And we see that every single day. We're seeing the debate uh, videos on social media become viral and trending. People debating religion, people debating ideas, politics, etc. What's most important is that in an ideology, you're always trying to get to the person's head. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but everyone needs to have someone that can get to their head. That way you can understand the person better. That way you can see and rely on the person better. That way you can have a full understanding around what the person truly wants. So, after all that speaking, it's all just an introductory phase to the big idea: mindset. Mindset, it's a word that's made out of two words: mind and set. It's the way you set your mind to think, the way you set your mind to visualize. Now, I have read many books, and throughout my time, I always see that the bigger and the broader your mind is open to different things, the better and the worse, for two different reasons. The better for knowledge. And at the expense of knowledge, you're going to have to let go of some of your standards, but not your roots. Here's the difference between something that's a pillar and that is a root. You see, without the roots in the ground, the tree cannot plant and grow. But the pillars are only things that hold it up. You can knock down pillars, but when you pull the tree out with its roots, it's dead. Unless you replant it again. See, those are two different ideas. When you want to convince someone, whether it be through a debate or just a friendly spar verbally, all you have to do is dig deep into their roots and question them. And that is one way to understand ideology. It is the science of roots, the science of your true beliefs and your identities. Now, what are these roots come from? Past experiences, whether things you were told as a kid and you still believe till this day, or your beliefs, your religion. The people you follow on social media can have an influence on your roots. And there are fake roots as well as real roots. People don't always have what they say: true identity, true passion, true community. People sometimes tend to think that they have the upper hand in knowledge, in ideas, but that's not always the case. So, what is the crucial part when it comes to understanding your mindset and getting better in life? I'll tell you this: the simplest and smallest of changes will turn a small seed into a tree, right? Think about it. If you put a seed there and you don't water it, there's going to be rain. If you don't change and rearrange the dirt, I'm no expert in what I'm saying right now, but there are always people who are going to walk by and maybe change it for you. If you don't add the essentials, some things are going to do that for themselves. You see, all you have to do is change your environment to change the way you think, the way you act, and the way you react. Now, I've read a book called Power, and it's a very cool book. It's a very important book that shows you how throughout history, the people who sought power all have things in common. Now, look at that phrase right there. People who sought power, they had the same goal. They all had things in common. They had commonalities. Commonalities are things in common that you have with someone, whether it be the idea, the religion, the goal. But commonalities are only points in your trajectory, in your path for whatever you want to attain. Here's the thing though: commonalities all put strings between you and that other person on the other side. Why? Because you have something in common, which means that you may not be so different after all. And in ideology, commonalities are what help you question other people's roots. Now, why would you question someone's roots? To help them, to guide them, to teach them something. As a kid, I always had a few false roots, right? I used to think that stealing was cool. And my parents would always tell me that if you break the law and you think that it is cool, it is not something to do. The reason why is that if it happened to you, you truly understand how it is. If you bully someone and it happened to you, you truly understand how it is. If you have pain and it happened to you, you wouldn't be laughing. You see, there's always a different way to look at things, different things, many things. But what's most important, and this is the very huge chunk or clue or golden nugget, is that you know how to ask the right questions. If you're looking for an answer, you have to put the question in a way where the only answer is that one. Now, let me ask you this. What's your name? The only answer you can give me is your name unless you're lying. And the questions can get much more complex. That's why the way you speak is the way that leads to other people understanding different things, to other people giving you the truth and being realistic with you and with everyone else. Now, upon ideology, it's a very important aspect to look at other people's points of view. Let me ask you this. If I had a figure 6 right here, and I flipped it towards you guys, you would see a 9. Who's right and who's wrong? You're right on your side, I'm right on my side. No one's wrong here. The reason why is that points of view is a part of perspective. And perspective is what can influence your ideas, your thoughts, and most importantly, your roots. See, perspective is changing everything completely. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen one of those videos about optical illusions, whether it be with light or with actual dimensions. The reason why is that sometimes our brain can get a little bit confused, but that doesn't always happen just on the outside. It also happens on the inside. You see, when you have an optical illusion, it usually means that something's different. Something isn't working properly, or you don't have enough information. You don't have enough assessment. You don't have enough ideas. So, the next thing I want to talk to you guys about is having the right plan. If you're going to be speaking to someone, you need to have a goal, done. You need to have the right plan, done. You need to have the essence of what you're going to speak. Now, ideology is an important thing for what reason? How do you know which people to trust? How do you know what story is true? How do you know what evidence is correct? This is all according to a specific schematic called research. The most important thing in life is research, and why? Well, first of all, let me tell you something. History is always the most important thing ever, because without history, you can't have present and you can't have the future. You see, history is something that creates the people, that creates the humans that who we are today. History is our identity. You see, a very important aspect and a very something that changes the trajectory of your thinking is history. Past experience is what you guys go based off of your thought pattern. When I say think of something blue, the latest thing that you've seen, or the last thing that you've seen that was blue, or the last thing that you've seen that influenced you that was blue, you probably think of it. Think of the sky, you think of jeans, you think of the color blue, the sea, the ocean, water, even though that's transparent, or any other different things. You see, a lot of the time, people don't understand that their thought pattern and the way they think is controlled by social media, is controlled by the last thing they've seen, is controlled by the news, etc. That means that if you don't look far back into history enough, you could be misguided by research. You know why scientists take things in a lab? Is because they can experiment on everything from A to Z, right? From 1 to the end. So throughout that process of experimenting, there is something called verification. There's always a hypothesis, a theory, and that can be put into action. And when you put a theory into action, that is the only way to show that it's credible, to show that it's true, to show that it is correct. Many scientific theories throughout the entirety of history, whether it be physics, chemistry, even philosophy, they all had one thing in common, which is the scientific method. The scientific method is a method that shows that if you have a hypothesis, you must prove it in different situations. You must prove it in reality. You see, the best thing you can do is be a scientist around people and what they think, because it's very easy. All you have to do is understand how they get their ads, what they do, and their preferences. And you can always make the correct amount of guesses. Now think about how easy that would be for a robot. You see, your thought pattern is the most important thing that you have in this universe, and it reminds me of the meme, never let them know your next move. So, the last point I want to touch on around ideology is your stubbornness. You need to have a certain level. If you're going to believe in something, you need to believe in it and research. For me, as a person, no matter what I hear, I don't really usually lean in on it like, yes, this is the stuff, this is perfect, this is good, unless I am told so before and I've checked and I've researched and I've understood. When you don't understand something and it's new to you, it doesn't always mean it's correct. If you're unique, doesn't mean you're useful, but may mean that you're special. That's two completely different things. Your ideas, your mindset, your thought pattern, and your process of thought are all into one thing that I call predictability. Whether you're predictable or not, whether you believe it or not, it is important to see and look at one thing. You see, when you look at yourself in the mirror, can you guess what's going to happen? Can you guess what you're going to do? Can you guess what's going to evolve? When you wake up in the morning, you know exactly what you're going to do. That is predictability. Now, there is good predictability for routines, for your ideas, for many different things, and especially for your schedules. If it wasn't for my predictability, I wouldn't be here today speaking to you guys and on this great stage. But sometimes predictability can lead to bad things. If you're predictable on the field, for instance, when you play football, that's bad. Sometimes you need to hide your intentions, and that is one of the key points in the book Power. Now, hiding your intentions is not always about being the bad guy, being the villain. You mustn't lie, right? But most of the times, you need to understand that if you see what your outcome is, it's a lot easier to go through. If you're going in with the idea, with a plan, and not knowing how you're going to come out, it's a lot harder to maneuver because you take any exit you can. But when you know the beginning and you know the end, what's inside is just the filler. So, I have one question for you guys to ask yourselves, what is something that if you quit today or if you started today would help you improve? You see, you're already thinking and you've already got the answers. That is good predictability. Why haven't you started? Well, it depends. Some people have their off days, some people don't remember, some people procrastinate. But what's most important is that you know to never give up and to always be yourself. It's not always about doing this, doing that, joining forces against the great goblins or whatever. It's about the small things in life. Atomic Habits is a book that really enforces this idea that 1% is the best way to go. 1%, 365 days is 365% better. Hope you're having an amazing day. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramona, for inviting me here. And I just want to say that, as my last words, I'm just going to tell you guys, never give up, and motivation is the caption by yours truly, Muhammad Talks. You can find me and see me by going to muhammadtalks.com on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, all over the place. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Wow, wow, wow. Muhammad Talks is in the house, everybody. Yeah, that was a phenomenal speech on ideology. I absolutely loved every element and aspect that you shared. So I'm going to bring up Jose Elizondo so that he can also share exactly what his takeaways were. And then we're going to go ahead. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. And again, tell your mom that I said happy belated Mother's Day as well. What an absolute phenomenal gentleman that I have the privilege, and we have just had the privilege of hearing from and watching you blossom and just blow up. So with that said, where was the last speech that you held, by the way, that you just did?
I believe it was 2 weeks ago. I was about AI research and medicine. I was very interested and intrigued, so we spoke on how artificial intelligence is now used to understand the rates of cancer, the probabilities.
Awesome.
It's also used to understand many different things, whether it be in the research facilities or in medicine.
Awesome. Was that right there where you are, right there in Algeria, or was that in a different country?
Yes, there were two gentlemen who are very great friends. One of them is a doctor. He's called Dr. Yassine. And the other person is he's Dr. Baghdadi. He's a professor at MIT. So
Awesome.
it's a very great
Wow.
thing that we had to do there. And it was just, I gave a speech in front of them, and they said they loved it. So
Awesome. Of course they loved it. Are you kidding me? They didn't just say it. Of course they loved it. We just loved your speech as well, Mohammed. So we definitely just want to say thank you to your parents as well. And I want to give Jose a couple of seconds to ask you a question or give you a couple of major takeaways from your speech today as well. And you are always welcome. And for Rio anyway. And you are also, just to let you know, now an ambassador of Rio, the Royal Influencers Organization. Compliments from me, the founder of Rio as well. I think you're muted. Yes, there you go.
Sometimes we get a little too excited and forget about the tech.
No worries.
No, awesome speech. Really liked it a lot. I love the way you broke it down. So one of the big things in leadership is always breaking it down to a simple thing so people could implement. You know, as you went through the ideas, through the thoughts, through the mindset, that was something that's super powerful. And I think it really brings out a lot in how people can see how it affects them and how it applies. So thank you so much. And I'm so excited to see that and can't wait to see you in our next speeches, the next stages.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as an ambassador, by the way, Mohammed, you're always welcome back. So anytime that you see that we have an event, just reach out and say, hey, Ramona, I'm available. And you are welcome to come back. I absolutely loved where the part of your speech where you shared with people in terms of ideology that if it's happened to you already, then you have that experience that can now shape how you respond and react and handle the situation. Once you have been through it, then you know how people feel going through it, right? So it should definitely shape the way that you handle it now moving forward. So that's called growth, essentially, in a nutshell. And that's exactly what leadership is all about, making everyone around you better than they were before they encountered you. So that's definitely something that I wanted to tie in and just hone in on and point out for those people that might have joined a little bit late. So thank you, and thank you again, Mohammed, for being here. And I'm going to go ahead and let you go because you just finished some testing, right? As well, what time is it?
It's
Absolutely.
4:30. Yeah. I finished my tests at 12. Came here. I had my lunch, and then I was just resting a little bit. I have naps, which is one thing that I never expected to do. You know, as a kid, I never wanted to nap, but nowadays I have to nap.
That life called success is pretty daunting, isn't it? Absolutely love it. Are you at 70,000 followers on IG yet?
I've passed 71,000.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. Organically as well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So check he's also a content creator as well, other than a motivational speaker and just a phenomenal gentleman. We definitely just honor you and thank you for being here. And you are always welcome. So I'm going to go ahead and let you get some more rest to rest up for your next tour. So, and we're going to be doing some live events, and I want to definitely invite you to the States to speak, you and your family. So I trust me, I'm saying that in front of God and everybody right now, and I mean it. So I hope to see you soon. Okay.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. I can't
Quite
wait for your
welcome.
invite. Yeah. Have a great day, everyone.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you so much. Muhammad Talks, everybody has kicked us off for day 2. So thank you, and thank you again. Wow, wow, wow. That was a great speech by Muhammad Talks on ideology. And we have another phenomenal speaker coming up shortly. And her name is Stars Tina. She is Tina Wilson. She is a phenomenal speaker, phenomenal CEO as well. And she will be coming up shortly. And I definitely want to let you guys know that she is a ball of energy, a ball of energy. And you guys are definitely in for a treat. So, with that said, she's traveling right now, as a matter of fact. So, everybody, as you will know, that have been speaking all day on yesterday, every single one of them are trailblazers. They are out there in the marketplace, taking dominion, taking territory, doing phenomenal things. And I cannot wait for her to come up. So, Jose, what did you think? What do you think so far of day one?
Awesome.
Kick it off.
Definitely a great kickoff. Super excited, especially super excited for Tina. You know, she's a warrior mom, an author, someone who's really gone into wellness and fitness. And I'm just excited to hear her speech. Definitely. I can't wait to hear her. And let's bring her up on stage. Definitely.
Absolutely. Woo!
Hey. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing?
An absolute pleasure. Absolute. We have been so busy, you and I both, launching from 2023, probably as far back as 2022, launching different aspects of our business, growing, flourishing, blowing up as well. So I definitely just want to thank you. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to have you here on the Rio stage, Royal Influencers Organization stage. Finally, overdue, but you know what? Everything happens in due time. So welcome, 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 Stars Tina.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Ramona. Like you said, we have been like bumping heads, and I've been seeing you on Clubhouse here or there, and I'm like girl crushing. I can't wait to meet her.
Yes, I know.
Thank you so much.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me not leave this out. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're meeting this up. Never mind. Okay. I know. No. Don't worry. Jose's like, wait, what's going on here? But nevertheless, thank you. And I am going to definitely make sure that we do this right up. David Evans of Pick TV Network from Washington, D.C. is in the house.
All right. Here we go. I'm ready to rock, Ramona. I am charged. I am focused. I am motivated.
Absolutely. So, Stars Tina is best known for her infectious smile, great attitude, and go get 'em mindset. She is very proud of her passion and purpose to reality through health and wellness. As a fitness professional, her joy is to change the world one person at a time through fitness and make the world a healthier place. She is a coach, author, and transformational speaker. You can go to her website at www.im.com. So, with that said, let's go. I'm going to get out of your way, and I'm going to let you have it. So
thank you. Again, thank you, Ramona, for having me on here. I'm super charged. Whoever is watching this right now, I need you to grab a pen and paper. I need you to get motivated. I need you to get excited, because today I'm going to share some things that's going to change your mindset, that's going to shift your body, that's going to shift the world. But first, Ramona, I like to start things up with a little dancing. Hopefully you can hear this music. Do you know this song right here? It's by someone named Nas. I know I can be what I want to be. Hey! All right, crew. I felt the energy to start with that song. One, because Muhammad came through. I think you said he was 15 or 16 years old. And I just left an elementary school where I got to share and speak to some students. So today, I'm going to be talking to you about the importance of sharing your story. Yes, Renee, we always have to have a dance party. And she's ready to dance right there. As a leader, it's important for you to share your story for various reasons. But the first reason, if you want to write this in the chat somewhere, write it in for me. The first reason why you want to share your story is to heal yourself. Yes, my friends, we all have stories. We all have traumas or tragedies. I like to put those two words together. I come up with traumedy. A traumedy is when the energies of a trauma and a tragedy collide. When this happens, life-changing experiences occur, and everybody goes through a traumedy. It could be a divorce. It could be the loss of a child. It could be the loss of a loved one. Children go through traumedies as well. It could be getting bullied at school. Today, I heard something that just kind of broke my heart. So last year I wrote this book. It's called No More Traumedy. I'm a life and health coach, and I lead with fitness. I lead with passion, right? So I wrote this book last year, No More Traumedy, and it shares a little bit about my story. And you can actually go on Amazon and purchase it if you want. And it shares a little bit of my story, and it shares some things that you can do to get through a traumedy, like yoga, meditation, that sort of stuff. And the book came out in November, and someone said to me, Tina, I think you should speak to children because a lot of children are going through traumas. And I'm like, huh? I didn't write the book thinking of working with children, right? So I went to the middle school here, the superintendent's office in New Jersey, where I am right now. And I said, I want to speak to the children. And she had a meeting with me, and she said, what about a program? Long story short, today I'm at the school, and I said to the children, what happens if you don't express yourself? What happens if you don't share how you feel? And I start with a little board with emojis on it. Right now in the chat, tell me how you're feeling. Like, truly, how are you feeling? And I don't want to hear, I'm okay, I'm good, like, what's up? No. Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you anxious? Are you confused? Come on, are you there on YouTube? Let me see how you feel right now. And you normally have more than one emotion that you're feeling. And I said to the group of children, it was about 70 of them, what happens when you don't express yourself? Little girl raised her hand, and she says, if you don't share how you feel, you can commit suicide and die. I was like, whoa. Are we really starting like that, kids? Like, really? And we went there. They went there. And these are 11 and 12-year-olds. So the first reason why you want to share your story is because you get to heal yourself. Every time I talk, let me tell you, it's healing myself. And I shared with the children when I was 14 or 15 how I myself felt so. Actually, before that, I talked about the brains, right? Because as children, you're still developing your brain till about 20, 21, 22 sometimes. And I shared how when I was 14 or 15, I felt so low that I myself attempted suicide. And they were like, what? You know, and it really, I could see like the bond coming, and I said, do you know anyone? And I saw hands being raised. I was like, whoa. So you're healing yourself when you're sharing your story. So as a leader, when your team sees you, they're like, yes, I can relate to that. So you're healing yourself. The second reason why it's so important to share your story is because you heal others. As I mentioned, when I wrote this book, the stories I hear from people, when they hear it, it's like, wow, I felt the same way. And you may have not lost a child like me, but you have some type of traumedy, right? A feeling is a feeling is a feeling is a feeling. I don't care if you lost a fish, a dog, a empty nest syndrome, getting divorced. These are all feelings that we have in our body. And if you didn't know, my friends, Your Body Keeps the Score. That is a great book. I'm not sure the author. I'm sure someone will type it in the chat there. The body keeps the score. Everything you're feeling from a child to today, you feel. And I hate to tell you this, but 7 generations behind you, you're feeling all that too. Okay, so when you're like, why do I get mad when I hear this or when I smell this? And you have to tap into that. As a leader, you have to say, okay, why do I get angry when this person acts like that? Usually it's a mirror of yourself. Ooh, yes, your girl went there. All right. The reason why you're getting upset is because it's a reflection of who you are, the relationships that you're in. If you're wondering why you're in horrible relationships, why you're in toxic relationships, my friend, you are probably toxic. You are probably broken. Fix yourself, okay? Stop blaming other people. That is something I hate. Well, such and such made me mad. Well, such and such made me eat this. No, they didn't. All right. The devil made me do it. I hear all that stuff or whatever. Be accountable for everything you're doing, everything you're saying, and keep your word, right? When you heal yourself, you can breathe. I'm gonna give you one tip. So important. So we have these different feelings we go through, right? And another thing I want to share with you, is it a feeling or is it a fact? Because in our head, we do all these emotions. Well, he said this to me and no. Is it a feeling or is it an actual fact? And if it's a feeling, check yourself. All right. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Isn't there like a song like that? I don't know. But anyway, 3 points I want to make for you right now. You're in that negative state, right? You're negative, you're sad, you're like, oh, all right, feel it, embrace it. Maybe you cry. Did you know, my friends, that a feeling only lasts, I'm going to say negative feeling, only lasts about 90 seconds till about 3 minutes. And I can verify the 3 minutes. I have been there for 3 minutes of just crying and screaming and fight. So 90 seconds to 3 minutes. Feel it. Now, as a parent, I don't know about you. When I hear my daughter upset about something, I instantly want to fix it. I instantly want to solve it, want to get that pain away from her. But we have to let our children, we have to let ourselves feel these feelings. That's what gives us the resilience. If it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. And I hate that. I used to hate this saying because people would say, if God can, if it doesn't kill you, makes you, if God gave it to you, you can get through it or something like that. I would hate it because I say, well, why does he keep throwing all this stuff on me? Because I can. Right? So when you're healing yourself, you're able to become stronger and push through. So the second tip is by sharing your story, you're helping and healing other people. It's not about you at the end of the day, right? It's about what you can do for the world. And like I said, for me, I want to shift the world. I want to make a change. I want that ripple effect to go. And as I told you, I just left the school across the street and I brought someone with me from North Carolina. Her name is Carla. We love Carla. And the transformation of this woman is phenomenal. When I first met her, it was for personal training because fitness is my passion. I do one-on-one personal training and we started that. But then it kind of shifted to the life coaching because I do life coaching as well. And then I was like, hold up, wait a minute. We got to get back to, one thing at a time. So I've seen the transition of her in the past year and she wanted to come out here with me and support me with my programs. So I said, do you want to share? Do you want to talk? And I could tell she wanted to, but didn't want to, scared. And I was like, you can speak. And if you get nervous, I can kind of interview you back and forth because I'm good like that, right? I gave her the microphone. Let me tell you, I saw something. I was like, oh my gosh, she took control, right? And this was someone who was afraid to put the camera on. I say this to say, when you're sharing your story, when you're sharing what you do, you inspire other people. I have a show. I put it on a little hiatus for the summer. It's called the 7 a.m. Cup of Motivation. I have a lot of replays on my YouTube. So if you want, you can watch them. YouTube Stars Tina. And in this morning's show, I share motivation because we all want to be motivated, right? When you're around me, you're going to be motivated. When you play music, when you go to that exercise, you're like, hey, you're feeling it. Woo, 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 woo. But then when you leave, kind of sad. You're like, you don't want to get out of bed. You don't want to exercise. That's when the inspiration comes in. You have to be inspired. And it begins, my friends, with your why. Why do you want to lose weight? Why do you want to write a book? Why do you want to change the world? Your why has to be so big, it makes you want to cry. Your why should be so big, you can't do it alone. My why is huge. I can't do it alone, right? So motivation, inspiration, and lastly, transformation. And can I tell you how great it feels when you're able to transform someone? My Carla girl is a little butterfly right now. She's a butterfly, okay? She's transformed. Now she is going to go out and change the world. So the second tip, as I said, is to heal other people. The third tip, if you're just popping in today, we're talking about changing the world by sharing your story as a leader, because that's what leaders need to do. And the third thing is having an accountability partner, having someone that's going to keep you on track, right? Your vibe is your tribe. And we tend to get people with us in our circles that are like us, or that want to be like us, because not everyone is going to be motivated. Not everyone's going to be excited. But guess what? They have a little bit of that in them. And today, when I spoke with the kids, they're in 6th grade. And next year, they're going to be transitioning to the 7th and 8th grade academy. And I said, is anyone here afraid of going to the academy? What are you going to do? If you're afraid to walk into the room. And I shared some things that they can do to feel positive. It's all about that confidence. And as a leader, you need those things. You need to have that vibe, that vibration, right? Your vibe is your tribe. And those are the 3 things. I'm going to recap them all for you right now as I get to the end, that you need the reasons why you want to share your story. So as a leader, you want to share your story. 1, because it'll help heal you. And we all want to be healed, right? And the second thing you want to do is it heals other people. And the third thing is your vibe is your tribe. Now, as I come to a close right now, if you have any questions, type them in the chat. I would love to hear your questions. I'm speaking as being a leader. And today I run an online fitness boutique studio. I have a core of women that I love to inspire. I'm also a speaker on Breakfast with Champions. That's an app on Clubhouse. That's actually where I met Ramona. I met most of the people in my life that I'm close to. Breakfast with Champions, definitely a great show. It's Monday through Saturday. And starts at 5 a.m. And I share this because we are a bunch of leaders there. And right now, I'm going to share some qualities that leaders need and have. And I like to hear from you. What are things that you believe that a leader has? I'm reading a book. It's called From Good to Great, and it's by Jim Collins. From Good to Great. Now, I share this all the time. If someone says, how you doing? You're like, I'm fine. I'm okay. Well, that freaking sucks, okay? Because I don't want to be fine. I mean, I don't want to be fine when I look in the mirror. It's like, hey, you looking good. You're looking good. But when someone asks, how do you get started with the transformation process? Do you assess each client? Ooh, I like that, Renee. I'll keep that on the top of my mind. Before I get to that question, when someone asks how you're doing, if you say you're good, okay. When I hear good, I think of kind of fine. No one really wants to be that way, right? But then if I'm feeling good, I'm going to say great. Because if you're great, then you're really feeling good. So when someone asks how I'm feeling, I'm going to say, I am amazing. Because if you're amazing, you might feel great. Fake it, F-A-K-E, fake it till you make it. I know some people don't like that saying. I got to use it sometimes because sometimes I just got to be honest. I don't feel like getting out of bed. Sometimes I don't feel like smiling. So I fake it. I might be sad. And then I start smiling. I'll play some music. And then after you fake it, because that fake is not going to last too long, I roll it over to the faith. All right? Faith it. F-A-I-T-H. Faith it till you make it. If you believe in God, if you have that faith, you can achieve anything. And that's the foundation of my program. In September, I will be launching my group coaching program. I do one-on-one coaching, but those are for the elite people that really want to transform their lives. When I first started in this coaching industry, I wanted to save the world. Let me tell you, I was like, yes, you can work with me. I can't work with everyone, okay? And you can ask my girl, Carla, she'll tell you, because we've been back and forth. You have to have the right mindset, right? If you truly want to change yourself, then you can tap into our community. We have our group classes. We have our Monday night accountability meetings. But in September, that's where the group coaching comes in, with the mindset, with the heart set, with your nutrition, with your exercise, all of the things, your resilience that you need to become an amazing leader. Yes, yes? I'm loving this right here. All right. So you can go to my website to see all the wonderful things I'm doing. As I mentioned, you see my book right here that's going to help you. Leadership is so, so important. And as a woman, as a Black woman, as a single mom, yes, that's all me. It's a little bit challenging, my friends. It's challenging. It's hard. But guess what? You can do it. So I'm going to tell you some words, some things that I believe every single leader should have. And I want to hear from you. First of all, leaders need to be vulnerable. It really bothers me when a leader tries to act as if they're so perfect, as if they're so wonderful, right? There's nothing wrong with wearing a whole bunch of makeup. I'm literally starting to just get into, I'm not going to say get into makeup because I'm totally into makeup. I used to have a modeling and talent company. So in my mind, when it comes to makeup, it's either all the way on or all the way off, like the nail polish, right? But it's like sometimes you got to do a little doot-de-doo, right? So being vulnerable, got it out, enough to say, I am real, all right? I don't have to wear makeup every day, or I can just do this right here, showing who you truly are. Some people can't do that. Another one is being compassionate. Woo! Let me tell you, that was a hard one for me. I was like, if I could go through this, you can go through. I compared my trauma to what other people were going through. Thank you so much, John, for sharing that. You know, I can't compare what I go through to what you go through. So as a leader, you have to be compassionate with your people. Yes, yes. And also, another thing that's super important, a little challenging for me, is as a leader, you have to make a decision quickly. All right. And nobody got time to waste. All right. Should I do this? Shouldn't I do that? Should I do this? Shouldn't do that? You have to be, yes, be authentic, like Renee said, thank you. But you have to make your decisions quickly and slow to change. All right. I'm that person. I got a good tip the other day because I'm that person. I'm like, like I make my decisions like this. But I was told, for people like me, I'm a little bit emotional, just a little bit. take 24 to 48 hours before any major decision has to be made, especially, especially if it involves other people, because you're not just affecting yourself, you're affecting others. So it's very important to take that time right there. Also, another great quality as a leader, I always love Tina Clovas, I'm being called out. Yes, you are, Bella. Is listen to the sound. Okay, I'm not going to stop, but if you guys know, I love singing. But listening is so important, right? When you listen, God gave us 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth, so listen more than you speak. And I'm just about to the end, but I have so much I want to pour out to you right now. Did you know that you're amazing? Did you know that you can achieve anything you want in life? You just have to see it in your mind. And sometimes you don't even have to say it and it comes true, right? It's like, okay, I want this. It's going to happen. If you want to change the world, if you want to move, like I just have this feeling, I don't know, that my girl Carla is moving out of North Carolina. I don't know where she's going. I feel that someone is watching this right now and they want to take that leap. They want to go to the next level in their life, whether it's your relationship, whether it's your career, your job, your fitness. Hello. How many of us want to be super fit? And I'm not talking about that number on the scale. I'm talking about being able to run a mile. All right. And I don't care what freaking age you are, you can do it, right? If you're looking to lose weight, join our fitness team, right? We have our Shooting Stars Collective where we have our classes right there. Or you can say, Tina, you know what? I want to have a one-on-one. You can do that by tapping into my website or going to the YouTube channel. It's that simple and it's fun, right? So I think I'm at my time limit. I'm really not sure, but if so, any other questions? Hey,
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Such an amazing thing. The energy is so infectious. That is so cool to see like that. Definitely. You're just right on point with that, on that, the motivation, the inspiration, the way people express themselves, the people that you attract around. I mean, it's just so powerful. Such great points. That was one thing that I always admired, and you just bring it so much to life. The way people could shift through things, the way people could actually show their true selves, their emotions, every part of that, it was just like a wow, and we need to go through it. We need to actually bring that out. That's such a great point to where you allow people to voice themselves and really bring that out as a part of it. And I mean, you just brought that fire.
I'm loving your
Definitely.
audience out there. If you're out there right now and you like what you hear, type your name in the chat, put some stars, give it up for Ramona, for Dustina, type it in, share this out, let's go, because we are here to change the world, all right? God made us here. I'm gonna hush. I'm gonna press mute on here.
You got this. You're good. Keep going. You get to express it. This is such a powerful thing. We definitely want everybody to be able to connect with you, to reach out to you, to see you in your rooms, to join your journey, your fitness journey, everything. How can they, best get a hold of you? Definitely let us know. And we thank you so much for being a part of Rio.
You know what I love, Jose? I've seen Ramona's name through the clubhouse streets for years, all right? And she's been one of those people, it's like, wow, I can't wait to meet her. Like, even talking to her, and I was just like, oh my God, she with me. I was like so excited, right? And she's probably feeling the same way. And sometimes we're afraid to ask and share certain things. So again, thank you, Ramona, for coming through. Tap into my world, family. Help me change the world. I am Stars Tina. All over the place. You can find me there.
Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, everyone. We're so excited. Such an amazing lineup of speakers so far. I mean, you just heard that energy. You heard how much she brought these stages to life. It's such an amazing thing to get everybody on board. Ramona is just always attracting the best of speakers, the best of events, creating this. And that just kind of brings us into our next speaker as well, Bobby is just such an amazing guy. He's actually with over 20 years experience in doing this, problem solving. He's actually the founder of Free Minds Thrive. And I'm just so excited to bring him on and introduce him to you guys. I can't wait to hear from him. Definitely, when it goes to helping people with their legacy and their coaching, I mean, just right in. Bobby, welcome to the stage. We're so happy to have you here. Definitely, can you tell us a little bit about what you're focusing on right now? What really got you inspired? And we're so excited to have you here, a part of this leadership
awesome,
program.
Jose. Oh man, I appreciate the intro, man. I think you did such a good job summing it up. I don't know what else to add. Yeah, I founded a company called Free Minds Thrive, originally with the intention of improving critical thinking skills and creative thinking skills in kids all the way up to adults. I figured it's kind of a lost art form in the modern world. People are becoming a little less creative and relying more on AI and other tools to think for them. They're not thinking as critically because information is so easy to get that they get it easily and they trust it right away and they don't go and question things and look deeper into things. So I said, how can I help? And in the process of doing that, realized that a lot of people lack confidence in themselves and in their path forward, and they kind of waver throughout life. And I said, all right, then I got to help people with confidence because I've kind of got that locked down. And if I can reverse engineer how I and others who have confidence did it, then maybe we can help people feel better every day when they wake up and say, I know what I'm doing and I know why. So that's what Free Minds Thrive is all about. And our coaching program, as you can see down here, is Your Thriving Legacy.
Definitely. So super excited about it. I won't take any more time. Definitely let you dive into that. I know that's
Cool,
such
man.
an important thing, especially as people want to lead. So, let's get right to it.
Let's jump right in. All right, so I'm going to start with a little story, so bear with me. I think people find their lack of confidence in a variety of different ways. Usually it's when you're in situations where you need confidence the most. And as confident as I've been for a good portion of my life, in most areas of my life, there was a time more recently than I'd like to admit within the past few years where I actually had a pretty bad low point. And it really pushed me to think about what I'm doing and why, and what I need to do to be better. And so, a lot of people talk about, you're not here to barely survive, you're here to thrive. And we throw out all these things and all these ideas, but we don't really give people practical ways to build an underlying foundational confidence that they can apply every single day. And I want to try to touch on that today. First, a brief story. I don't know how many of you out there have sleep problems. I spent 20 years of my life creating sleep problems that didn't exist prior to that. And most of it was through lifestyle and habit decisions that I was making every single day. And what I didn't realize is that it was culminating behind the scenes. And as health issues often do, they're building up over time and you don't even know they're happening. You may know that you're doing some things that aren't quite right, that aren't in harmony with your natural state of good health and your natural state of sort of wanting to thrive, because I truly believe the mind and the body want to thrive. We steal that away from the mind and body when we make certain decisions that hinder their ability to do so. And that's exactly what happened to me. And so I'll never forget the night when I went to sleep around 10:30. I was trying to start to get my sleep on track instead of staying up all night working on the computer screen. How many entrepreneurs can connect with that? All night on a computer screen, and 11:30 came, then 12:30 came. I'm laying down. I'm trying to go to sleep. 1:30 came, 2:30 came, all the way until the sun came up. I didn't fall asleep. And I said, uh-oh, something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. And looking back, I was able to figure out, oh, those are all the things that are wrong. But I had no idea what was coming. My anxiety shot through the roof. As anybody here who's been given any kind of bad health news or identifies some bad health news with themselves, you start panicking, especially if you're someone like me who's generally had a very healthy life. So I couldn't fall asleep, and I figured I'm not going to fall asleep tomorrow either. And all I'm thinking about all day, anxiety that I'm not going to fall asleep tonight because I didn't fall asleep last night. What happened the next night? I didn't fall asleep again. Now, I didn't know humans could survive more than a few days not sleeping. I don't know why, that was in my head. But I will tell you that I went weeks with no sleep. Humans can do that, apparently, but it is not fun. It was a living hell and a living nightmare, and I was determined to get out of it. Now, I was at my lowest point of self-confidence because not only was I sleep deprived, but I was questioning what the heck was going on with me. And when I went to the doctor, that was no help, because the answer was, hey, Bobby, you're fine. All your tests came back fine. Everything looks good. Let me give you a pill that's going to knock you out. That might help you to start to sleep. In addition to that, try to relax a little. Yeah, try to tell somebody who's anxious to try to relax a little bit. It's not possible. So I said, I'm not taking those pills because I know something's wrong in my body. Something's not right, even if a test isn't showing it. Something about what I'm doing every day, how I'm doing things at night, my routine, my lifestyle, something's not adding up. And what I want to share with all of you is how I climbed out of that pit of hell. And I mean it when I say it. I am not over-exaggerating. If you've ever known someone or had this problem yourself, not just tossing and turning all night, I'm talking about not sleeping at all, it is hell. And when I tell you that many of you out there who are working late into the night, watching TV late at night, on your phone screens at night, eating sugary processed junk at night, drinking caffeinated drinks at night, you are begging to find out what I found out the hard way, which is that no sleep is a horror show. But I got out of it. I'm going to tell you exactly how I did it. Not in the specific things I did for sleep, because that actually isn't what got me out. I'm going to tell you what I did to maintain my confidence so that I could climb out of that with confidence without the help of doctors, because quite frankly, just being honest, they were no help to me. And as I found out later on, talking to other people who then came to me for advice, how do I get out of this naturally? How do I do it without pills? Well, I told them, unfortunately, if your doctor's not helping you, it's all on you. And they said, well, how am I supposed to do that? I'm scared. Well, here's how. Number one, you have to explore ideas that are outside the box. This is a big thing for me and my company, a big thing in what we focus on, thinking outside the box. And the reason is that many of you guys are operating, not all of you, but many of you are operating inside a box, even if you don't know it. You generally make decisions based on the things you currently know. And you don't oftentimes challenge those assumptions and go outside of that box to seek information that might actually help you expand yourself, right? Because if you're inside a fixed box, you have a fixed, rigid mindset, you're not going anywhere. You're exactly in that box forever. In fact, it's why Facebook, Instagram, and many other social media platforms, their algorithms play to your current interests. Your current things that you're into and that you believe, they feed that to you over and over in a feedback loop. But that is not how people grow. That is not how people grow. That is not a growth mindset. That is a fixed, rigid mindset. That is how you stay narrow-minded and close-minded, because you keep going and reinforcing the same ideas over and over. We don't want to do that. We want to break outside and try to find ideas that are on the outskirts of what we currently believe for two reasons. One is that it'll challenge your assumptions. And if you're wrong about something, you'll discover, now I know what the truth is. I can make better decisions going forward. But the other thing is it might reinforce your current beliefs because you put them out there. You've looked up other information and you said, you know what? I just discovered that I'm actually not right about that thing, right? That's the way you figure out you're not right and you grow. But what if you figure out you are right? Well, now your confidence goes through the roof because now you believe in that thing even more and you actually have truly, authentically good confidence about it. This is a really important thing that I try to teach people. There's nothing that's going to hurt you reaching outside that box. So this box here on the screen, I want to go outside there if I have sleep problems. If my business isn't growing, I want to go outside there and I want to find out what's outside of these current ideas and opinions and strategies and tactics that I'm living in that is not working. There's endless, infinite possibilities and ideas out there, but somewhere along the way, you were convinced by people that whoever you are is who you are. You are who you are. You're not who you are. You are who you're capable of being at your best, and that person expands in many directions outside these 4 walls or 6 walls in a third dimension, right? So you want to reach outside, and that's what I did with my sleep problems. I said, these doctors aren't giving me the answers I want. I don't want to pop a pill. I got great sleep before the pill. So what do I need to do now to get better? And I had to go search far and wide for many things. I'm not going to tell you what they all are, but I'm going to put an open invitation out there. If any of you are having any kind of sleep-related problems or challenges, please reach out to me. I am happy to talk to you about it, complimentary, just because I know what that feels like to not be getting answers that potentially could actually help. All right, so if your doctor is helping you, of course, work with a doctor. But at the same time, if those answers aren't getting you anywhere, maybe you need to think outside the box. I've done that, so I'm happy to talk to you. So think outside the box, always. Question everything, continue to expand yourself. Don't stop. All right, the second thing I want to talk to you about is that the body can heal itself. Now, how does that bring confidence? The body can heal itself. Bobby, you told me you're going to tell me about confidence. I am telling you about confidence. Because if you are confident in your own body's autonomous ability to heal itself, given the right elements, given the right health, given the right diet, given the right nutrition, given the right movement, all the things you should be doing so your body can thrive, then your body will take care of you. It's kind of like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What came first, the healthy body, or you doing the things that the body needs to be healthy? Is that body taking care of you first, or are you taking care of your body? Well, it's both, right? But if you're in a situation where you have a health problem, like I had, where I had discovered that there were daily habits and lifestyle things that I was doing that were hurting my sleep, eventually putting me into a position where I was getting no sleep, and then anxiety, right? So what do I have to do at that point? I got to get out of it. But I had to discover before I got out of it that, hold on a second, my body knows what it's doing. I'm the one treating my body wrong. And if I want my body to heal, which it wants to do, the body naturally seeks an equilibrium. The body naturally seeks a thriving state. It will work with what it's got. If you're feeding it junk food, if you're drinking crap, for lack of a better term, if you're doing all the wrong things, your body will do its best. It will try to work with it, but it's shaking, man, and it's not happy about it. And you can feel that. I had to have faith that my body can heal itself. And there is a confidence that comes with that, because that means that you innately have the ability to thrive if treated properly. Now, here's the problem with that for many of you who have a problem and are like, well, that's easier said than done. Yeah, because the responsibility falls on you. And this is one of the things about confidence. It's all about you. You've got to go out there and do. You've got to make decisions. You've got to fall and you've got to get back up. You got to fall again and you've got to get back up. It's through that process, walking through the fire, so to speak, that you forge the strongest sword of who you are. And so you have to understand that if your body can heal itself and it is currently not doing well, you have to believe in its ability to heal. But more than that, you've got to take the actions to give it what it needs to heal. And that is exactly what I did. I said, my body is not working right. That is why I'm not sleeping. But I know my body knows how to sleep and wants to sleep. So what am I doing wrong? By the way, entrepreneurs, it was staying up late all night. It was screwing up my circadian rhythm. And it was getting my priorities out of whack, which is the next point I want to make. You have to focus on what matters in your life. Because if your priorities are all wrong, if your plan is not quite right, I'm telling you that you are going to have a really hard time being confident every day that you wake up. How in the world can a person wake up and thrive and fire forward with confidence in this direction instead of this direction? How can someone do that if they have no idea where they're going? This is why I tell people you have to have a plan. I don't care if the plan is rough around the edges, incomplete, if there's gaps, if you have to throw it together within a day, you can modify it, you can adapt it, but have a plan that is your plan. Because now you can wake up with goals. You can wake up with steps you know you need to take to achieve what? The goals you set. And here's how you do that real quick. You set a short-term goal, the thing I want to achieve in a month, in 3 months, in 6 months. And then you say, what do I have to do every day as daily action steps to achieve that? If I started today and did the same things every day, and you'll modify this as you go along, as you achieve little milestones, how do I get from here to there? What's the path? When you have that, you can wake up every day and know exactly what you have to do. But if you wake up aimless and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing every day, I'm just kind of winging it. Well, then it's no surprise you find yourself somewhere you don't want to be. It's no surprise that you say, I don't know why I'm here. I wanted to be over there, but I'll just kind of take it as I go. The problem with taking it as you go is that you don't have a plan. And that's how people have regret 20 years later. They go, I don't know how I got here, but I wish I did things a different way. They weren't intentional. And that's the key point here, is to be intentional and focus on what matters. And what matters is your health. You've heard the phrase, your health is your wealth. Well, your health is your wealth. Because if you're not healthy, everything else is going to be affected. When I couldn't fall asleep at all for more than a couple of days, my health impacted every single other aspect of my life. And I think I mentioned to you guys earlier, I'm generally a healthy person. I'm generally a very confident, clear person. I know what I got to do. I'm confident I can do it. And I feel good. But during this time, I did not. I felt the worst I've ever felt, ever. And it impacted relationships. It impacted my ability to build my business. It started impacting my ability to serve my own people, the people who came to me and trusted me to deliver for them. And I wasn't going to have it. See, I was lucky enough to have enough rations of my confidence left that I was able to take that and I was able to climb out myself. Not everybody gets that. Some people find themselves at the bottom of the pit and they need an arm to reach down and pull them up. I pulled myself up, but here's the funny part about that. Not funny at all, but interesting. That improved my confidence. Because try to put a health problem in front of me now, after I know that I conquered full-blown insomnia on my own. So here's the funny thing about confidence. You have to do. You have to go out there and do, even if you fail at it every single time. And that's the difference between growth mindset and people who fail and feel bad about themselves. When I fail, I find a lesson. Every single time I convert the failure to a lesson. I don't see failure. And I know many of you out there have the same sort of thing, but I'm asking you to turbocharge that. Every single time you fail is not an opportunity to sit down and feel like you lost a battle. That's an opportunity to say, where's the lesson? Where's the lesson? Write it down if you have to. There's a lesson in there. What is it? Keep moving. Because that's what I did. There was a lesson in my sleep problems. You know what they were? You need to take care of your health better. You need to give your body what it needs to thrive. Let me just double check something real quick. So I got just a couple of minutes left. I want to give you one more point, and then I want to see if any questions came through, and if not, I'll throw in a bonus point. The last point is I'm going to ask you guys to live for your legacy. I'm a legacy confidence coach. I help people with confidence, but specifically through the prism of thinking about their legacy. Because if you have the most far-term, long-term goal possible, and it's crystal clear what you want that to be, then everything else we do from here to there is going to make a lot of sense. And it's going to have to be clear, otherwise you're not going to get there. And what's that final end goal? The legacy I leave behind someday. So we spend a lot of time on legacy in my coaching program. And I want to ask you to remember that if you need something to strive for in the worst times possible, like me getting no sleep and wondering what the heck is wrong, I looked at my legacy and I said, is this what I'm going to be remembered for? Somebody who fell apart, lacked confidence, felt bad about themselves, was anxious all the time. I've never been that guy. I don't ever want to be that guy. What's my legacy? My legacy is that I'm going to be able to tell people that no matter what came up, I never, ever, 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 ever gave up. That I believed in myself so relentlessly that even the most absurd goals were set. And even if I missed them, I went much further than I ever would have gone. And that's what I want for every single one of you. And I know that's what you want for yourself. Like many of you guys, I don't want to die someday with regrets. But unlike some of you guys, I'm taking daily actions to make sure I don't have those regrets. Spending time with my daughter, giving my wife plenty of attention, taking care of my health, getting outside and enjoying things without having a specific thing I have to do. Smelling the roses, for lack of a better term. Smelling the roses. I do that now. It's part of my routine. I will never have full-blown insomnia again. I'll never get there. Ever, ever, ever. And I don't intend on having any other problems that I'm in control of. If they're outside of my control, I got to deal with it, right? Now it's in God's hand. But the things within my control, I won't regret taking action on them. So to recap, to build confidence, think outside the box and find solutions and ideas that you weren't thinking of before. That'll help you know that you're able to find new ideas and continue to grow and expand. The body can heal itself. And if you know you are self-healing, you can treat yourself properly, give yourself all the tools, your body, all the tools it needs to thrive, and your body will take care of you. Be ready to adapt to any situation that comes up. Be ready to change because you won't always be the same person and you shouldn't be. Focus on what matters. Prioritize the things in your life that are important because that's really why you're doing everything. You're living the best life you can. You're working hard on your business to thrive. To thrive for what? The people in your life. To enjoy yourself. So make sure you're doing that. Because if you don't, what are you even doing it for? And you'll suffer from it for sure. And finally, have a legacy. Have a legacy mission statement. This is what my thing is going to be when I end this life. This is what I'll be remembered for. And I will not take actions. And I will not do things that are the antithesis of that. I will only do things that promote. You hear that bell? That means I'm done. I will only do things that promote me getting there. So to close off, guys, if you go to wheeloflegacy.com, wheeloflegacy.com, you probably heard of the Wheel of Life? Well, I got something for you. It's the Wheel of Legacy. Wheeloflegacy.com. It's a totally free resource. you can find out how much clarity you have in your life around what you're doing in all the different areas, how much confidence you have in these various areas of life, including your legacy. And in the end, you'll have a really good visual recap of where you are, and that'll give you a much better idea of setting those goals so you know what you're doing and why. And I want to let you guys know I get the best sleep I've ever gotten in my life now that I have changed my ways and I'm much more confident about my ability to handle any problem coming up in the future. So thank you guys so much for listening. If I could help you in any way, shape, or form, just reach out. You can find me at freemindsthrive.com, yourthrivinglegacy.com, or find me on YouTube, Rumble, anywhere else at Free Minds Thrive. Thanks, Jose. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. I mean, just such valuable insights when it comes to a simple thing. I say simple, but it's like our health and the little steps that you mentioned in taking forward. I mean, one little failure at a time. I always reminds me of the acronym FAIL. You know, it's the first attempt at learning, as taking that one next
Love it.
step and keep pushing forward. You know, no matter what, so you could understand that. As one of the things I want to highlight is how you brought such awareness to not wanting to just take a pill, not wanting to just do something else, but to actually self-assess. This is the true what a leader does. They actually say, hey, wait, this is not working. Let's figure what it is out. Let's analyze that. Let's, you know, bring this out so we can thrive, so we can do that. And so I think there's such valuable lessons there, because, you know, things just don't happen overnight. It's those little consistent steps that you say that you're taking towards your legacy, towards that goal, towards anything that you want to achieve. So, you know, just such a powerful speech. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
being a
Jose.
part of Rio.
Appreciate you, man.
And, you know,
You're doing a
so
great
excited.
job.
Thank you. I appreciate it as well. And just
Thanks,
excited
buddy.
to,
Take
you know,
care.
to have that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hope
man.
you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You as well. Take care, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, guys. You know, this is just such an awesome thing that we're bringing such amazing speakers to this. And, you know, you've heard from, you know, the way people bring their energy, the way that people just show up and continue to do this. This is one of the true traits from leadership, is to be that consistent, to keep showing up time after time, to create those things, to listen. You know, I love acronyms as all. You've probably heard them whenever I bring anything up. And I think a great acronym for this is just LEAD itself, you know, listening and hearing what other people have to say, the way that I'm listening to yourself and doing those assessments and growing in that side of things. That's the L in LEAD, you know. The next part is to engage, to participate, to show up, to continue to bring these things out. This is such a big part of it, you know. And action, act. The A in LEAD is just acting out, doing the next things, showing up on these stages, taking that next step, whether it be towards your health, towards your wealth, your mentality. Any part of it is a big part of that, you know. And the D is to develop, you know, as you start honing in these skills, as you start showing up and you know, really becoming confident in this case, really becoming a person who steps out of their comfort zone, who really helps grow. That is a big part of what it's meant to be LEAD. So I'm just super excited to have you guys here as a part of Rio. We have such an amazing amount of speakers, I mean, that have gone through since yesterday. You've heard these topics, and, you know, definitely today, it just started off, you know, with really diving into the ideas, the thoughts, and the mindfulness, as we heard from Muhammad, bring it out. And then you got that energy, you know, from Tina. It's just so amazing for people to be that aware and bring these things out. So I'm just so excited to be a part of this. I think Ramona has done an amazing job to show what it is to lead, to actually bring, you know, like-minded people who are growing and together. And it's just such a powerful thing as you hear everybody go. We do got some time before our next speaker, so definitely, you know, we're going to be diving into a few things. I always think, you know, I like to say baby steps for big leaps. So these are things that you can just take one step forward. And I want to ask you guys, what are you guys doing today, right now, that's really pushing you into that next step, that's making you want to step up and lead? You know, I found myself recently on a journey when I went hiking, and I just started taking, you know, one little step out of a time, one little step forward. And I seen this mountain. It just looked so nice. People were kind of walking around, and I started just hiking up, you know, kind of going through some sides, going through some areas. And before you knew it, I was going on these paths where I really didn't have no clue how I was going to get down. I was like, wow, you know, going, but I got to the top, and that just kind of showed the difference of when I was up there, you know, the appreciation of taking one step at a time, just one little step forward. Maybe it is just getting out of bed, you know, a little bit earlier, or doing one thing that you kind of push yourself out and you step on a stage, or you give somebody a compliment, you know. What is that one thing that you're doing extra today, that one baby step that's just moving you a little more towards your goal? I mean, we've heard such great examples when it comes to your health. You know, things don't just happen overnight. I always love the acronyms again, but coming to there's the acronym diet. I learned this one from Forbes. It's such an amazing thing. Those are decisions that we eat today. As we're going through these steps, as we're going through these things, what little steps are we taking over and over again? That is the compound of who we are, of how we're showing up, of how we are actually projecting out there. And so this is just such an amazing thing. I invite you guys to be a part of it. You know, definitely check out the Royal Influencers Association. Ramona has such amazing other topics and speakers coming up, and so I'm just so grateful to be a part of it. And you know, I'm super excited to see everybody here, to see everybody kind of show up and continue to show up continuously when it comes to this. This has a lot to you, to your mindset, to you wanting to grow, to, you know, not having that limited mindset of stuff, but being more in the open growth mindset. And that's just such a powerful thing. I know we still got some more time between this. You know, we have some amazing speakers coming up. I think coming up next, we might hear from David Evans again. And so I'm excited to have that. And Ramona's in and out, you know, helping with other speakers, with going with different things. And so definitely excited to be a part of that. But you know, I want you guys to take a little moment to reflect. I mean, this is a journey that I'm going to share. This next part is something. It's kind of like a little self-assessment, so you guys can actually have some actionable steps in doing that. And this all comes down to just, you know, taking notes of what your day is like as you wake up. What's that one thing you did when you first woke up? Did you grab a cup of coffee? Did you reach for something? Did you start watching TV? You know, what is that one thing that you're doing? If you could write this down every, you know, couple of hours, every 2-3 hours, this is a great practice. Just do this for 1 week. If you could do this for 1 week, you'll be able to do a quick self-assessment to see what habits, what habitual things you are actually doing on a daily basis and showing up. You know, is it to grab maybe an unhealthy snack? This happened to me when I was driving trucks. I would reach over for a bag of chips. I would reach over for, you know, an extra thing. I actually would have a coffee every morning. I would have things, and I was wondering why I kept gaining weight, why I kept, you know, showing up in all these ways that I didn't really want to. So as you do this assessment, you know, week by week, there's so many things that you could identify, not just health, but your mental health too. How many times are you having intrusive thoughts? How many times are you having things that are not really serving your purpose? You know, limiting beliefs that are holding you back. So I definitely encourage you guys to write these things out, because as you take note of this, after a week, even two, you'll be able to do a quick assessment of what you can do next to actually better that. When I was driving the truck, I started noticing that at the same time, 7:15, I would always reach for something. So I started putting little bags of carrots. I started putting little apples there and different things that I could actually start to do to improve myself, to take that one step further. So I definitely want to encourage you guys to see what it is that you're doing in your life. This way we can at least have a nice baseline of where we're at, you know, of what we are doing at this moment, of how we're showing up on a daily basis. Because that lets us know, hey, maybe this is something I don't want, you know, to do anymore. This is not really serving us. And so I encourage you guys to do. It's a simple exercise, you know, but as you do these assessments, as you do these things, you're really going to be able to find out what is that next step that you want to do. Maybe it is to focus on your legacy. Maybe it is to public speak. Maybe it is to step up on going live on camera. You know, all these little things as you do it really help. You can't just take a little video at the end of the day. Sometimes people are very uncomfortable with videos, so you could do this for your own self. But take a video and say, hey, today I'm so proud of myself because I did this. You know, I woke up early, I showed up, I did some fitness, I actually parked further, I walked a little bit more. It doesn't have to be this grand thing. One of the things that you notice that leaders do is they step consistently over and over, just one step further, one step more, one little cycle that they can do after that. And taking the video is a quick way that you could actually do so much of an assessment. You can see how well you speak. You can see how many uhs and ums and ahs, and you can see how you get nervous. Maybe you're swaying like I have been on this chair. That's a natural reaction that comes out. Maybe you're doing different things. This really shows up on all the things that you do. And so, there's so many things that you can learn from that by just stepping back a little bit and taking a moment to learn from those and to do that. And so, I've always focused on systems, on processes, on streamlining things. And I think this is a big part of it, on the way I look at things, the way I show up, because I always want to simplify everything, to find a way that I can actually do it a lot faster the next time. And so I invite you to do the same. I invite you to actually take these steps. We have such an amazing lineup of speakers here that are all giving you a different perspective, a different approach, a different way of showing out. And I think that is just super, super powerful in the way of doing things and stuff. So I definitely want to encourage you guys to do that. I do want to see if Ramona is available to come on so she could do that. I know she's busy running in and out, but definitely, if not, we could definitely continue on with some tips and exercises. I think that this is such an amazing event. We do have a moment, before, but also I do see that we're starting to get joined in the stage, by one of the visionary founders of this. David Evans is such a powerful TV network speaker. We've heard him with his passion worldwide on helping people, the way he's already reached millions through Roku, and I'm just excited to have him as a part of this community as well, definitely. And so, I want to make sure he's up and ready, and that way we could get him on in here, because it's just such a powerful thing. We heard from him yesterday. Definitely going to be ready to hear from him today, and I'm excited to do that. So, David, I'm going to go ahead and bring you on up. I want to make sure that you're ready on this, and can't wait to hear, definitely. And I'm just excited to be a part of this real thing. As you guys have seen, I'm stepping up into the co-host side of things, and it's a little milestone. I always love to celebrate little wins like here. I'm going to go ahead and bring David on up, make sure that his audio and everything is good on this.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, David. Good morning. How are you doing this morning?
I'm enjoying you, man. You got the whole show, man. I'm just so happy to see you up here doing your thing, man, and making everybody feel comfortable. I got up this morning and turned on all the speakers, man, and all the screens in my house, has this event on, the Worthy Influencers, all the screens. And I'm telling all my friends we should have a nice group of people watching, and
definitely.
We're also going to link this to the PIC TV network, so my broadcast listeners and fans around the world, they can watch it. I was looking at the repeats yesterday; it was amazing.
Yeah, definitely. I was going through that, and just the way everybody showed up, the way they're showing into this, it's just such a powerful thing. And excited to be here, part of it. Thank you, Ramona.
Hello, everybody. It's Ramona here. I'm back. However, I will be back in and out a little bit. I have a co-host today, as you guys can see, Jose Elizondo, who's also an ambassador, as well as he is also a sponsor of Royal Influencers Organization. Dr. David Evans is in the house. Hello, Dr. David Evans. A pleasure. Just an absolute pleasure to be here. I was just on a call, guys, by the way, with the senator and commissioners and a whole host of other speakers and leaders, civil leaders and state leaders, with Mr. Ron Welch, who was here yesterday with us. And that was just one of the things that I was brought onto his team to help him support him in. And Zoom just kicked me out and started acting up a little bit. But I've been watching and listening in the background. So phenomenal job Jose Elizondo is doing as the co-host. Wow. Tina Wilson did a phenomenal job bringing the energy, talking about your health is your wealth and all of those things, as well as Muhammad talks. And then Bobby Vincent came with the value as well. And now we have the opportunity and privilege to hear from the CEO of PIC TV Network, the president of TV, PIC TV Network, which is Dr. David Evans, who is out of Washington, D.C., which I will see and meet in person at the end of this week, right there in Maryland at another live event where I will be co-hosting. So I definitely just wanted to pop in and say hello before I pop back into this meeting that I just got kicked out of Zoom on. So thank you for being here, David. Again, it has been an absolute pleasure. Wow.
Thank
It's
you,
awesome.
Ramona.
Yesterday was
You're the best. You're the best. We only get one in a lifetime. You're the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I didn't even get to watch back. Can you believe that? I have not watched back yesterday, but I do know this. I was definitely full from yesterday. I was my soul, my heart, just to see every speaker show up for themselves and just over deliver, to get all of the value that I too was able to receive. So if I was receiving all of this value, I already know what all of the listeners and the participants on all social media platforms. If you're listening on Facebook, if you're listening and watching on LinkedIn, I'm sitting here looking right now that the checks are still green. And so that means that we're on LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, all live streaming. So with that said, thank you, and thank you. I see Mike G said, preach. I don't know who, I believe it was Bobby that was speaking last, said preach as well. So I definitely wanted to thank everyone. Thank everyone so much for listening from wherever you are in the world. Yesterday we had someone from Sweden, I believe it was, and today someone from Canada said, "Hey, I'm watching from Canada." So with that said, that's StreamYard now, a feature of StreamYard now that's actually broadcasting it out to other like-minded people that would definitely watch and has watched these types of streams also. So I definitely just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you, David Evans, Dr. David Evans as well, for second day, not just a second day, not just a second time now, because this is your second time participating in Rio, but the second day. This is the first time that you've done it consecutively for both days. So, and then Jose is also a pillar. He is a pillar here inside of Rio as well, because he supported us from day one last year, 2023, when we launched it. So here we are, Jose, still
Happy
here.
to be a part of it.
100 speakers, guys. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
What last year, 100 speakers came through and spoke on the stages of Rio events, Royal Influencer Organization events. And let me tell you, every single one of them were phenomenal. And wow. So I definitely just wanted to say thank you. I wanted to pop in and say thank you and hello to everybody. So thank you, Bobby Vincent. I see he's still hanging out, listening in as well inside of backstage. So I definitely just wanted to say thank you to everyone while they were here. So thank you again, Jose. And I'm going to get back off and go back and jump in and see if it's over yet. If it is over, and when it's over, I'm coming right back. So thank you guys again. See you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely, David. We can't wait to hear from you. We'll let you dive right into it. We'll go ahead and get off stage and, just looking forward to it.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you for doing a wonderful job too, man. I've been watching you all morning, and you're like a newscaster, man. You just telling them all the good news, man. Can't wait to see you on PIC TV.
Definitely excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, folks, PIC TV Network is your network on Roku. We have TV shows and programs that on television around the world, and I'm excited for all of you who've been watching us and supporting us. So today I want to talk more about leaders. Yesterday we did part one about leaders. I've been a leader, over 40 years now. And my gift is from God, first of all. I have to give him all the praise and all the glory and all the honor. It really started at 9 years old when my mother said I was going to be a speaker, a minister. And I said, no, Mom, I don't want to be a minister. I want to be a meteorologist. I want to be a fireman. I want to be an engineer and drive for Amtrak. That's what that was my dream as a kid. But as I grew, that calling never left me. It continued to expand in my life. And now I am a leader today. And we talked about 3 types of leaders yesterday. And the first leader is one who can make something out of nothing, who can see something and make that vision come to pass. Like, for example, I am that person who can see something out of nothing, who can make something out of nothing, who can say, you know what? I see an airport on this property, this land strip. I see an airport. Or ride by a forest. Other people just see trees in the forest, but I see furniture. I see how we can make something beautiful on this particular property or land. I see a building. I see a school. I see a hospital. That's my gift. I see the first leader is those leaders like me who can make something out of nothing. Then the second leader is to take something and give it structure. You always have to have people around you who know that second level of leadership, who can take something and give it structure. You have to have the architects to come in, the people who have already done it, investors to come in, who can take that second phase of your leadership vision and give it structure. This will happen with Pick TV Network. When I started Pick TV Network in the midst of COVID in 2020, I had a vision to do one channel, and that channel turned into multiple channels. And we are on Roku. You can see us right now. We're one of the #1 streaming networks on Roku. We have a fitness channel. We have a on-demand music channel, movie channel. We have a sports channel. We have a spotlight channel. Ramona has been on. Julius Weems has been on. Our wife has been on. Other folks around the country have been on. And our network, it just continued to grow. In the last 4 years, we're talking about millions of people watching us on television around the world. And what we do, we use our phone, our laptop, and our computers to bring people on television. And this is the new way of technology. People are streaming in the world today, just like I'm doing right now. So I had to have people around me who knew structure. I had the vision. They had the structure. So I have 24 managers right now. Michelle Cox from Atlanta, Georgia. Burke and his wife from Toronto, Canada. Mel Beast from Colorado. The Lady of Wisdom, Mississippi. Dr. Sheila McGrew, Alabama. I have people around me who understand structure, and I give them that opportunity to do their gift, to use their gift. I have a brand new manager in Richmond, Virginia, who's watching their queen. I have Miss Spinks in California. So these people help me to be better. And as a leader, you always want to delegate. The next step is the third type of leader is the one who have maintenance. You have to have people around who follow up, to do maintenance. When you buy a car from the dealership, you have a service agreement. And those service agreements, that's when you take it to the service, they change the oil, they change the tires, you get the works. Okay. So you have to have people around you when you're a leader who understand how to do follow-up. So me being the visionary, that don't mean I have to do it all. Leaders are great people who know how to delegate and how to have other people around them who make them look good. That's the beautiful thing about leaders. Yesterday, we were also talking about leaders and we were giving you the definition of leaders. So I want to expand a little bit more on what we talked about yesterday when it's talked about leaders. Okay. So when we talk about the L, leaders are people who lead. They're out front. And when you're a leader out front, people always are looking for you to listen to you and to understand where you're taking us, where are we going, and excited about that. So I'm always excited about people who are working with me, who understand how to follow the leader. And it doesn't lessen my gift or talent when people around me who are helping me to do what I do, my team, but understand that there is a leader. One of the greatest leaders in a whole generation of our world is Jesus Christ. And I'm a man of faith first. Jesus Christ, he he led. He was the leader of the disciples. He changed our world. Instead of hate, he produced love. Instead of sorrow, he taught us how to have joy. And I take a lot of my wisdom from the Bible. And one of the great leaders of the Bible in the Old Testament was Moses, how God chose to use Moses. And Moses said, I can't even speak. And God said, I chose you to tell Pharaoh to let my people go. Moses led 3.5 million people from the Sinai Peninsula to the Promised Land. And it's amazing how when you have leaders in your life who know how to lead and know how to do it, and God sent even helpers with Moses to lead his people. Which brings me to the point, leaders also know how to empower others. When you're empowering others, it doesn't lessen what you do, it makes you better. I learned how to empower people around me to make them feel special. You know, to let them understand that you are valuable. Your gift, your talent, your ability is helping me to be better. We also talked about the A, which is adaptability. You got to learn how to adapt with the changes in times. ChatGPT is here. AI is here. It's not going anywhere. I talked to one of my business partners yesterday about a global vision we have bringing to Washington, D.C. about ChatGPT, AI. So changing with the times, adapting to make sure you're adjusting to where we are today. And this is what we do at Pick TV Network. We also bring you on. We give you the opportunity to come on TV to tell your story. I believe everybody watching me right now, you have a story to tell. And you don't have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to come to get your message across to the world. Maybe you want to be on our cooking channel and you know how to cook, especially with those down in the South. Maybe you want to come on our Pick TV Network's Hello America channel that I created to tell your story to the world. Maybe you want to share your business idea. Maybe you want to sell your products on our Smart Sales channel on Pick TV Network. There's so many opportunities. And again, it's the easiest way to do it is to use your phone, your laptop, and computer. You don't have to come into a studio and be hooked up with executive producers, directors, screenwriters, and makeup artists. No, you can come on right where you are, and you can speak to the world on Pick TV Network. Again, then the D, let's talk about the D, is drive. Understand that every leader knows how to drive. When I get in my car and I turn it on, I know how to put it in D, to drive. Drive means I'm going forward. I know how to go forward. Leaders are people who know how to go forward with the vision. Drive and go forward. Keep going forward. Don't go behind. I don't look in the rearview mirror while I'm going forward. We can't go forward looking backwards. Leaders always see the vision, talking about for the next 5 to 7 to 10 years going forward. Where are we going? It's one of the great things we're talking with Think Energy, how we're going to be changing the way of the course of using energy going forward. I'm always looking to partnership with people. Always looking to be in a place where I am driving going forward. There's many, 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 many events that happen in Washington, D.C. where I'm at. I love my city. I love Washington, D.C. And I try to attend every big event that happens here because I'm a leader and I'm also driving to go forward. The further I go, I can take others with me. So why do I show up at the Black Caucus? Because thousands of people are coming to my city to learn. That's why I'm there. That's why I have an all access with Pick TV Network to go behind the scenes to talk to people. I've been blessed to interview in a setting with the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. I was invited to come live on stage with her team. That's an honor, right in my city with the Vice President. We shot that on Pick TV Network. When you have something going on in your city, you want to be there. Those of you watching me, and you can participate in something beautiful, and then you can tell your story to the world. We have something that no other organization, no other group of people on the planet Earth have ever had before. We have a phone, a laptop, and a computer that we can go live around the world and touch people's lives. And this is why I'm so happy again for PIC TV Network doing what we do. You know, we want to also, again, tell our craft for you guys, those who out there who watching me right now. You want to do a spotlight interview? We have a place to do it on PIC TV Network. We want to make sure that your message is told the way you want it to tell. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars to do it. This is why we have PIC TV Network, your network. It's called the People's Investment Channels. That's what PIC stands for. We want you to come on and tell people how you feel and what your message is. And we designed these channels and shows just for you. One of the beautiful things about PIC TV Network, we made it affordable, where you can come on television and share your story to the world, share your gift to the world. Your product needs to be sold. Your story needs to be told. You need to expand to you need to expand your gift to the world. Those who watching me overseas, I love to bring people on from around the country. We had interviews. Matter of fact, in Australia, we have a manager over there, Teresa, in Australia. Dennis in Germany. We have Daniel in Egypt. We have people all over the world on PIC TV Network. And we're looking to bring you on. Don't just watch TV when you can be on TV. This is your opportunity to do something special on PIC TV Network. We want those who are watching to go to www.watchpictv.com. I want to have a personal conversation with you. I want you to speak to the CEO. I want to talk with you. Nobody is going to be denied. We're going to bring you on. We're going to make your way to you, share your spotlight interview, like Ramona has done on PIC TV Network. We want you to be able to do something right now. Today is your opportunity, at this very moment, to do something special on television. And don't let people who say you can't do it, why you want to do TV? Well, people have television all over the world. The NBA Finals is on, right? That means people are watching televisions in the bars, in the restaurants, in the clubs, at the carryout. And guess what? If they have a Roku TV, you're on. You're on at that location. You know, many places I go in D.C., Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia, like the New York Deli, Subway restaurants, and we're there. PIC TV Network, we on Roku, ROKU. Many of you watching me right now, you have a Roku stick or Roku TV. Go to that search bar and put in the PIC TV Network. You can see our shows and programs on right now, and you can be on television. So when I go places, people say, "Oh, Dr. Evans, that's the PIC TV Network," and I put a smile on my face and say, "Yeah, I can't wait till you come on," and I mean it. I want thousands of people. Our goal this year is 4 million people. We have a target goal of 1 million people per year, and that's small compared to the numbers that's on Roku. Roku has 80 million subscribers. Google it. Roku subscribers. If you get your phone, Google Roku subscribers, you see 80 million, and it's probably growing even more than that now. And we have a target goal every year of 1 million people. And guess what? We're going to get that goal. And then you're going to help us get that goal. And we're going to bring you on. I have something called a media blast. We can media blast your event. Wherever you are, your city, like in DC, Maryland, Virginia, we do a media blast. We blast your event. We just had a nice, George opened up a restaurant in Ohio over the weekend for Mother's Day. Beautiful restaurant. He did a media blast. People from all over came to his restaurant this Sunday, flooded his place out because we did a media blast. And what is that? That's what we blasted out to the community, blasted out to everybody he knows, blasted out DC, Maryland, and Virginia. How many millions of people live in DC, Maryland, and Virginia? Millions. And when they turn on their phone, they see you. They turn on the television, see you. Turn on their laptop and see you in your commercial. I mean, that media blast is amazing. We can blast off like a rocket your event on Pick TV Network. I'm excited, and I can't wait till you guys come on. My information should pop up on the screen. You can call the studio line right now, 202-505-2837. 202-505-2837. There you go. Studio line is open 24 hours. We don't close. We're like 7-Eleven. We don't close. We stay open. And I'm so happy again for everybody who's on my team, who's supporting me, who's watching me, the fans around the world. We connected with the NFL. If you go into stadiums, Roku TVs are there. I often go to the FedEx Field and walk through there. And we're on there. Everywhere that there's a Roku television, even in the Mercedes-Benz new limousines, there's Roku TVs. That means when people ride around with stars, they can see you. And this is amazing. I love Pick TV Network. I love being in Washington, D.C. I love bringing you on Pick TV. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, sir. Your mic is muted. Yeah.
I need to get used to that. It's such a powerful thing. I mean, it's so awesome to see how much awareness and how much reach you could have by just showing up, like you said, showing up in your community, showing up for the little things that you're doing. I think that's just a big part of it. And, and definitely having a network like this of like-minded people and a way to put things out. It's such a powerful thing.
Yeah, it's a new day, Joseph, where we can do something we never done before in a new way. Our phones are our studio. Our laptops are our studio. Look what we're doing right now. I'm in Washington, D.C., and you're around the world, and we're still broadcasting, reaching people around the world.
Oh, definitely. It's more powerful than ever. Letting people get their message out there, letting people express all these things. I mean, that just shows the power of this influence. So, really appreciate it. I mean, this opportunity to be a part of it and what you're doing for Rio. And so happy for that. Thank you so much.
I can't wait till you come on Pick TV Network and do your spotlight. Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah, definitely. All right. I'm going to drop you out now and really appreciate you being here. And we'll be seeing you around for more stuff.
Bye-bye.
Well, guys, you heard that, just such a good way. Definitely reach out to him, to the Pick TV studio line at 202-505-2837. You want to make sure that you reach out to him. And, I'm just so excited. We have such an amazing lineup of speakers still yet to come. One of the next speakers is a good friend of mine too that I'm excited, to have Jackie Brannigan. She's going to be one of the next ones who's coming on. I just want to make sure that we get everything set up. And I mean, she's just a powerhouse when it comes to resilience, to coaching. Her ability as a professional woman to really transform stress, and burnout into more progress and exhilaration. I mean, that is just a big part of what that is. And so I'm excited for you guys to hear from her, definitely. And, we want to make sure that you're showing up in the same way, just as you've seen these people lead, these people show up and their best selves. What is the one thing you can do today that's going to actually help you show up? What's that one extra thing that you're going to help yourself with your love, your health, your wealth, your happiness? What's, one baby step, one next thing that you can do? And so, I'm just super excited. Such an amazing lineup, and I definitely want to introduce you guys, to Jackie. She's such an amazing powerhouse as a speaker. Definitely. With she's made it, her background in transformation with her life purpose with emotional intelligence and cognitive behavior has just been a big part of it. And so I'm excited to bring her on stage to speak onto this and into leadership and everything. So let me go ahead and bring her on up. You ready? Just making sure.
Hey, hi, good to see you today.
Likewise, definitely. So happy to have you be a part of this. I mean, the way you just transform things, the way you inspire. I'm just excited to have you. Definitely to be a part of the show.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just so happy to be here. So whenever you are ready, you just let me know.
Ready to go. I'll just get out of your way and you go ahead.
Excellent. Well, I want to say, hey, everybody. And first of all, for the ladies out there, anyone who knows me, I want to say, grab your lipstick. I'll explain later. Grab your lipstick, put it on. Okay, because that's important. Now, hello again, everyone. I am so happy and honoured to have been asked to be here today at the Royal Influencers Organisation. Thank you to Ramona Rogers, and thank you to everyone on the team who have made this really such a success for people around the world. And what I'd like to do is to help educate you on the reality of what burnout truly is and share a number of fundamental mistakes that I believe people are making when it comes to understanding burnout and in living their lives in general. And despite what you may have heard, burnout is not just another term for work-related stress. As a matter of fact, in my opinion, not only has a lot of the so-called gurus out there got it wrong, and that's why today I'm challenging the accepted corporate jargon in many organizations, along even, would you believe, the World Health Organization's description of burnout, because I believe that they are so wrong in continuing to push a certain narrative on us. Because in my opinion, it's not just about work, it's about your whole life. But first of all, let's address the term work-life balance. Now, for me, that is a load of BS, that term. And I'm asking you, just think about it for a second, because they say work-life balance, and the fact that the word work is put first, this perpetuates that work is far more important than our living our best life. So you see, for me, it's not about work-life balance. It's about life balance. And with this life balance, everything that's important is included. And that can include your relationships, family, friends, health, hobbies, and of course your work. It's important. But it should not come first in how you live your life. Because has anyone ever thought on their deathbed, oh, I should have worked more? Categorically, the answer is no. So it's about balancing all the things that are important and giving priority at different times to whatever needs are required at that particular time. And it doesn't mean that you'll always have a 50-50 balance, because that's not realistic. Some days you might. Some days it could be a 70-30 thing. But the important thing is that no matter what it is, you balance out what is right for you and give the attention where it's needed. But it doesn't mean that work always in your life has to come first. So who am I and why am I speaking here today? Well, Jackie Brannigan, yes, is my name. I'm a certified and accredited life balance and burnout resilience coach. And as a once self-motivated and ambitious award-winning serial entrepreneur, you know, I ended up walking away from my businesses, one of which I had built up to 7 figures, and losing everything. then spending over the years wondering, among things like, what the hell happened? Who am I? What's my purpose? Surely there's more to life. And from what I was learning, I was suffering from chronic burnout. But when I looked for advice, it was mostly about get enough sleep, don't work too hard, eat well, get regular exercise. Well, I'd been doing all of that, but I still felt dreadful. And it just didn't make sense to me. So this prompted a very hard, deep and personal journey and reflection into my own life and the experience I had had and how they left me feeling about myself and life in general. I mean, looking back, I can recall a time about 11 years ago when I was getting increasingly unwell. I wasn't able to eat properly, was in pain, losing weight. So I eventually had to go to a consultant and I was recommended for tests. And he was a gastroenterologist. So I visited him in his rooms and he scheduled for me to come back weeks and weeks later as a day patient to have a colonoscopy carried out. Now, bear in mind, I was self-employed and still working, so there were times at work coming up to this that I even had to use crutches just to get around. And on the morning when I had to leave to go to the hospital, I had to get a taxi because at that stage, my only child, Josh, now he was 7 years old at that time and he had been diagnosed not too long previously with autism, dyspraxia, and ADHD. So my husband, Tony, had to bring him to school that morning. So a few weeks after the initial consultation, I was so debilitated that at that point and before my hospital appointment, Tony had to help me dress, walk me out to the car, and put my small case into the boot of the taxis. And on arrival at the small hospital, it wasn't too far from my home actually, the taxi driver, he jumped out, you know, he opened my door, he proceeded to bring my case in and leave it at the reception. But when he came back out, I was still struggling to just get out of the car. So he kindly helped me and slowly walked me inside. And as we walked through the entrance doors, the hospital staff saw the difficulty that I was in and rushed towards me with a wheelchair and told me to sit into it. You know, I just started to cry. Seriously. I mean, the silly thoughts that go through your head when you're full of pride and have always been independent and only seen yourself as a successful businesswoman. Not a bloody invalid. So I was taken down to the day ward and prepared and brought down to the theatre. And thankfully, I was given an anaesthetic. And when I woke back up in the day ward, I was so surprised to see my husband Tony and my dear friend Grania both standing at the bottom of the bed. And this was really strange because the instructions that we'd originally been given was that they would phone Tony to collect me after I woke up. So I'm thinking, what the heck are they doing there, you know? And Tony, but let alone having my friend with him. And then I realized that the consultant was standing at the side of the bed. Now his name is Jack. And he started off by saying, Jackie, you're not very well, and we need to keep you in. And all I could say was, but we're going away on holidays in a few days, so if you just give me some medication, I promised I'll take it easy and I'll rest. But his next words absolutely shocked me. He said, Jackie, if you leave here now, the only way you will be traveling is in a box. And Tony looked so pale, and my friend was really upset. And this should have been the serious reality check for me. But believe it or not, it wasn't. So I was admitted, and after countless tests, I was then diagnosed with severe Crohn's disease, inflammatory arthritis, and some other autoimmune stuff. And I was so ill that among my treatments was a course of chemotherapy and a very long course of steroids and other tablets. And now, bear in mind that many years before this, I'd been diagnosed with fibromyalgia. But what did I do? You guessed it. I initially had to take some time off work, but then I just kept right on going, putting everyone and everything else first. Because that's what we do, isn't it? Does that resonate with any of you? So fast forward over 10 years later, when I walked away from my businesses, again, one of them was doing really, really well. And I truly crashed and utterly burned. And over time, I realized that it wasn't just a case of the hours I worked or the amount of sleep I got. It all actually was the culmination of so many experiences and challenges that I'd had during my life. And that was my epiphany moment. And just one of those memories was of when I was molested by people my parents knew and trusted when I was just a child. You know, it feels like your dirty secret. I hadn't even told Tony about it. And when memories would return throughout my life, I would just push them away and do anything to avoid having to think about it by working harder and keeping my mind occupied. So today, let's explore the more commonly referenced 5 stages of burnout. You know, their causes, etc., and how important it is really to be able to identify them. So what is burnout in general? Well, it's a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged stress and demands. So burnout can impact a person's, not just their professional, but their personal life as well, and lead to health issues if it's not addressed in time. So as I said previously, it's typically broken down into 5 stages of accumulating stress. Stage 1, it's known as the honeymoon stage. What a name. And in this stage, you know, you're excited and highly engaged in your work. And you might even put in an extra effort and work longer hours without feeling tired. You're just exhilarated and want to keep going. And these early signs can be a lot more harder to recognize. So it's really critical that from the start, you maintain a healthy life balance. Now, stage 2 is the onset of stress, and it can be characterized by feelings of stress, anxiety. You can experience physical symptoms such as headaches, maybe even muscle pain. And it may also start to feel frustrated and cynical about your job and just different aspects of your life. And the onset of stress, it's characterized by feeling of overwhelm and can be triggered by so many different things. So stage 3, now this is chronic stress, and it marks the actual beginning of burnout. And individuals can experience a range of physical and emotional symptoms that can include depression, insomnia, a sense of detachment from work and colleagues and other things. And you can start to feel a decline in your productivity. Oh, totally. And it's characterized by this prolonged stress, which can lead to adverse effects, both physical and emotional. And symptoms can include headaches, insomnia, those gastrointestinal disturbances, and the emotional ones can be you're irritable and you have outbursts or even social withdrawal. So chronic stress can impact work performance and personal life, leading to a decline in that productivity and just disengagement. So let's get into stage 4 now. Now, this is a stage where you just feel utterly overwhelmed, depersonalized, cynical, and you can experience sleep problems and the physical symptoms. They can be those headaches, heart palpitations, the stomach issues. And burnout itself, it's an advanced time in the stages of burnout. So that those feelings of negativity and depression, it can also lead to severe health issues, anxiety, depression, chronic fatigue. But now we're into stage 5. And this stage, it's characterized by long-term physical and mental depletion, which can lead to permanent and irreparable damage to your health, your work performance, your life in general. And it's crucial, and I can't stress it enough, to identify the signs of burnout and intervene before it reaches this stage. Because its chronic or habitual pattern is the final stage of what's known, and it can really have irreversible effects on you and your overall life. Like I said, it can be, you can have that chronic fatigue, that depression, all these different things that can happen. So please listen. It's really important that you do your best to prevent it getting it to this stage. Because there's counseling, there's coaching, there's therapy. Whatever it is that you get to help support you, do it. And let's get into now maybe some of the causes and triggers. So the workplace ones can include lack of autonomy, unrealistic expectations from people, micromanagement, a toxic work environment, a burnout culture. And of course, sometimes long working hours can contribute as well to this work-related stress. But there's also personal factors. These can include low self-esteem, perfectionism, not setting boundaries, imposter syndrome, an inability to handle stress, a lack of assertiveness. It all contributes. And what about the social and cultural influences? The cultural expectations, the social isolation. A person looking at their role within the wider structure of their life and who they surround themselves with. So however you decide to do it, please seek professional help. And if you, a colleague, a friend, or a family member is experiencing burnout, it's so important to get it addressed as soon as possible. Because you really need that help and support. And I can tell you something, as a once self-made, self-motivated and ambitious, award-winning serial entrepreneur, I ended up walking away from my businesses. Like I said, one of them was bringing in 7 figures. And then I spent time wondering, among many things, what the hell just happened? Who am I? And what's my purpose? So from what I was learning, I was suffering from chronic burnout. But when I looked for advice, it was mostly, see if you've heard this before, get enough sleep, you're working too hard, eat well, and exercise regularly. Apparently it's a cure to everything. Because I'd been doing just that, but I still felt dreadful. And it didn't make sense to me. And this prompted a very hard, deep, and personal journey and reflection into my own life and all the experiences I'd had and how they left me feeling about myself and life in general. So remember I said earlier that there's 5 well-known stages in burnout? Well, that's why I had to create a 6th stage, because it's not just about work. It incorporates so many issues that we're not aware of, or, we just bury them as we navigate life, and it ends up affecting everything and coming back and biting us in the backside when we least expect it. And this 6th stage I've called Insight and Recovery. And it's where I go deep into many elements in life that have actually led you or are bringing you to burnout, and provide that knowledge and strategies on how to address them. And I do this with my proprietary 3 steps to handling burnout. Now, the first one is identify, where you discover and identify the root causes of your stress and the patterns that contribute to your burnout. And this sets the stage for targeted interventions. The second one is integrate, where we integrate proven knowledge and strategies into your daily routines to build that resilience and promote a more sustained well-being. And ignite. Finally, we ignite a transformative spark within you so that you can actively maintain and expand with your new knowledge and strategies. And this fuels sustained recovery, personal growth, and empowerment. And these 3 steps are incorporated into all of my programs, depending on where you are in the burnout scale. Because my mission is to empower women with the knowledge, tools, and support they need to recognize and overcome burnout. And that little trick I did with the lipstick, you saw me apply it at the beginning. Would you believe that's something that I do on purpose? But I do it at the start of every day. It doesn't matter if I'm going to be in my pajamas. What I'm doing, I put on my lipstick, not because I'm going out, not because I'm trying to impress someone else. No, I do it for me. It's my coat of armor. It's something that makes me feel good about myself, gives me a boost. Like I said, even if I'm just in my pajamas. So I encourage you all, whatever you are doing or however you are feeling. And this, guys, if you're into lipstick too, feel free. But apply that lipstick or do something that is a personal sign to you and for you that you matter. So if you'd like to get to know me better, I've got a YouTube channel under my name. You can also find me on Instagram and X. Of course, that was formerly known as Twitter, with the username @JacquieBranigan. And you'll also find me on LinkedIn. So I just want to finish now by again thanking the Royal Influencers Organization for having me here today. And I truly hope that you've all learned something to help you be more aware and avoid burnout. And as I'm known for saying all around the world, always do your best to live in kindness. Thank you, everyone.
Oh my goodness, Jackie Branigan. Oh my goodness. Absolute pleasure and privilege to have you, my friend, here and over delivering as usual in your own sweet but passionate way, speaking to all of these other entrepreneurs about your experience with burnout. It is serious, it is real when self-care isn't made a priority. When you're building this empire of yours, or building whatever it is that you want to call it, it is vital, absolutely vital. You heard her story, flat on her back, not able to do anything for herself at all, because she went too long, too far, focusing on solely building this seven-figure business, Jackie, I think? 7-figure business on her own strength and back, until she finally came out of it and realized, I love the title, by the way. I love that you're the founder of Getting Your Mojo Back. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love it. So
can I just say, Ramona?
Sure.
It's not even the fact, all those things. I didn't, and many people don't recognize the signs of burnout and that they could be on that ladder. Like, I've spoken to you about some of the things you do and advised you to be very careful, if you recall.
I remember, and you know what? I don't trust me. I love the words of encouragement, and I love when people like Jackie Branigan step up to you and say, Ramona, I see you everywhere. Ramona, I am here every day at 4 a.m. for this 4 a.m. room, but I'm in Ireland and I know what time it is for you there. And I see you every day. When are you not? And then I would leave there and she would see me on Clubhouse at 1:00 p.m. She would see me on Clubhouse at 6 p.m. She would see me on Clubhouse at 12 a.m. And she's like, well, when do you sleep? So, and don't trust me, I got that question from several people. So, but when you're passionate about something, which is where I was heading, like you are, where I'm heading rather, like you are, you do whatever it takes.
You do, but for you, Ramona, and everyone else, yes, you do what it takes. But we all get that enthusiasm. Hello, you reach 500,000 in business. You want to reach 750,000. You want to reach 1 million. You keep going.
Absolutely.
But in time, you can look back and see what you have actually forfeited, what you are forfeiting.
Yes.
What's really important. Remember what I said about that deathbed question? Are you ever going to regret not working more?
Right.
No.
Absolutely. So family time, self-care, self-love, taking the pause, taking the breaks, and stepping away, literally unplugging, and stepping away to refresh, recharge, reignite, reconnect, and then come back with a fresh set of eyes for one, rest for two, and with the headspace where you have clarity rather than staying and living in that fight or flight and overwhelm, which can definitely be detrimental to your health. I get it. I just came out of a pause, which is why you guys are seeing my first event in April. I just came out of a pause, especially when a good friend of ours lost her life to overwhelm, which you already know. You already know. We had Sarcina that said that she was even suicidal at one point in her career. And then we had a good friend that committed suicide this year, early on in the year. So kicked off 2024, giving us all a rude awakening. Like, whoa, wait a second. So everybody, stop.
Everybody. And when you get into it, how people sometimes, when they're accused of, this is affecting their work, right?
Right.
It's because of other things in their life that's how they respond to things. And people think, oh, it's just work. I hate my boss. And that they could be legitimate. But
yes,
every single person I've worked with, there has been stuff that when we went through certain things, they were like, oh my God.
Yes.
Because you're not aware of it yourself. You're not aware what's holding you back. Or
exactly.
How you
Absolutely. I have my mentee, 19-year-old Christina Baca, who is assisting us with bringing people up and bringing people down on all of these events that I've been holding. And I've been training her and things of that nature as well. She is, isn't she? Absolutely love it. Love her.
Yeah, that's why I said thank you to your team at the start, and Jose and everyone that's doing it. You do a tremendous job because you are coordinating people from all over the world.
Yes.
Right?
Where are you right now? Where are you right now, as a matter of fact?
That's why I don't have my green screen or
I
anything.
know, I could tell.
But you know what? I said I couldn't give you fiddlers. I had ordered a portable one well in advance to bring with me when I traveled. I'm in the Canary Islands.
Okay.
And,
you're in the Canary Islands right now. Okay.
It didn't arrive. So do you know what? I said, you're getting me anyway with my
absolutely. Do it anyway. That's the ticket. I love it.
Short.
Absolutely. Well, Jackie Brannigan, thank you so much for showing up all the way from Canary Islands, originally from Ireland.
Oh, I'm from Ireland, but I'm just here for a while.
There you go. Exactly. So thank you. And oh my God, an absolute pleasure. Always. I've been on stages with you for hours and hours on end, moderating together. We have learned together. We have cried together. I mean, when we lost friends together and things of that nature. So absolute pleasure and privilege to have you on the platform again and speaking here on the Royal Influencers Organization event. Reigning Influence, Leadership and Impact is the title. And making sure that all leaders, so use your self-care, take your pauses and your breaks, pay attention, and make sure that you also pass this information on to your team as well. So with that said, thank you so much, Jackie Brannigan, again. And good to see you. And I will be in contact, of course, as usual. Okay. Thank you, Jackie. Love you.
I love you guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jackie.
Awesome. Oh my goodness, Jose. Yeah. Wow. You are doing an absolute phenomenal job as co-host today. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And I wanted this to happen. I wanted people to see what teamwork really looks like. And when you connect with good people, supportive people, and you bring them on and you ask and you need, they show up. They just show up. No questions asked. They show up. And that's exactly what every single one of these speakers have done for every event. I had 5 events last year in 2023, over 100 speakers, and all phenomenal elite entrepreneurs and speakers as well. Speaking of which, we have our next speaker coming up. You guys are in for a treat. So I definitely want you guys to take out your pen and paper for one. We have a few actually coming up. We have Julius K. Weems III coming up next. And then we also have Merlin Clark, one of my leaders as well. I see she just popped into the backstage as well. One of my leaders in my Preneur Queen Club. And as well as she is a leader in her phenomenal, fierce leader in her own right. She is highly certified and John Maxwell leadership certified, as a matter of fact. Let's just start there. Then she's also DISC trained and certified as well. DISC, that is, trained and certified as well. If you haven't heard that, she'll, I'm sure, talk about it or mention it. And or it's just learning how to work with people at all different levels, meeting them where they are and being able to connect the correct management strategies and skills to meet them at their level, knowing and learning more about their level of actual growth, personal growth and development. So that is
Oh
it's
yeah.
phenomenal. And I was trained in that as well. So go right ahead, Jose.
No, I'm just super excited. Just with Julius coming up. I mean, I think he's certified in Scrum as a Scrum Master too, and a Safe
Oh,
Agility. It's so
oh my
many
God.
things coming up. As a digital transformation coach, it's just going to be excited to hear from him. So I think you got an amazing lineup of speakers, and I'm just happy to be a part of this too. Thank you so much, Ramona.
You're quite
Definitely an
welcome.
awesome event.
You're quite welcome. Thank you. And thank you again for stepping it up and stepping in, and also being an ambassador as well as one of the sponsors for Rio. So with that said, Jose, with no further ado, we're getting ready to bring this visionary up. This visionary by the name of Julius K. Weems III. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence day 2. Not just one day, but both days. We really appreciate you. And everybody, the testimonials that we heard and that came in that are still coming, I could not even read them all or keep up with them all. And every platform I go on, there's more. And I'm like, oh my goodness, we have to start collecting them. And I don't know how we're going to put them in one little package, but we have to start presenting them. So I'm going to be screenshotting some and putting them all over my stories and all over social media so that people really see the impact that we are making, because that's the whole point of doing it, right? So with that said, wow. So this gentleman has worked as an executive advisor, has worked in various capacities, multiple capacities, but for major corporations such as PayPal, such as Google, such as Disney, and now the leader of Think Energy as well. So that's what you're going to hear a lot more about today. He kind of touched on it yesterday. I was out actually thinking and hoping that he would go in a little bit deeper yesterday than he did. So today he said, okay, I'm getting ready to lay it all out. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. So that is exactly what we would love to hear from today. He's graced stages, huge audiences, upwards of 20,000 people. So speaking is just a breeze. That's nothing compared to what he has been able to accomplish over his lifespans up to this point. So with that said, honor and privilege, Julius, and thank you so much for coming back and being here today as well. I think you're muted. You're muted. Check your... No worries. We all do it.
Yep.
There you go. I think...
No.
No, not yet.
It's probably a permissions thing on the browser.
Exactly. You may have to give it permissions. So you may have to pop out of StreamYard and come back in, and it's going to ask you a little question.
How is that? I think you might be able to hear me now.
There you are. We have all done it. We've all done it. Trust me. Even today.
You guys are doing such a great job. It only takes one technologist to come in and mess everything up.
Not at all. Not at all. That's not messing anything up.
No.
Everybody has done that today, so not a worry.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me back, Jose. Thank you for co-hosting today. I have you up on this screen while I've been over here on this screen working with some of my clients in India and I said, Jose's rocking it. But thank you guys for having me back today. And oh man, the previous speaker was just amazing. She just talked the self-care of entrepreneurship, right?
Yes.
It's a serious thing. Me and my family made some pretty big decisions about 5 years ago to move. I've been in the Washington, D.C. area and Maryland area all of my life.
Wow.
I've traveled, to clients around the world, but we decided to move to the beach, and it was a radical decision, guys. It was one of those moments where I remember walking out onto the beach and here in Destin, Florida, and I was looking out and the water was blue, the sand was white as sugar, and
it doesn't get better.
I said to myself, you don't have to wait to enjoy this. You can still impact lives. You can still change the world.
Absolutely.
And it was a radical decision. My family was like, how can my family was all in Maryland, and what I found out was everybody ended up seeing me more because they ended up on vacation here. So it worked out really well. And so
I love it.
We've been blessed. But thank you again. This platform is incredible. Today, I really want to talk about the mission of what these 2 days are about. And then I'm going to talk about Think Energy. And I want people to really understand some things that are happening at the federal government level that we must pay attention to. And so thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, you're quite welcome. We're going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. And we'll be back when you're done.
So,
Excited to hear about it. Thank you.
everybody, it's a pleasure being here. To everybody that is on again today, I want to reintroduce myself and just let you know that self-care is important for entrepreneurs. Like, I started off by sharing the idea and the fact that me and my family moved to the beach. My lovely wife, Genevieve, is a TV and film producer, and I have been a consultant on my own consulting firm now for 17 years. Primarily doing digital transformation. And some of you are like, well, what is that? It is going into companies and it's working with C-level executives all the way down into their technology business, into their sales, into their operations, to really see how to speed it up and make them more like Facebook and Amazon. How do you get to a customer quicker? How do you deliver faster? And how do you stay ahead of the curve? And so that's translated over the years into doing what we call digital transformations for some of the largest companies around the world. And I love it. I love it. And my passion, though, as I learned from those companies, I got to meet people that worked in them. I got to meet people with dreams and goals and ideas, and they were stuck to a job and they didn't know they could start a business. They didn't see what entrepreneurship could be for them. And so I ended up starting to really feed into people to help them start and launch businesses, and starting to always look at how, me and my family build our portfolio to build passive income. And here's what I mean is that some of us are super educated. I mean, I have friends with PhDs and you have great jobs. You work for big companies, but I've met so many people that are just unfulfilled. And I decided, me and my wife decided about 5 years ago that it was no longer about just making money. It was about being fulfilled and creating a portfolio of passive income streams. And, we began to look outside of what we knew. We began to look at things that were going to be here long term. And as I started that research, I came up to, if some of you may know Kathy Wood. She is actually one of the biggest investment bankers in the world. And Kathy was doing a TED Talk, and you guys can look it up. In a TED Talk, she talked about moments in time. And she was talking about the time when the telephone was created and automobiles were created. And she talked about the discovery of electricity. There are special moments in time that will shape the next 10 to 20 years. And she says, we're at a moment in time. And in that conversation, she shared the idea that there are 3 things that are going to impact the next 10 to 20 years that if you are going to look at building massive wealth, you have to pay attention to. And so one of those was artificial intelligence, and we've all learned a lot about that. I have actually launched 2 companies in that space. And then the next one was blockchain, which is a secure contracts management technology that some of us have heard about. It is connected to Bitcoin, but today every major bank in the world has a blockchain initiative. And then the last one was renewable energy. And energy, when you say renewable energy, I realized I didn't know a lot about it. I had a few clients that were in the energy space, but I began to look at the energy space, and I had gotten involved about 10 years ago with a company. And what I realized in the energy space, it was very unique because I realized that every one of us will use and pay for electricity from the day we get our first apartment until the day we leave this place, right? So as I began to look at it, I said, well, energy is not sexy. And my wife was like, you're right. I said, but think about this, is that it does not matter if somebody is in a foreclosed home, the electricity will be on. And then it does not matter if somebody is wealthy with multiple mansions, the electricity will be on. And we began to look at that and realize that, wait a minute, this is an industry that does not need to see me every day. I don't need to get on a flight on Sunday to Thursday to go be at a client site. And that industry would pay us for 10 years in passive income from work we did many years ago, because people continue to pay their bills. And So fast forward the last 2 years, there's something that is happening in the United States that we must all pay attention to. The Inflation Reduction Act was passed in Washington, D.C. And a part of that act was for the U.S. to figure out how do we get more Americans on renewable energy? Because today, all we hear about are, putting solar panels on your roof. And if you don't own a home, you can't do that. And if you don't have a good credit score, you can't do that. And so the White House was trying to figure out how do we get access to decrease our footprint and get more people utilizing renewable energy. And there's a reason why this push is happening. When we look at right now, the push for renewables when it comes to auto manufacturers, by the year 2030, we will have all of our car manufacturers will have an electric car. So we'll have to plug those cars up at home. The volatility around the world with wars is limiting our access to oil and some of our energy sources. And so the Department of Energy just released that they would like 15 million people to be on renewable energy over the next 3 to 5 years. And so that's where I think energy comes in. I want you all to know that in 14 states right now today, I want you to know that you have access to community solar. Community solar is not something that I created. It's a part of the Inflation Reduction Act where billions of dollars are being spent to allow everyday residents that live in homes and to live in apartments who can't put solar panels on to get a discount on energy from 5 to 25% for 20 years. And some of us, many people, I realize a lot of this is about education because community solar is a free service. It is a federal free service open to every American. And what happened is that it's been rolled down. The legislation is rolled down to every state. By the year 2030, every state will have passed this legislation with community solar. But for those of you on today, I want to talk to you a little bit differently because we have a lot of entrepreneurs on. And you say, well, Julius, why would you get involved in this? I'll tell you that I've been able to build $1 million business on just the residual of energy because people pay their bill after building something for 4 years, it paid for 10. But I want entrepreneurs on today, no matter what business you're in, I want you to begin to think about this, is that based on your current business, are you structuring the business to create financial independence, or will the business be dependent on you? Because I've learned over the years of coaching companies and coaching entrepreneurs is that strategically, some of us have built businesses. We've been working in our business for years. And if we build our business solely focused on the idea that you must be there to support a client, you must be there to support a customer, you create a job with a business name. And so what I really want entrepreneurs to focus on when I'm talking about, you saying, well, Julie, is why would I look at energy? Well, you should look at energy because that business will run without you. That customer will pay, you will earn the residual for 10 to 20 years on a customer that's taking advantage of a free program. And that is what's exciting. And that's why I love talking to people about this. And people ask me, well, why would you do it? I'm doing it because as I build my portfolio of businesses, I must have passive income business structures in place. And it's critical to all of my entrepreneurs who are building, if it's online, I'm a big digital marketing person. I believe that, and to all of my young entrepreneurs, I love my next generation of entrepreneurs. I love you guys because you have access to tools that will, without a doubt, make you millionaires in your 20s and 30s. And I wish I had access to some of those things. But even today, I want you to think about, okay, what business sources will continuously build passive income every single month without me? And that's really what I'm talking about today. So Think Energy, we got $100 million investment from Oaktree Capital. And that $100 million investment was to build out solar farms around the country. That energy is then piped onto the grid in multiple states and communities, and then we're able to reserve a portion of it. And again, it's a 20-year savings. It's 5 to 25%. It is free to sign up. There is no contract. We're not talking about energy rates. We're not talking about all the things you may have heard. This program is open to all of us. And if somebody is in communities that are low to moderate income, if you're in inner cities, if you're in urban areas, if you're in rural areas where people are getting state or federal benefit, they get a 25% discount for 20 years, which I'm excited about because we're able to help people who really need it, and we're able to help families right now that are in need to save an extra $100 or $200 a month on their energy costs. And so what I want you to do is that for those of you who, I have my information there on the screen. I would love to talk to entrepreneurs who want to build another income stream alongside their business. This is a business that will allow you to build and to be able to scale financially. And many of the businesses I work with, leveraging community solar, they're able to take the revenue from the passive income and feed into their traditional business. And it's really exciting. The company right now is a little over 18 months old. We, with the $100 million investment, we've done some really great things. We're using artificial intelligence in our meter app, where we're allowing people to save money on their utilizing their app connected to their smart meter. So the app will actually tell them, look, if you turn up your thermostat 2 degrees, we'll actually pay you per kilowatt on savings. And so energy, one of the fastest growing, biggest markets right now. And no matter what you're doing, I want you to know that you can add to your portfolio, build a portfolio that literally is going to continue to scale over and over and pay you over and over again. When I first got into this industry, community solar didn't exist. We didn't make the money we do today, but I saw an industry that would literally bless people's lives for 10 years. And I had never seen that before because I did everything right. I went to school, I went to Morgan State, I got my first job at Disney Interactive, I worked on Monday Night Football, I went to PayPal as a digital transformation leader. I then went and my company got a contract with the federal government to do one of the largest digital transformations for Social Security Administration many years ago, and working for the Obama administration. And as I continue to look at that, I'm very good at what I do. I'm very good at scaling businesses. I talked a little bit about that yesterday, but what I want you to understand is that every entrepreneur must understand 2 things: the passion of which they build, and then the time required to build it. And always making sure that you build enough residual passive dollars to support you while you're scaling your business. So I'm really excited about what's happening and being here today. For those of you who would like to reach out to me so we can have a conversation, you can reach me at jweems@waglobalsolutions.com. You can also look at thinkenergy.biz for all of you who are in different markets around the country. I want you to know that you can sign up and be a customer and save on your energy for 20 years. And people are like, does that really exist? Yes, it really exists. We are on a journey to educate people right now because this benefit has been around for 2 years. And we're finding that people do not understand that they have the ability to do this. And so I will be working with Ramona, which I'm super excited about, working with Ramona and building and scaling within her ecosystem, which is Royal Influencers. And I'm excited about that because we're going to be able to help a whole lot of people, a whole lot of entrepreneurs, and also working with Dr. David Evans as well. So thank you so much for the time. I look forward to talking to all of you and having a discussion. And that's what I tell people is that if you're an entrepreneur in any business, I love helping entrepreneurs build massive results. After helping some entrepreneurs scale their businesses to 8 figures, it's been a journey. And now I'm on a journey to help entrepreneurs build passive income streams because I realize that we can make millions of dollars. That we have done, had millions of dollars in success, but the ability to have freedom and time freedom is something that is so not talked about enough. I'm actually across the street from the beach right now. We walk on the beach every day. We go see the sunset at night. And that is a part of the journey. The journey is not necessarily meant, and you may not like the beach, but it may be traveling the world. It may be sitting on your yacht. We love being on the water. But whatever your freedom is that you can build your business and you can build incredible freedom in your time. It doesn't mean you don't stay up late. It doesn't mean you don't work hard. Ramona sends me messages at 3 a.m. but we can also have a freedom with what we build. And so thank you so much for having me. Please connect with me. Please reach out. Thank you so much again. Jose, thank you, my friend. Thank you, Ramona, for giving me a few minutes just to share. And thank you to all the entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Definitely. I mean, such a powerful message and a true thing to the title, just to the leadership and impact, you know, is stepping up, creating it, but then giving your ability to step out, to step as a part of that, to see that legacy continue to grow. And thank you so much for the opportunity, you know, that you're creating here with letting people know with these solar opportunities, with these new renewable energies, and that all that is actually coming, you know, just thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was listening to the entire segment and then got a call. However, what I want to go back to is at the very beginning of your speech when you talked about how you loved what Jackie Brannigan was sharing and how it brought you back to something that you and your family, a big decision that you and your very own family had to actually make and relocate from Maryland area to Destin, Florida, with beaches and things of that nature, because you realize I don't have to wait to have this life. I can have this life, the nomad life we call it, right? It's the laptop life. You can be anywhere in the world, right? And still work and get the job done, but you don't have to wait to really start enjoying it.
You don't. And that's the message. Ramona, that's the message. That is the message, that freedom we have to believe sometimes radical decisions produce radical results.
Oh, say that one more time.
Listen,
for the people in the back.
You know, radical decisions produce radical results.
Wow.
And I'll tell you, I have 50x'd my revenue since I moved to the beach.
Oh my goodness. You guys heard it here. He has 50x'd his revenue since moving to a more serene, calm, relaxed environment, which means your environment matters.
It's huge.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
That's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
So no, thank you so much. I look forward to working with you, Ramona, and just touching more lives. I think that
it's already done.
That's what this time in my life is about. How many more lives can we touch and show results? I'm a results-driven person, so building results. And so thank you so much for the time, and I'm always here if you need me.
Absolutely. And we are definitely partnered already. We're connected already. We are definitely getting ready to really take off now.
Yes, we are.
I was born and raised in Miami, Florida, all of my life, with the exception of the last 18 years when I sold that home there and then moved here, had this one built. And I've been here now in my present location for 18 years. It'll be 18 years next month in June. So this is second home. My first home, I could smell the ocean when I walked outside, out the front door. We lived I couldn't wait for my kids to get older to take them to the beach to get their first picture in the sand. So, and I have them all. So with that said, I definitely understand. I could see the picture, the white sand, the blue water. I could picture it. And guess what we do as a vacation? We go right back to the beach. I can't get enough of it. I can't get away from it for too long. But with COVID, that was the thing I missed the most. When people would say, well, what did you miss the most about being locked down? It was when I would get with my girls and my kids, and we would go to the beach. That's it. Panama City Beach is one of our favorite spots now, but there's nothing like Crandon Park Beach, which is the first beach that my parents took me to. And on my dad's off day in the middle of the week, he was off in the middle of the week during the summer. And that's what we would do. Pack up lunch and everything and go a little small grill, throw it in the car. And we would spend the entire day at the beach. When I tell you, I still remember that feeling of feeling refreshed, recharged, renewed energy when you came back home.
Yes.
And it's not even so much. Some people are like, well, I don't like the water. But you don't even have to like the water. You can just sit in the sand or just in the vicinity where everybody's just in flip-flops and sleeveless shirts, and they're just relaxed. And there's no pressure. There's no stress. There's not that high bound energy of the city where everybody's uptight and everybody's in a rush. And it's like, wait, slow down and smell the ocean.
And your brain can now think about where you want to go. And And I always say every morning when I go over to the beach, I take a walk and I say this. I say, you know, when I look out in the Gulf, I get to see how big God is.
Yes. Oh, you just hit the nail on the head. Let me tell you, my favorite thing was, and my girls can tell you right now, we know where to find mom in the morning at sunrise and in the evening at sunset, because that's another time where you really get to see his work, because it is fun. I have pictures, right? I collect them. I have pictures of sunsets that you don't get anywhere else unless you're on the beach, honestly. That sunset reflecting on the ocean and it touching where you, that's to die for. That is second to none.
And that's what allows us as entrepreneurs to keep doing what we do. So people may see us up till 2, 3 in the morning, but we take our moments, right?
Yes.
And as long as you take your moments and recharge, that's what it's all about.
That's it. Absolutely. Well, Think Energy, everybody. Anybody that's interested, definitely reach out. You heard him yesterday and today. In the next 5 years, so many people will be able and have access to this particular type of community solar energy, where you don't even need the huge big solar panels on the top of your roof to get this type of energy. And who doesn't want to save money? Because money saved is money made.
That's it. We're in 14 states right now. We're excited about opening up California, New Mexico, but we're up and down the East Coast, and I'm super excited about the next states we'll see. So
absolutely amazing. Thank you. Julius K. Williams III, everybody in the house again, day 2. So thank you, and thank you again. Forever grateful that you guys said yes, and that you're showing up, and that you are over delivering. And we have another phenomenal speaker waiting in the backstage, and that is another one of my leaders. I'm going to bring her up right now, as a matter of fact, so that she can join us, and I'll just introduce her to you right now as well. So with that said, we have Merlin Clark, one of my leaders of Preneur Queen Club. A pleasure, absolute pleasure to have you here with us today. How are you, love?
Hello, Ramona, Jose, and everyone in the audience. I am thrilled to be here today. When you reached out to me and you said the theme is reigning influence, leadership, and impact, I said, wow, that is right up my alley. That is what I love to do.
That is exactly why I reached out. I said, oh, this is her wheelhouse.
Yes. So thank you for reaching out to me. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best and what you're phenomenal at doing. And then I will come back up in about 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. See you then, Merlin.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. And Ramona, thank you for that amazing introduction and for this opportunity to speak about what I love to speak about the most. Today, we are reigning influence, and we are mastering leadership and creating a lasting impact. You know, in our rapidly evolving world, the ability to influence and inspire others has become a crucial skill for success in any field, whether it's in business, politics, or your personal endeavors. So today, what I'm going to do is define influence, leadership, and impact, and then share some tips or strategies that leaders can use to build strong, productive, and impactful teams. So here's the thing. Leaders, the term leader doesn't necessarily mean you have to be in an organization. You don't have to have a title to lead. So you can be a leader in your home, leading your family to be successful. So let's get that out of the way. You don't need a title to lead. Okay? So what is influence? Influence is the capacity to affect the behavior, opinions, or choices of others. It's the ability to shape perspectives and guide actions toward a desired outcome. In other words, you inspire others to take actions. It is different from manipulation, because with manipulation, you are moving them to take action based on your personal advantage, not the benefit of others. So that's a distinction there, and I want to make sure you get that. So what exactly is leadership? I'm glad you asked. Leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. And this is from my mentor, Dr. John C. Maxwell. Leadership is a process of guiding, motivating, and inspiring a group of individuals toward a common goal or vision. Effective leadership involves setting a clear direction, empowering others, and fostering a positive and productive environment. You just heard Mr. Weems talk about when he changed his environment, how he 50x'd his revenue. Environment is important. And I hope that at the end of this presentation, you will embrace the tips I will share to you to help you create a positive growth environment where your team members can be creative and thrive. I've given you the definitions of influence and leadership. So what exactly is impact? Impact is the profound and lasting effect an individual or organization can have on their surroundings, industry, or society. Impact measures the significance and resonance of one's actions and contributions. In other words, if you take actions, how did your actions impact others? Change them, move them forward. You now have the definitions of influence, leadership, and impact. So now I would like to clarify the misunderstanding that many people have regarding leadership and management. You see, many people use the roles leadership and management interchangeably. That is incorrect. While leadership and management are often used interchangeably, they are distinct concepts. Management is primarily concerned with efficiently organizing and coordinating resources to achieve specific objectives. It is managing processes. On the other hand, leadership is about inspiring and motivating people to work towards a shared vision, fostering growth, and driving transformative change within themselves and the organization. It is about people, not resources, people. I read somewhere that if you are leading and no one is following, you are merely taking a walk. In other words, the people you lead should be moving forward with the shared vision, engage and ignite them. That is your responsibility as a leader, to engage and ignite your team members to move forward. Now, effective leaders, they possess a unique ability to connect with their teams on a deeper level by cultivating a sense of purpose and commitment that transcends mere task completion. It's not just about completing the project, completing the task. You lead by example. You embody the values and behaviors you wish to instill in your employees, that is, your team members. Effective leaders understand that to connect with your team members, you don't shut yourself away in an office. You make every effort to get to know them. All right? You need to know who they are. I have seen where the CEO or senior leaders walk past their employees in the hallway. They don't even say hello. They don't know their names. And it's not a massive organization. They didn't make the effort. They missed an opportunity to connect with their people. Now, that is very sad to me, because if you want to create impact through leadership, You must understand that your greatest impact lies not in your individual achievements, but in your overall ability to empower and develop those around you, your team members. As leaders, you should create an environment there's that word again. You need to create an environment that fosters growth, creativity, and continuous learning. This is how you unlock your employees' full potential and drive sustainable success. Environment is crucial. People need to feel like they belong there. So now here are some key strategies that you can employ to create lasting impact. You need to communicate a compelling vision. Articulate a clear and inspiring vision that resonates with your team's values and aspirations. But how do you know what their aspirations are if you don't get to know them? You need to motivate them to strive towards a common goal. You cannot expect team members to get on board and perform at a high level when you have not even shared your vision. They need to know what is expected of them. What is your vision for the organization? You need to foster an inclusive and collaborative culture. You do that by encouraging open dialogue. You want to respect diverse perspectives and create an environment where everyone feels valued and empowered to contribute. Every person from the C-suite to the mailroom should feel valued and empowered to contribute. I read somewhere today that people do not leave bad jobs. They leave bad bosses. It is up to you to make your team members feel valued and appreciated, and they will be there for quite some time because it's the right environment and they feel like they're part of it. Serve as a role model. Lead by example. You want to demonstrate the behaviors and values you wish to instill in your team and holding yourself accountable to the standards that you expect from them. This whole thing about do as I say, not as I do, is not going to work. That was decades ago. Lead by example. And here's another quote from Dr. John C. Maxwell that resonates with me. He says, the more accountable you are, the more credible you become. The greater credibility you demonstrate, the more believable and trustworthy you are to the people you lead. So let me ask you this. How credible are you? Hold yourself to the same standard. You want to invest in personal and professional development. You want to recognize each individual's unique strengths and potential and provide opportunities for growth, learning, and skill development. When I consult with some business owners about training and opportunities for their team members, I get the response from some of them that, oh, I don't have a training budget. It's very expensive. My response is, if you can't afford to train your employees, what will it cost you if you don't train them? They're not going to be high performers. They're not going to be high producers. Here's the thing. If you refuse to invest in your people, they feel unappreciated, undervalued, and will not grow. On the other hand, when you train them, they feel valued, appreciated, and will go the extra mile. To be an effective leader, you must be willing to embrace change and innovation. By doing so, you're cultivating a continuous improvement mindset. Encourage your team to challenge the status quo, to take calculated risks, and embrace new ideas and approaches. You do not want to be that organization or that leader that is left behind because you do not embrace technology. Get on board. Can you imagine if you are a doctor and you're still operating on people the old way? They're new technology. The doctors are using technologies and performing surgeries that are less invasive because they're on board with the new technology. You want to get on board, stay with the trend, and move your organization forward. Effective leaders are empathetic, rather. When your employees make mistakes, I think you should hold them accountable. However, you should provide opportunities for them to learn from their mistakes and grow. Because remember, if you don't provide opportunities for them to learn and grow, they will shrink back. They will not speak up and share ideas. They will not be as creative. Remember, failure is the condiment that gives success its flavor. We all are going to fail at something. Every expert was once a beginner. When your employees see you and they see that you're empathetic, they're more innovative and creative. If you're not empathetic, they will shrink back in meetings. They won't share their ideas and they remain stagnant. This is not how those employees will unleash their full potential. The next thing you want to do is create an environment of trust. You can do so by training them to perform certain tasks and then delegate those tasks to them. It shows that you trust them. You hired them in the first place because they're qualified, correct? So why not equip them to handle more responsibilities? Show them that you trust them instead of hovering over them, being that helicopter boss. Practice effective communication skills. Speak less and listen more. Effective communicators understand that your team members' personality styles as well as their communication styles are key. You must get to know that. When you get to know their personality styles and their communication styles, it enables you to communicate with them on their level. Now, as a DISC behavioral analyst, I help people identify their personality style and communication style, as well as their strengths and weaknesses. As a leader, you must be able to identify your employees' strengths and weaknesses. It helps you to assign them to roles that match their personality styles and their strengths. They're more effective when you do so. And when you identify their weaknesses, you can help them overcome those weaknesses. But first, you must know what they are. It's all about the law of awareness. It says you must know who you are in order to grow. Effective leaders are the last to speak. In meetings, you should be the last to speak. And here's why that's important. When you are the first person to speak in that meeting, you set the tone for how the employees will respond and share. They will say what they think you want to hear, not necessarily giving their honest feedback or their honest opinion because they don't want to upset you. But when you let them speak first, you hear what's on their mind, and then you speak last. You show that you value them. You value their opinion, not forcing your opinions on them. Be successful leaders like Jeff Bezos. They'll tell you, be the last to speak. Effective leaders embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they see it as crucial for effective leadership to create lasting positive impact. Okay? Diverse perspective drive innovation and creativity. So when you foster an inclusive environment that values different backgrounds, experiences, and generations, viewpoints, leaders can tap into a rich pool of ideas and solutions, driving innovation and competitive advantage. Too many leaders are leading all their employees with a cookie cutter approach. You need to get to know your employees and lead them based on your knowledge of them. You cannot build successful teams if you lead Gen Z employees the way you lead your boomers and your Gen X's and your millennials. You have to lead them differently. They are wired differently, I'm telling you. So you want to make sure you get to know your employees, meet them where they are, know their strengths and weaknesses, and lead accordingly. So by mastering the art of leadership and influence, you can create a lasting impact that will extend far beyond your immediate sphere of influence. Learn to lead yourself first. Be the last to speak. Know your employees' strengths and weaknesses. In fact, I think if every company would have their employee directory and list their strengths and their personality styles and their communication styles, I think that would be amazing. You will know how to communicate with each other. Be empathetic. Be the last to speak. You will shape the lives and careers of those around you, and you will leave a legacy that will last throughout generations. What type of leader are you? Be the leader you would like to have. Be the leader you would like to have. If any of this resonates with you and you would like to learn more about a DISC assessment, about my leadership programs, my team building programs, my communication skills programs, you may reach out to me in my Biz in the Box, https://merlinclark.com, merlinclark.com, and connect with me. Schedule a 30-minute complimentary discover session to learn more about my programs. And with that, I await the amazing Ramona Rogers.
Oh my goodness, what a phenomenal segment on DISC. I am excited that they have had this masterclass because that's exactly what it was. I have pages and pages of notes, by the way, from just the 20 minutes that you have spoken. And some of my biggest takeaways: people need to feel like they belong. People need to feel like they belong. You cannot expect people to get on board and follow when they don't know the vision. So make sure.
They need to know the vision.
Yes, they want to know where you're taking them. Where are you taking me?
How am I going to follow you and perform if I don't feel valued?
Oh, huge.
Valued. You invite me to the party, you invite me to the dance, but you don't ask me to dance.
Oh,
if you're going to bring me on board,
goodness,
you need to engage me.
Wow.
You get so much more from me if you invite me to dance. Just don't invite me to the event and let me be a wallflower. Invite me to dance.
Oh, my goodness. Powerful. Can churches also implement these types of things? Because I think sometimes there's a huge, they tend to separate themselves from personal development, from leadership, from growth and
in fact,
they are organizations. In fact, they do hire staff, right?
DISC is used in every type of organizations, from government agencies, corporations, nonprofit, churches. Think about a pastor who is counseling a couple.
Okay.
They have a communication problem. And if he knows their personality style and their communication style
Yes.
and can counsel them,
Yes.
it's not that she doesn't love you. It's not that he doesn't love you. It's because you're not communicating effectively because you think she's controlling, he's controlling.
Yes.
Letting them understand this is how this person is wired.
Wow.
You know?
Amazing.
They're wired.
I
Anybody
love
can use it.
Yes, yes. Anyone can use it. That's the key. That's exactly what I wanted you to break down and deliver today. Anyone can use it and should use it.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I love that you actually said this was like a huge, I just lost it when you said this. People don't leave bad jobs. They leave bad bosses.
Yes.
Wow. I'm like, oh. And then I loved when my managers would come to me and say, I have a problem with losing staff. My retention is so high.
Why is that? Why is that? I have so many people coming to me. This lady in church, she said, Merlin, I wish you could get to speak to my team, because she said it's a toxic environment.
Woo.
It's toxic. It comes back again to environment.
Yes.
You can't thrive in an environment that is not equipped for growth. People need to feel that they belong. They need to be valued, appreciated. They need to know that if I make a mistake, my boss is going to create an opportunity for me to learn from this mistake.
Absolutely.
And grow from it. Right. This way, I won't shrink back from being creative. But if I know that he's going to on me if I make a mistake, I'm not going to try anything new. I'm not going to be innovative or creative. I'm going to stay right there where I am. I'm going to be stagnant because I'm going to shrink back.
Better yet, when you're building that team, whatever team it is, I don't know, audiovisual team or event team or care team or prayer team, guess what? When I know and that even if you taught or spoke about these things, but if I see something different, there's a disconnect. Yes. You're not walking the walk. You're saying it, but you're not walking the walk. You know it, but you're not using it. And you're sitting there with a hammer, waiting for and hovering. I love the word you use, hovering. Yes. If you're hovering, if you're a helicopter boss, like you can be a helicopter parent, right? Sometimes you can helicopter over your children to the point where, oh my God,
they can't move.
They can't move. They can't even think. They can't even think their way through a decision, a tough decision, a small decision, because they are so accustomed to you dictating to them how to think.
Yeah. You hired me, so you must have seen that I'm qualified.
Absolutely.
You give me additional training, then delegate more tasks to me to make my job more enriched.
Yes. Yes.
And then you're showing me that you trust me. That's how you develop that trust right there and credibility.
Yeah. And a lot of times when I've worked for many, a lot of times when they don't trust, it's an issue that they have with themselves. They don't trust themselves. It's insecurity. It screams insecurity, but in their minds, I put on a suit, I dress up, I do my hair, my makeup's perfect, and I walk through like the boss, and then you hover. And what that screams is that you don't trust your own ability to lead, as well as you don't trust yourself and the decisions that you make. So the only way that I can make sure that I am doing a great job is I have to hover over you. I have to watch you. I have to let you know I'm watching you. I have to glare at you if I even think that you're not. And that is a recipe for disaster.
Disaster. The tagline for my business is "We are moral authority leadership." We are moral authority leadership. And here's why it is. Because moral authority is the highest level of authority.
Ooh, yes.
It is not
It's not your title.
It's not your title or your position.
It's not your position.
You have
There's positional leadership.
Exactly. You have earned it, and you earned it from the people you lead.
Yeah. Ooh,
See?
that's good.
Yeah.
So good. I love it. Oh my gosh. Merlin, we have Bobby Vincent that has just popped into the Bobby. If you turn on your camera, you can join us on stage. Were you listening to the entire
Hey,
segment?
everybody.
How
Hi,
are you?
Bobby.
I got to hear the beginning of the last talk, and then I got cut out because I'm here on Long Island. We have a couple of gaps in service, and I
Oh,
was
wow.
driving, and it got cut out, and I said, no! Because it was so great. It was going in exactly the direction I feel like so many people need to hear, and I missed the second half of it, but it was amazing.
Oh my
Amazing.
Oh, she is always amazing, as a matter
And
of
I
fact.
feel like
So-
I've heard you before. Was she on the Merlin, right? Were
Yes.
you on the previous conference last month, or have you just been on Clubhouse? Because I've heard you before.
I've been on Clubhouse, and I wasn't there last month, but I've spoken on DISC and leadership before.
Okay, yeah.
She's
Yeah.
spoken on it before right here in Rio, the Royal
Yes.
Influences Organization.
Yes.
Not last conference, but a couple. We had 5 total last
Yes.
year, 2023.
Yeah.
So she's been on my stages also. So if you've been and you spent a lot of time there. So she has come into my rooms and hung out and spoke on it there as well. But wow. Oh, I still have pages front and back.
This whole thing, I think it's crazy that anybody who has access to this, they bought a ticket or they happen to be a friend or family member of a speaker, they're nuts if they're not on this every second. They can pop an earbud into their ear and listen. There's so much value here between all the speakers, so many different perspectives. And it's like, Ramona, your ability to find just the right people that speak to things in just the right way. It's incredible. Not many people can do that, because I've been at events where it's kind of like hit or miss. And here it's like, man, every speaker, every single one, I could write pages.
I have written pages, literally. I take notes myself, right? Who am I? Who am I to create this phenomenal event and create the titles and the headings strategically and specifically for the people that I know I serve? The people, my ideal customer avatar, the people that I am called to serve can use every single nugget, every single point, every single message, all of the value that is brought here I keep them in mind. I create with them in mind. I create specifically for them. So whether they're watching live, like you said, Bobby, or later on replay, that's who I created for. I mean, I coach them. So I know exactly what's not there, what's missing, right? Not only that, I tell them what's missing, because they did not have the luxury, they did not have the privilege of working for a Fortune 500 company like myself, like I did. And at 19, became a regional manager and had the fortunate experience of having the Tony Robbins that was brought in to our corporation conventions to teach from. I mean, literally, we got it first before it went out to everybody else. I was one of the core team members of management there, right? So we got it first from Bob Proctor, from Jack Canfield. Oh my God, Jack Canfield changed my entire life forever. So what you're really seeing right now is just the repercussions of me investing in myself, for one. I still have a set of cassette tapes. I'm aging myself right now. Cassette tapes. I don't even have anything to play them on anymore. That's modern technology, right? Where do I find a cassette player nowadays?
Amazon.
A set of 12. And it was How to Build Your Confidence from Jack Canfield at one of these conventions at his table. I also have his first edition of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Oh. And he has a series of them now.
Yes.
But this was the very first edition, which was the story even behind that book. Nobody wanted to publish it, and it was just a mess. And it was like, and now to be absolute bestseller, and now have all of these chicken soup for the soul for the widow, chicken soup for the soul for the parent, chicken soup for the soul for the single mom, chicken soup for the, I mean, it's now this huge, it's turned into and blossomed into this huge series.
Yes.
But and the story behind that, but oh my gosh, I remember the seat I was sitting in the day that my paradigm was shifted forever. And I went out back into the market and became the top. I won Educator of the Year within 6 months. The numbers in my region started blowing up and got national awards. So when I tell you, so I'm now just recreating what I was exposed to. That's it.
In your own special way.
Exactly.
Right.
With my sauce and flavor, on it, which reminds me of another point that oh, here it is. Failure is the condiment that gives success its flavor.
Yeah.
I was listening, Merlin Clark.
You were. Because I want people to know they should embrace failure.
Yes.
You know, I did not grow up with that. When you fail at something, it's like you're an outcast.
Yes.
That's failure.
Are you kidding
Look
me?
at those amazing people. Einstein failed. Edison failed. But you know,
numerous times. Numerous times.
You know, so failure is this condiment that gives success its flavor.
Yes. Let me tell you something else. You mentioned you beat this word to death in a very good way inside of that 20 minutes. You use the word empathy over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yes.
You must be able to empathize with people. Oh my God. If you cannot empathize, you are walking around in a bubble. And you are bouncing. You know how bubbles, well, the right bubble anyway, in the right environment won't pop, right? And you're walking around just in this little bubble, in your own little world, in your own little headspace, in your own little thoughts, in your own little ideas, and they aren't penetrating. They aren't impacting. They aren't moving the needle. And I love the one that you commented, you said something about following. If you are a leader and you have no one following,
you're taking a walk.
You're just taking a walk. Oh,
you're just taking a walk.
Bobby,
Right.
are you kidding me?
Right?
I was like, whoa, wait. So you're getting up, you're getting showered, you're getting dressed, you're putting on makeup, or
You're like, "I'm the greatest."
or your favorite shirt for men. Okay, I don't want to make this one-sided. Or your favorite shirt or your favorite sneakers for men, and you are just signing up that day to take a walk.
Yeah.
If you don't have anybody following. Now, Merlin, let me just ask you. Christina said bombs being dropped. So let me just ask you, Merlin. Let's say that I have employees. Do I not consider them a follower because I've hired them to be paying them to do a job? So because I don't want people to confuse that royal influencers, right? Or entrepreneurship, it's on you to get you where you want to go. So you're solo, right? Solopreneur. So I don't want people to confuse this. So when you hire people and they are an employee and I am the boss, quote unquote, or the hiring manager, quote unquote, or the leader, quote unquote, do I have a duty now? I gave them this sheet with all of their responsibilities and their role. You know, they went onboarded. You got onboarded. Now I walk away and just expect them now because I'm the boss. And when I walk through, I noticed they looked and they stood up straight. Oh, I'm really doing something. What's really going on there? Break down that dynamics or the mindset of the person who believes that is true leadership or leading, period, and break down what's happening with that employee and break down what the repercussions, the consequences are eventually going to be.
Okay. So you're the boss, you hire these people to work for you, you give them their tasks.
And then I want Bobby to chime in after you.
So they're there. Remember, leadership is influence.
Oh.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Nothing
Dr.
more?
John C. Maxwell.
Nothing less.
My mentor, Dr. John C. Maxwell. Nothing more, nothing less. Leadership is influence. So you give them the task and you've gone about your business. How are you influencing them? Did you get them on board? Did you share your vision with them so they know what is expected? When you share your vision, are you transparent with your employees?
Ooh,
Are you transparent?
that's good.
Some things you may not want to share until, but if you're not transparent, if you don't train them well, you're not influencing them. They will say what they think you want to hear.
Bingo.
They will say what they think you, and that is why I said in meetings, be the last to speak.
Absolutely.
Because when you speak first, you set the tone for what they're going to say. They're going to say what they think you want to hear. But if you let them speak first, you get their true feelings, their opinions, because you haven't set the tone. Then you know your employees. You know what they're thinking. You know their ideas. And they know that when they make mistakes, you provide an opportunity for coaching them, because you don't want them to keep repeating the same mistake, okay? You want them to, document your mistakes so you don't repeat them. But you also provide an avenue for them to learn from those mistakes.
Wow.
So that they will know that, I made this mistake, and Bobby, he coached me through them, and he showed me where I went wrong, and I documented it. So I'm not going to take those steps. I'm going to do something different. But because I know that Bobby did not penalize me and hammer me like this, when I have some great ideas, I'm going to share them in meetings because I know they will be welcomed. But if you don't, they're going to hold back on those ideas. It could be an idea that's going to lead that organization forward, but they're not going to speak up because you're going to see.
Exactly.
You have to show empathy, and you have to be human. You have to humanize everything. I'm not saying to let your people because I've worked in corporate financial.
Yeah.
I've worked in the mutual fund industry. I was a private banker. It was always financial, corporate financial, until I transitioned into training and development in those organizations.
Okay.
So I know that if you could make one mistake in financials and cost the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. I know that.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. That was huge. That was huge what you just shared. And I don't want people to miss this. I want them to be able to transfer what you just said from your experience in working in the financial sector in a huge corporation, right? And how one mistake can cost you thousands.
Yeah.
So as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as a leader, the same thing applies, everybody.
Everybody.
One mistake that you make you don't have to be a private banker. You don't have to work in finance. One huge flagrantly wrong mistake can cost you thousands
of dollars. You put a comma where it shouldn't be.
There you go. There you go.
There it is.
That's it. So just because you are helicoptering, just because you have people trembling in fear, just because you are the leader and you want to yell it from the mountaintops, and when you want people to shiver when you speak or walk into a room, and people have watched you mishandle or misjudge or wrongly accuse others, they are not going to be willing.
No. It's arrogance on the part of the manager. I'm not calling that person a leader. He is.
Oh my God. Oh, you won't even call him a leader. Wow.
No, because they're not leading.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, I've worked for organizations the last company I worked for before I decided to start my own company, I've seen some managers, and then they'll say, oh, if you have any questions, consult leadership. They were never, their communication skills has a lot to be desired. The way they speak to their subordinates. In other words, I'm up here. I can speak down to you because after all, I am the boss. And I'm saying, and I sit there and I'm saying, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Is that how you're going to positively influence people? No, it's not. You know, it's about people. A leader has the privilege of leading people.
Privilege.
Of leading
Oh my God. Because guess what? It takes years to build a reputation.
Yes. Yes.
And it takes one poor manager. You don't even have to be the poor manager. But you could be leading the ship, but one poor manager will tear it down.
Tear it down.
And tear your reputation up in the process.
Because of their ego. And if you hire someone with a personality style that you don't need for this team, you could wreck that team. If you have a team of employees, let's say you have 7 people on the team, and you have 3 strong, high Ds there, the dominant. You have 3 dominant personalities on a team of 7 people, and the leader of that team is not a D. You're gonna be in for trouble because Ds are decision makers. They're in control. Everybody wants to be in control and make the decisions. So that is why the DISC assessments are key to make sure you know their strengths and their weaknesses, their personality styles, to make sure you have the right person in the right role.
Amazing. And so, Bobby, this coincides with who you are and what you do as well as a confidence coach also. How could poor leadership impact someone's confidence? Or what does it also say about a person's lack of honing in on their leadership abilities or management skills? Because some people call themselves a leader, but they're really just a manager with a leadership title, maybe. All right. I mean, you heard it from the master. You heard it from the master herself right here. She has it's a master's degree or a doctorate by the time you really add up all of her business acumen in the area of leadership and behavioral analysts. And this is not a matter of people of just taking this DISC assessment and saying, oh, I am a high S and a low level I, or no. This is deeper. There are particular skills that you have that are much stronger. And then there's other skills that you are simply much weaker in as well. You need to hone in on the weaker skills and build them so that they become as strong as your strongest skills. Not just, well, that's just the way I am. Well, I'm just not good at this or that. Because this or that is going to be what costs you in any business. And it doesn't matter what business you're in. So I definitely just wanted to add that. So Bobby, back over to you.
Yeah, well, Marlon brought up a great point, and that is that ego. You know, if you're a leader and you have ego, you have arrogance and ignorance about the fact that the people beneath you are part of your team. And if you try to do it all, what's the point, first of all, of having a team? You basically just have a bunch of robots. And if you mess up, if you are the one at the top and it's a triangle, it's a pyramid, and you make one mistake, the entire pyramid crumbles because the weight of your mistake falls down on everyone. So a good leader, and when I worked for, I won't say the name, but I worked for probably the largest consumer electronics company that exists today. And they're in most of your homes. And one of the things that they did so well when I joined the team at the beginning of my 16-year career was they listened to the people at the bottom. And it's something most organizations don't do. When I say they listen to the people at the bottom, they didn't just listen to hear words and then move on.
Right there. Yeah, bottom up management. Top down and then there's bottom up. You have top down management, then there's bottom up management. Turn that triangle upside down and see what happens. Put your people at the top and you as the manager leader at the bottom and watch what happens. I don't work for you any longer. You, the leader, now works for me.
Well, what's amazing about it,
I get the paycheck, but
right?
Yeah, the dynamics change.
Well, what's great about it too is you diversify the range of ideas that are coming in. Instead of one person making a giant mistake that flops, or doing something amazing and then they're the god that everybody praises and gives all the power to, it diversifies the ideas. So now you have a wider range of ideas coming in. Everybody feels like they're part of owning the victories and the successes and the wins. And then what ends up happening is as you win, everybody, the lowest paid people, all the way up to the top, everybody feels amazing about it. And the entire craft is connected and well held together. Whereas it doesn't work like that once you lose that. And I'm going to tell you, in the 16-year careers, the 16 years I was with the company, at the beginning, they were not the top dog. And one of the things that put them over is my team, which was a field team. Our main job was to go out and collect market intelligence about competitors and the landscape and what consumers thought.
Everybody
and in real
does that, by the
time,
way.
yeah,
Everybody's watching their competitor. But
right,
are you really working on being better than the competitor? Otherwise, you get swallowed up. Because I worked with the company. I worked with the company that swallowed up the competitor. From 45. You know what? You know how we won, and you know how I win today. I win at doing the things that they refuse to do.
Right. But once you lose that, then there's a problem. And this is kind of what happened is they listened to the people at the bottom. They even integrated the bottom, the worker ants, so to speak. They integrated them into the decision-making, the challenging of ideas. It was a very up and down. I mean, you almost couldn't tell who was a manager and who was a worker.
Oh my God.
You almost couldn't tell because the managers would yield their ego to the fact that they knew they would gather incredible ideas if they created an open communication platform, and they did. We constantly
get rid of the boardroom table. Get rid of the boardroom table. Make it round so that everybody's on the. There is no person sitting in the seat at the front because the ones in the trenches are really running the show anyway.
Right, and that's working smart.
That's running the show.
And isn't that a smart leader anyway? You're being paid so much more. You probably have better benefits, a better vacation package. Why would you want to work harder than you have to? Empower all the people below you to bring out their great ideas. Not only are you going to get better ideas, because that's just how that works, diversifying anything, especially ideas. But when the company I worked for gave that up and they started to become a little bit elitist, what happened is they started hiring managers from other companies who didn't understand this. And those managers started to say, no, we have all the answers. You're going to follow our lead. And that's when the program began to fail.
Bingo.
That's when it began to fail because the people at the bottom were no longer listened to. They were the ones with the eyes and ears on the ground. And by not listening to them, it was a bunch of boardroom cubicle executives in a headquarters somewhere making decisions blind to what people actually thought on the ground. And it did not work.
And let me tell you this. The day you choose to create an environment, because remember, I think I did say this yesterday. If you take a baby shark and put it inside of a fish bowl, it will never become what it was created to be because it's in the wrong environment or the environment is too small, too restricting. So if you are a helicopter boss, manager, parent, whatever, you are restricting their ability to grow, to blossom, to become who they are meant to become. You can't dictate to someone else who they are and who they are going to become. You can give them a set of rules and a set of principles and standards, and then you release, back off, back up, and allow, and you remain empathetic enough to make sure that they feel comfortable coming to you to ask a question if they're confused, coming to you when they've overheard a plot, walked by a conversation and overheard a plot that was going on. But guess what? I overheard a plot but I don't think you're not approachable. You're so above where I operate and where I am, you're not even touchable. You're nowhere in the vicinity, in my opinion. And guess what? You're buying cakes and cupcakes and you're having a little party, but you're still distant and disconnected. So I'm still not going to, I don't care what you buy. I don't care how much fun it looks like and how loud the music. You have not connected with me to a point or in a place where I have let my guard down and you have built trust. A connection of trust, in a level of trust to the point where if I hear something getting ready to happen, I'm now getting ready to say, you know what? Oh my gosh, I must tell them what's going on here. They are going to stay quiet. They're going to take off that day so that they aren't even associated with whatever the situation is. Or if they make a mistake, you know what they're going to do? They're going to cover it up so you don't find out. And they're going to sit in the meeting that you're saying, someone did this and that, and we have found out. And they're going to sit there quiet as mouse and not say a word.
Well, you stole their confidence, right, Ramona? By not empowering them. You stole any chance they had of being confident and resilient and being open and honest, because they know that we're going to together take whatever this failure or mistake was, and we're going to figure out what lesson is to be learned so the organization can move forward in a stronger capacity. You ruined their ability to be mini leaders. You want to create an army of leaders, so if you're not there, everything still functions.
Yes.
You get everything still functions.
So I tell you
responsibilities, you can put anyone in that place.
Yes.
It creates more resilience within the organization.
Yes, and that's the true test. That's the true asset test, by the way, of a leader. Is walk away for a week and take a vacation. And you can't just solely rely on one person. Take that one leader that you trust out as well. Let's say that one leader even has an emergency, a family emergency. Now, has the next person that you know, like, and trust, that know, likes, and trusts you, have you really built a sound bond to the point where you can trust them?
Connection is key.
Oh, my goodness. And not only that, the other team members that are watching you also rely just on one person or two people. They also don't feel like you trust them. So they in turn don't trust you because it hasn't been built anyway. And there you go. There's a breakdown. So you have to really, it's a fine line of balance in authority, positioning, leadership, and all of the above. More bombs have been dropped. Thank you so much, Christina. But yes, Megan DiMartino is in the house, everybody. I saw you standing back there, but this conversation, Megan, was so good and so powerful. And this is my wheelhouse. I guess everybody heard
I know. Now today, guess where I am, guys, today? I am at my Computer Geniuses business.
Oh,
and remember yesterday I couldn't get the sound. Remember?
Yes,
okay.
I remember.
So I have a brand new computer, and this is Amanda, and and so I timed it where I would be here. Yes, meaning I knew that she would be able to figure it out. But again, I share this because as you guys are speaking, Amanda's listening, and she saw your disc. The
speaker,
the survey, the training module information, and she said she took that. And what I was saying to Amanda was because it said she was not assertive. She was a 3, I think. And I said, well, Amanda, you have it in you, and that's what people like Ramona and Bobby and Marilyn and me help you do, is bring it out.
Yes, absolutely.
Because she's a rock star. But again, it's that confidence in understanding that she's got it all within her already.
Yes, absolutely. So this is my wheelhouse. This is what I did. I built leaders. I built tons of them. and did a training with Supercuts called Management Operations Seminars, and did it for franchisees. Opened up stores in different markets and things like that. Like I said, we swallowed our team, my team on the Southeast Coast anyway. We swallowed up the competition. Great Clips, all of them. They just, I mean, they were sitting there in empty stores while our stores had standing room only.
Wow.
And that's what will happen. That's essentially what will happen if you don't really get your team on board and know what true leadership is, what it looks like, and really build that leadership muscle, because it is a muscle. It's a muscle that you have to build, and put yourself in the right environments, trainings, events like this as well. So, wow. So we have a collection of speakers here. I just decided they were sitting in the backstage. I decided to bring them up and let's hang out a little bit and everybody meet everybody and connect and things of that nature. That's what I am as well, a networker, connector as well. That's what I love. And that's how I think Bobby mentioned, how do you strategically just get these people? And what happens is you really ultimately you attract them, because you attract what you are, right? So, and they are attracted to you because that's what's coming out of your pores. That's what's coming out of your thoughts. That's what's coming out of the value. And they are attracted to it because that's what they are about as well. So that's essentially what is happening. So and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to watch it unfold right before your eyes. This is exactly what I envisioned. And once I just built it and let it go and just let it happen organically, this is what has been created. And wow, forever grateful.
Yeah, Ramona, I just wanted to bring you greetings from the White House, and Megan, I love you. Megan, I
She
love
was
you.
literally there yesterday, believe it or not. He was on the screen and at the White House. I'm like, oh my God, I'm pulling up at the White House right now. I'm like, wow.
We're going to give you the keys, Ramona. When you get the keys, when you come to the city, we're going to take you there. You got to take some pictures out here. But I enjoyed you. Ramona, I've been with you the last 2 days. I couldn't stop. You on all my monitors. And we're going to replay this on Pick TV Network. And I'm telling you, every screen in my house has you on all day.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I challenge everybody.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Please look at the repeats. Please replay it. Let's get these numbers up on YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch. This is amazing. I don't know anybody who's had this many collective powerful speakers like David Evans coming on twice, Bobby's blowing it away. Megan, my girl, Megan, and nothing but love for you. So I had to come back
you
on.
love her too. Oh my gosh. I'm like, Megan, you have to come back. I know how busy she is as well. And I'm like, oh, and she still says yes. And I'm like, thank you, Jesus.
I just take phone and computer with me and travel.
That's right. But that's nomad life. That's the beauty of being a nomad, right? Nomad life is.
I can bundle all you guys up and bring you to DC. I just wish I could just bundle you up, bring you to DC and snap you guys right here. The Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial, the Pentagon. We're waiting for you, Megan.
I did that tour, by the way. Virginia, Vienna, Fairfax, all of that was part of my region as well. And I did that tour, by the way, that you just rattled a few of them and a few extras to add in there years ago now. But I've done that tour as well.
Well, just a fun fact I want to share with you guys. David, I went to Marymount in Arlington on Reed Road. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Many moons ago. But regardless.
You never forget.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Ramona, I got a question for you.
Sure.
I know you've done clubhouse rooms where a conversation is one person talks, another person talks, maybe they bounce off each other. I know you've done these. Have you ever done a sort of mastermind, but one that's projected out to the world so people can see it live, like getting together 10 voices, throwing out a series of questions and just seeing what happens?
Wow.
Like we're doing here, but
Bobby, Ramona, that's what I basically did with the Propel expansion. I did where I had 7 women and 1 man.
Wow.
And it was streamed out all over the place, like you're saying, Bobby.
I was one of them.
And then we did a panel. I tested it with 4 gals. Uh-huh. So it was 7 women and 1 man, and I'm going to do it again with men and 1 woman. but that's what I was testing, Bobby, to see if it could stay focused, And it
Right,
did.
right.
Don't you agree, Ramona? It's
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Well, I just want you guys to know I'm going to send another great friend. I was just on a call with him with senators and with we were proposing an initiative, and it was Ron Will. She was here yesterday. And we were on a call for about an hour between 12 and 1 with senators and commissioners of Philadelphia. And wow, 15 leaders, high caliber leaders, dropped everything and showed up. And it was phenomenal. And that's pretty much exactly what it looked like also. But just to let you guys know, there are some things in the works. Ron Wilsh has offered us to come to Philadelphia inside of the Pyramid, 52nd floor in the Pyramid Club building, and 300 to 500 capacity venue. And he offered it to us to come and bring all of these phenomenal speakers there.
Wow.
On stage, live.
Wow.
And then Araya McGarry said, we have to get together. We have to do a live event. So this year, 2024, I planned that by the end of the year, I plan to have a retreat. It will be unisex, but the men will live in one building and women in another. And then we will come together throughout the day. And then on some activities come together, of course. And it'll be a retreat for one. And then two, there was going to be another live event with Araya McGarry, who offered right here in Atlanta, kicking it off. And that is definitely a panel, is what Bobby just described. A panel will be a part of every single one of the events. Live events that I do is a panel. So what I create right now, this wasn't planned. Christina's sitting there going, she's bringing everybody up. What's going on? But it's because it's a panel. I just created a panel.
Wow.
Right here virtually, I just did the panel format. Same thing that we did on the live format. I just created it here by just bringing all of you up on stage. So that's essentially what, yes, precisely that, Bobby. I have done that before.
I just think of the power of the conversations that have happened so far are amazing, but you know what happens when people bounce off each other. You think of things you never thought of before, and suddenly it's coming out, and together you collectively, and I'm just like, man, imagine just the people orbiting Ramona in a panel like that. It would just be, for anyone who watches that, several hours of content would probably just explode in their entrepreneurship ventures, their personal life, their everything. You're already doing it here, but imagine those voices just sort of expanding each other rapidly and exponentially in a live conversation. It would be, I mean, we just started doing it. Me, you, and Merlin, then David and Megan jumped in, and just imagine what happens with intention behind it. Yes. Oh my God, Ramona, I'm like, now I want it. I want that.
I love it. And let me say this. Speaking of which, Blindside Connections, everybody, you must go and follow blindsideconnections.com. That is one of my sponsors, Dylan Taylor. I have been coaching him for a year, and coming to all of these events, I have testimonials of exactly that, of people leaving these events and literally exploding. And I have watched my coaching clients literally explode. And that is because I give them this on a weekly basis. So yes, it is absolutely possible. So blindsideconnections.com, everybody. That is one of my sponsors, as well as Fast Lane Tools, as well as the Wardrobe Clinic, as well as, and all of my sponsors become ambassadors as well as the PIC TV network.
Yeah.
An ambassador of Royal Influencers Organization. And there is propel.megandimartino.com/info. Christina is on it, guys, single-handedly. So let me tell you let me give you my full team. My full team consisted today of myself, Ramona, Christina Baca, which is my administrative assistant, 19-year-old mentee as well. And she calls me her godmom. That's my goddaughter. And then today it was a co-host. There was a co-host that was readily available, hopped right in while I had to have that meeting. I was getting ready to call David Evans. I said, I don't know if he's filming. I don't know if he has people. I don't know if he's doing his TV show. I said, well, and it was just such short notice that Jose Elizondo of Fast Lane Tools stepped in. So with that said, that's the team that has been running. Now last year, the 5 events, it was just me and Christina.
Wow.
That's it. no sponsors yet, no nothing. It was just me and Christina. And then Dylan said, I want to be a sponsor. And I'm like, oh my gosh, absolutely, you can be a sponsor. And then he said, I want to be a part. And so Dylan Taylor, everybody, follow him on his socials are everywhere. Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube. He's everywhere. And you want to make sure that you reach out to him, get on a call. He is living with a vision impairment, and he believes accessibility, because without accessibility in your website, your landing pages, your events, and your event marketing materials, you are leaving up to 13% on the table. There's trillions of dollars in the disability community as well. And when you don't make all of these things accessible while you're building them, people like him with a vision impairment cannot access. And there's trillions with a T dollars in the disability community that wants to spend money on your platforms, buying your products and your services, and they can't. Because when they use things like screen readers and your buy button can't not be read with a screen reader, they can't even literally hit your buy button to buy your services. Can you believe that? So get an assessment and go over and create that call with him as well, and get an assessment of your landing page, your website, or whatever it is. And we're going to get out of Megan DiMartino's way. But first, let me check in and make sure that you're ready. Your sound and everything's fixed and good?
That's it. I've got Amanda here, my backup.
Awesome. Love it. So what I'm going to do is thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to Merlin Clark. Thank you to Bobby Vincent. Somebody gave me a compliment about you. Oh, I read it, Bobby, inside of the comments as well. When I came back from the meeting, guys, I was watching though, but I couldn't have the volume all the way up because I was, of course, but then I silenced my Zoom volume once I spoke, and then I was able to turn my volume back up. So I was like trying to make sure I didn't miss anything, get my nuggets, right? So with that said, thank you. David Evans from Washington, D.C. is in the house as well. We're going to get out of Megan DiMartino's way. And guess what? If you're still here,
Megan.
Call me Megan.
Absolutely, and we'll come right back. How about that? And Megan sent me a message as well that I should read right here live, where she said, we need to get with that David Evans and go on that show. She just texted that to me yesterday. So absolutely. So we are going to get out of your way, Megan. Thank you so much for your patience. That conversation was so organic and it just kind of happened. And that was through Merlin Clark empowering us and inspiring us to just take a deeper dive into that leadership aspect, being that she is definitely one of the leadership experts here today. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and take us down, and I'm going to leave you up, Megan. And you go ahead and
I have a question, Ramona, before you leave. So basically, I did my segment yesterday, so I'm really closing down the day.
Yes, you are. Essentially,
you
are. Absolutely. Okay. That's exactly what you're doing.
Okay.
So with that said, thank you, David. Thank you, David, for being here. We can come back up in 15 minutes or so after she's done.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Amanda. And Amanda, just say hello. Hi. Yes. And Amanda is the owner of A1 Smartphone and tablet. I wanted to say it correctly. We don't have the trailer there. Maybe they could make it up. But the reason I came today is because yesterday when I was on the Royal Influencer Leadership and Impact, I didn't have sound. I have a new computer. Amanda set it up, but that is great, but you have to have sound. So I said, I'm not going to waste my time or your time. And I wanted to do it here on my computer screen versus my phone, which I did yesterday to visit with you. So as I'm closing down Ramona's 2-day summit, I just wanted to share, I wore my Italian cap for a reason, because I always share that I'm a New York girl, deep in the heart of Texas, with a creative, serving, mentoring spirit. But in my DNA and my fiber, I am from Italy. All of my grandparents are immigrants, and they came to this country for a novità, a new beginning. And it's really in my DNA, as I said. And so bottom line of that, as I'm closing this day of amazing speakers, an amazing heart, and amazing information. And I say amazing because to have collectively, as Bobby said, to have everyone together, it truly is something very special. And so it is, you know, the being an influencer and being a leader is and are two different things. You can influence people. You can influence people in a negative way. You can also influence people in a very positive way. And then in order to collectively put together synergistically that leader piece, you have to influence them in a positive way. And when I say them, whomever you are working with, whomever, as Ramona was sharing about going, and we have this connection with the salon spa industry, and she was talking about her corporate work. And it really, what she was sharing about how she went into the field with her team who had that same vision, that same mission to excel and to help Sports Clips grow into what they were and are today. So you can't do it alone. She was talking about taking a vacation. I was thinking about how I took 3 weeks off at Christmas this year, went to New York area where my family and friends are, you know, family-ish friends, and I was gone. Now, mind you, the gals that are with me are not my employees anymore, but I mentored them. And so they are part of the Novita team here in the Austin market. So I, yes, checked the messages, I followed up on things, but most importantly, I knew that that business was going to function, the building was going to be fine, everything was going to be fine. So you have to pour into an individual to have them trust you and be part of you, to then lead them. As I said yesterday, leadership to me is to listen to a person, to educate a person, to advise a person, and develop that person. So when these gals were ready to start their own businesses, they were ready because they had been led and they saw it. And when how I functioned, how I did it, how I evolved it. One of the greatest compliments I have is when I hear them using my words. I shared yesterday the Propel Business and Life Activation Program that you can get on my link there, and join the Propel community, really was started from the place of knowing that it was time for me to give back to you, to help you start, scale, sustain, and as Ramona said yesterday, sell. I have built 3 7-figure businesses and I've sold 2. And so now I'm on my 4th business. And so it's the essence, but I could not, of this, influencing and leadership, I could not do any of this, zero, without a team. I'm just one person, I'm the team captain, but they are all unique individuals with their own, as I think Bobby was saying, how people then interject their thoughts and ideas. We had a weekly meeting and I would always open the floor to people to listen. So Ramona and I, with David and others and things that we're doing, are just beginning. Because yes, we started on Clubhouse and that was essentially our marinating of taking it on the show on the road. Now we can connect in real time and be with people. There's nothing more powerful than to be with someone, but this electronic medium is phenomenal. So, I've been building businesses and myself, because again, that is part of it. This is not easy, guys. That's why the sustain piece is so imperative. I mean, Amanda knows this. She's been building this business. I've been in Georgetown 20 years, and she's probably been here for 20 years. So the point is that it is not for faint of heart. But if you have that vision, you have that mission, and you have that passion, there's nothing that's going to stop you. But you can absolutely take it to the bank that it will never stay the same. It's always going to evolve. And God will guide you to that. Just listen to it, take that first step, and the second and third step will be revealed to you. And the reason, again, I wore this is my mentors in life are my grandfather, Alberto DiMartino, who came to the United States at 16 for a life, and he became a barber in New York City. And then my dad, Ray DiMartino, invented, technically, tissue end papers. So as my mom said, you're more like your father and your grandfather than anyone, but I didn't even know my grandfather. It's part of my DNA, and that's why I say that. So surround yourself with people that will help you. take that vision, that mission, that dream. If you see it and believe it, take action. And events like this are imperative to be involved with. So I am here for you guys. I'm here on every level. And so on my propel.megandimartino/info has my Sparkle Tree, it's a link tree, as my partner in just the electronic dynamic that I do. Angeline Moore and her Kingdom Sparkle Agency put that together and expanded it as we've been building the Propel, not only from the program and course, but also the community. Wednesday nights, we do our Propel Deep Dive live global, and then it is a podcast as well. So every Wednesday night, it's streamed out all over Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, X, and then it's then on obviously YouTube, and then all the podcasting platforms. So I do that, guys. So I surround you with people that you can glean from and hear their hearts and how they started, and then continued on. Because Miss Amanda here, she has an amazing business, but she is going to be Wonder Woman and assertive in her belief because she is that rock star. So we are here, Ramona, myself, Araya, Bobby, David, I don't want to say your name wrong, but everyone that have been with us these last 2 days. We are here to help you start, scale, sustain, create every aspect of your vision, your mission, to take it to where you want to go. Hope and possibilities is just over the horizon. There are infinite possibilities, and it is never too early or too late to create the life of your dreams. Thank you, Ramona. Now, who is this person?
I am here. Hello, Megan. Oh my goodness. That is Jose Elizondo. That's who I mentioned a little bit earlier.
Hello, Jose.
That was the co-host. He is the CEO of Fastlane Tools. I highly recommend, by the way, that everybody here listening go and book a call. And Megan, I highly suggest that you do the same. He will get on Zoom with you. He will show you how to integrate all of his tools, but more importantly, AI, that can go out and get customers.
Okay.
He has a bot, for example, that he will show you how you can train the bot that can go out and get customers to bring into your business.
May we have his information?
Absolutely. So there you go. You see that little QR code right there in the upper corner?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
See,
Jose, I'm learning.
That is the type of, you see how crafty he is with his tools?
Yes.
Now, Megan, wouldn't you love a little QR code sitting right there in your corner of your screen for Novata Spa? For people
well, we do it on everything, but things like this, like you said, with the trailer on the bottom, the QR code, Jose, is on our front door of our clinic, on all the signage, on every piece of paper, and everything we do, but meaning electronically, but not here. So you're right. Exactly.
It's always good to set a good foundation for how people are going to connect with you. Like, this is a speaking thing where I do free assessments for business. We have actually leadership tips. But having a solid foundation, whether it be rewards cards, automations, AI, all that stuff, we put that all together basically to simplify that so businesses could actually show up. Because most of the time when somebody goes, hey, I want your service, and you're like, you're scrambling all over. And we kind of joke around, and it's like, do you even have a buy button? Do you have something to where someone can actually connect with you? And so that's where I focus a lot on creating solid foundations for growth.
Well,
like you said, an assessment, because again, I think we do a fairly good job, but we could use that as well. There's always room for improvement, or evolution, meaning to take it and expand it. And so one of the things, Jose, and I'll just share this here, because this is a platform for others to learn and grow, is that we do regenerative stem cell therapy here in the Austin market. And we've been doing it for about 4 years. Now we have a decent business with this, and we do vitamin infusion, but and it's a big but. The basic business is referral, which is great,
Yes.
but it's time to take the show on the road and expand it.
Yes.
And what so Novita, however you pronounce it, has been in this market for 20 years. So it has a great reputation, but I shrunk the model to change the model in 22. So it needs, so people not, and we were doing regenerative stem cell in 19. So I now need, like your assistance, to take that foundation and have people know that this is what we do.
Definitely. So I love that you said, the awareness and also the referral side, because one of the great things that amplifies that the most is having like a process in place. And I'll share something that I actually just recently went through. And I just, I'm helping now a hair transplant doctor because of this. Because I recently went through a procedure. I used AI. I used my bots to actually go help me find a procedure to do it, because I realized that I am shining a little bit more than I should on the top. And a month ago, I went through this procedure, but as
I'm so glad you're telling this story, especially to Megan. She shared it with me before the event started, and now you're sharing it with the perfect person to share with her exactly how you found that particular facility.
So I leveraged AI. I told it I want to find a specialist in doing this, but then I wanted to find the reviews of how people are actually talking about it. But I wanted to find people who are speaking emotionally driven, not, hey, great job, this is awesome. More, this was a procedure that changed my life. This was even good or bad. I wasn't, I want to know what it is. It turns out that I found one of the top 10 doctors who do long hair transplant, to where I don't have to shave my whole head.
Right.
He's one of the few speaking around the world on this. And so I went over to the procedure, and I'm always excited about recording processes, sharing journeys. So I got up and I'm like, hey, can I record this? And he's like, we were going to ask you the same thing. He goes, most people aren't so vulnerable to share those journeys. They want to cover things up. And I said, if you can give me a copy, I'm happy to. Well, that was one of the coolest experiences, because he shared every step of the procedure. Hey, this is how you do it. So I started telling him, hey, what I do is I put systems in place. You've given me so much information so fast, because I used AI to kind of learn so fast, but there was so much little nuances that I didn't know. So we are now breaking down a video step-by-step process of what the pre-procedure, during procedure, post-procedure, all those options are of taking care. And that really just amplifies the journey of every client towards magnifying it. And then we also have tracking for referrals and all the extra stuff.
Great.
So that's just really amplifying.
Right. Let's get together.
Process.
Yeah, because we did a video latter part of last year that has 3 testimonies on it. So you can go to novitaspa.com. It's on this link tree here, the website. But anyway, the videos are there because there's 2 men and a woman, and their needs were so very different, and also their ages and what's going on. But the response that they have received from it is extraordinary. It's changed their lives. And so, as I said to you, I'm on a mission, truly a mission, to help people, because post-COVID, there's so many people that are very reluctant to go. They don't want to have surgery, meaning like a knee replacement or so forth. They don't. And also their confidence in the medical world. And so I look at myself as an educator, and that's why what you just said about the hair restoration or the implant is so powerful, because it's breaking it down into small manageable parts where people can see, and dispelling, misinformation, and also, sharing correct information.
Definitely. But it's a really important part too, is to follow up with them. So having even automation, send them an email, hey, a checkup, like I didn't know that I was going to lose it again. And then it's regrowing. So now I'm getting little reminders on the procedure. I'm sharing, hey, this is the journey. These are all the steps for it. And that way they feel fully nurtured, because this is a year-long program that I signed up for.
Yeah, I assumed, yeah.
And so you want to make sure that you fulfill on that and know what are your next options. So I think all businesses really need to have that laid out properly. What's their outreach, what's their onboarding, their fulfillment, their recommendation. Going through all those steps is what really makes a big difference in business.
Exciting. Well, thank you, Ramona.
Absolutely. You're
Thank
quite
you.
welcome. I remembered you mentioned this, Megan, yesterday. I forget. I think we did another little panel yesterday as well, but you did mention that you aren't quite there yet when you were telling the story about the gentleman that about a week or so ago had interest in buying your business.
Yes.
And Jose, she's exited a couple of businesses already. And this new one, the newest that she has now, she's gotten another offer of someone who's interested, showing interest, and wanted to speak about it. And she just said, no, I have goals that I want to reach. I'm not there yet. I'm not ready to let it go yet. And she said, I'm working on some things and I want to get, more reach and etc. And I said, wow, it's when you get on these calls with Jose and he literally goes in and shows you how it works. Oh, game changer.
One of the nice things that I just want to add that I know you appreciate by this, and I could tell that you understand this part. It's really is getting that business out of your head and putting it into a system, a process. As you guys were mentioning earlier, I was following through with this. Is being able to walk away and have it still run, without you. Being able to put something in place or people in place, automation or delegation, so that you can exit. You can actually walk away and say, hey, I do want to just keep a royalty, or I do want to just completely.
Right, exactly. And they actually asked me that, yesterday, did I want to stay involved? And so, but I knew, again, the threshold was not where it needs to be.
Gotcha.
And so I know that. So and they were like, okay, let's stay in touch.
Absolutely. So this bot that Jose has, when you input your information for your specific business type and model, and what products and services, it will go out and literally find all of the customers that have just entered on social media somewhere, looking for this product, looking for a product for my skin. I don't know, wrinkles or sagging jaws or whatever it is that your product does. He will program the bot to go out and find the customers who are searching in your general area even.
Wow.
Right
yes.
down
That's important. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right down to your area. And now, and then your business will show up to them.
Yeah. We want to make sure we have the right language and we're speaking to your audience, not just blasting information out there, because it's easy to throw money away that way.
Well, that's one of the significant things about myself is that I've had stem cell, Jose. And so my story is really, this, we started, as I shared earlier, in January of 19. And basically it's been built on my left knee, because I needed a knee replacement. It's just like what you shared earlier about yourself, Jose. And I needed a knee replacement. I did not want surgery because I had researched that it was a 60-40 ratio of success. And I didn't want to be the 40% with plastic and metal in my knee or replacing my real knee. And furthermore, it didn't last forever. So then you'd have to do this 10 years later and you're 10 years older. Well, that didn't make any sense to me. Right. And so then I set out to find, because I knew of regenerative stem cell. When I had it, Jose, people who saw me struggling said, can I have that too? And that's how it started.
Wow. Isn't that amazing? Wow. And the connections, real live, real time connections and collaborations that come out of being in these types of environments and events is phenomenal. I absolutely love it. So I'm going to bring Bobby, if you're available, want to come back up for a couple of minutes, feel free. Open your camera. Don't want to touch
Julio and Bobby and everyone else. I do need to say goodbye.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Thank you so much. A pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with everyone, and we are just starting a global connection here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again, Megan DiMartino. Wait 1 second. Don't leave yet. I have to take a snapshot. Okay. Real quick snapshot. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Let me grab this. There we go. Snapshot. Done.
And let me do the same. Hold on, guys.
Sure.
Let me do the same. Put that down. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Be blessed.
Thank you so much, Megan DiMartino. Oh, there he is. Bobby has opened his camera. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. That was Megan DiMartino in the house, day 2 and 1 of the Royal Influencers Organization. And I'm going to go ahead and he has such a phenomenal backdrop. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up, even though he's not in his chair right now. But David Evans, you are back. You are back on screen.
Just check my tie up, bro. You put me in the kitchen. I was jumping in the kitchen for a minute. Everybody got to come and cook their favorite meal on Pick TV Network.
That's right. Absolutely. So with that said, I definitely just wanted to thank you guys. It was an absolute pleasure. Christina Baca, thank you, Christina Baca, for being here for two full days with me, hanging out. And as well as, now, can you imagine being 18 or 19? Can you imagine if we all had this at 18 and 19? Think back. I mean, really think back. We had this kind of proximity, this kind of knowledge, and this kind of connection at 18 and 19. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I did, as a matter of fact. So that's when I actually walked right out of college and right into this company and right into, my mom even said, don't just go and get your cosmetology license. You can do more. And I said, I plan to. And I had no idea, but I believed it. I said it and I believed it. And that's exactly what took place. So that is the power, guys, of influence. Remember, this is reigning influence. Reigning influence. This isn't just a fancy title. I literally meant every single word. When I created and launched Royal Influencers Organization, we empower, we help you to elevate, as well as evolve. I meant every word. And that is why and how I have created what you guys have been experiencing. So it's those same people, just with a different name, with the same general idea and principle of serving others. And when you have the intention and the expectation, that is exactly what ends up happening. People like yourselves show up. People like the other speakers that you've heard and have been exposed to all in these 2 weeks or 2 days. Sorry, it feels like 2 weeks, but 2 days show up. And people start to literally evolve in their personal lives as well as in their professional lives. People like Ron Wilch, who wants to be a better speaker, a more powerful speaker. And he shows up. Doesn't even really have to, but he shows up. And he stayed the entire day. People like Julius Weems, who I met through David Evans, who David Evans invited to the last conference 3 weeks ago. And he now shows up at this conference as a speaker. He doesn't have to, but he did. And that in itself speaks volumes. And I hope it speaks as loudly as it does to every single one of you guys out there that's listening and watching, or we even watch the replay. Yeah. It is what the environment you put yourself into and who you have in your circle matters. We are including the naysayers. You need those too. You need naysayers as well. Naysayers are giving you feedback. And when anybody takes the time to stop and comment on anything that you're doing, whether it be negative or positive, be grateful. Because guess what? As long as people are talking, then you're doing something right. And that's the good and the bad. Because if they are even taking the time to even say something negative, guess what? That means that they are doing what? Watching and paying attention.
Wow.
Now, do we really want it? Of course not. But the simple mere fact that they stopped doing what they were doing and they felt the need to impart their opinion, because that's exactly what it is, opinion, right? Many of these people we don't know, and many of them may have seen us in the same space and never even took the time to get to know you anyway. So we know just to but what we aren't going to do is we aren't going to give weight we aren't going to give value to their opinion, especially if we know that it's derogatory in nature and it's negative and it doesn't apply and it's not accurate. What you do is just be thankful that they see something happening that they really want to be a part of, and they just don't know how yet. So you reach out to those people as well, and you convert them from a listener and an observer and a distant observer into a follower and a fan. Because everybody has the potential to be your customer. Everybody has the potential to be your customer. And one day you might hear, well, I was watching you from afar, and I saw you really growing and doing some great things. I just didn't quite understand and know what you did or what you do. And then you go, wow. And then you start hearing that over and over and over and over. And the best part of it, I see Bobby and Jose's nodding, but the best part, my favorite question is when people come into my DM and say, what do you do? I love that. I absolutely love that question. It's a loaded question because I know that I have my title spread everywhere. I know that every time I speak, I'm delivering the same message, just maybe different aspects of the value, right? But when they come to you and they say, what do you do? That is the biggest compliment that you can ever get, because you've piqued their interest. They have identified you as someone that they want to get to know better, because they're asking, what do you do? They're opening the door. They not only like the post or comment under a post, they went into your DMs and they ask a question. They're saying, hey, I like you. Hey, I want to get to know you better. Hey, whatever it is that you're doing, I'm interested. And that, my dear friends, is a customer that's ready to go. They're ready to work with you. They are ready with credit card in hand, ready to buy your services or your products. Now just make sure it's accessible and reach out to blindsideconnections.com, as well as get those tools and your fast lane tools and your processes and things of that nature in place and ready to incorporate and integrate into your business. And make sure that you also have your confidence intact as well. And Bobby Vincent is here and can help you with that also. So guys, give me a quick synopsis right here on stage of what your experience has been like working alongside, whether it be on a project or just in Rio, the conferences, or on Clubhouse rooms, etc. And I'm going to let Bobby tell us first.
Well, Ramona, during the COVID experience that we all had to go through, whatever you think of it, we were all stuck in similar situations. And I remember my wife came up to me and she said, oh my God, Bobby, you don't stop talking. And I just heard about this app called Clubhouse. You have to go on there because you could just talk all day. And I said, that sounds great. But an interesting thing happened. I went on there and I saw that there were so many great conversations happening that I chose not to speak for most of the time. I did not jump on stages and mostly speak unless I felt compelled to. I listened. And I spent more time listening on Clubhouse than probably any other time in my life, other than reading books where you have no choice but to read it and absorb. And right. Ramona, you were one of the people that I kept bumping into in rooms over and over and over, where I just listened to you and I loved your energy. I loved your enthusiasm. I loved the way you handled different situations. And I just liked listening to you. And I said, every time I saw you in a room, I would say, I want to be in that room and just hear what's going on. Because it wasn't just about you. I knew if you were in a room, the other people that were in that room, not just because they came for you, but because you wanted to be with them, the John Lees of the world, right? The Grant Cardones of the world, and many, many, many other, Credit Ninja and a whole bunch of, and I would just listen. And the craziest part is you guys had no clue who I was, because I was always in the audience quiet listening. Right. And it came at a perfect time, because a couple of years after COVID, I parted ways with my career of 16 years or almost 17 years. And I said, I'm going to become an entrepreneur. And I've learned so much listening to these people that I can hit the ground running. It doesn't mean it will be perfect. I am on my own path,
Of
But
course, of
but
course.
I've
It's
heard
not
so
supposed to
much,
be.
and I just kept listening. And it wasn't until the past couple months I started speaking up, because now I've established what I'm doing on my own path, and I want to start sharing some of my knowledge and experience, and I guess overall my wisdom
Of
with
course.
other people, and also spark conversations that now I want to be part of.
Right.
And that's kind of where Ramona, for me and you, is like, I mean, I've got so much value from you and the people you know and the people that gravitate towards you, that I finally reached out to you and I said, I would like to start sharing some of what I have built and some of what I want to share with the world through your channels. And that's kind of where this happened. And
Wow.
I just want to thank you, because you have no idea what you and many others have done for my path. I probably couldn't have started a company in such a short time and done
Wow.
well enough without that jumpstart, because I was not an entrepreneur before. I was a businessman who worked for someone. And
Oh my
two
goodness.
very different things. So
Right. Absolutely. Wow. Bobby, that was a powerful, powerful testimony. That's exactly what that was. That was a testimonial. And I just want to say thank you, for one. Thank you for reaching out. For two, I remember, I still have all of your messages when you reached out, as a matter of fact. And I said, you said one thing to me. You said, well, I would like to get on a call so that you can kind of get to see who I am, learn more about me, and just see if I'm a good fit. And if you notice, I wasn't really that eager or rushed to get on a call, because anytime that I am in a room, I'm very attentive, for one. I know who's there, for two, whether it be in the audience or not. And Jose can probably tell you that better than anybody. Jose learned a lot about how I moderate, right? So what you see is that I'm just on this stage surrounded by all of these phenomenal people and entrepreneurs and things like that. But what I'm really doing is I'm already getting to know you. You just don't know. Like you said, you're there and I don't even know that you're there. I know who's there. And I pay attention to who keeps coming back. And I pay attention, and I can put you right in the rooms where I saw you as well. I was just that way, wired that way also, but that way I paid attention, closely paid attention to the people in the audience, because guess what? Like you, I was one of those people also. When I first came onto Clubhouse, I would just come on and sit in the audience. Nobody knew. The minute I got on stage and started speaking, people were like, oh, like, where have you been? Like, why are you not on stage speaking? You're a speaker. And I'm like, yeah, for years, long before Clubhouse, I've been speaking. I didn't just start speaking, but like you, during the pandemic, I also started homeschooling my girls and things like that. So I had a lot of other things. I was babysitting my grandson as well for my daughter, so that he wouldn't be in daycare with other kids getting sick and things like that. So that's it. That is how I met Ramona. Now the rest is history. Christina met me that way as well. She was in the audience listening. And then I would go into a room and boom, she was right there. I would go into another room. I'm like, oh, that's that Christina. That's the Christina profile again. And then I started seeing it as I moved on Clubhouse. One day I went into 3 rooms, and that same little Christina icon followed me in that room and came. I didn't think it was following me. I just knew, but after a while, you kind of get an idea. You kind of know. And so one day I was on the app that morning, early afternoon, got off for a couple of hours, did dinner and everything. Then got popped back on maybe. Oh, it was a Sunday night in Consuelo. Good friend of mine. Consuelo has a room on Sunday night, 10 o'clock. And I went over to that room. Christina and her mother popped in. But I found out because Christina unmuted and we were going around saying who we were. And Christina unmuted and said, I am following you. That was the first word she said after I spoke. She said, I'm following you everywhere. You're my mentor. And I went, oh, really? I said, well, yeah, I noticed. I said, no worries, feel free. And she introduced herself, said her age and said who she was. And she said, and my mom is here too. And her mom said hello. Her mom was on Clubhouse and in the room, same room, but a different profile, and said hello. And I said, oh, awesome. Yes, I did. Do you remember me from John Lee's room? In that room, I said, I've seen you everywhere. I've seen you when I'm on 4 o'clock in the morning, a.m. I'm in Breakfast with Champions. I pop in. Here she is. She's there. So I saw her. And then I started inviting her up. And then before you know it, she was 18 years old and she was moderating on John Lee's stage. And I did that intentionally on purpose. after I learned more about her, to give her that little shot in the arm of confidence. And she said, I'm shaking. I'm so scared. I said, everybody's shaking and scared when they come out to Clubhouse. Nobody really wants to speak when they first come out to Clubhouse. They're kind of checking out the scenes and checking to see who are the people with the green little dot and why are they? And then you figure it out. And I'm like, oh, okay. So now and then you say, well, how do I get up there on stage? How do I get them to identify me and recognize me from down here, etc.? Then I created the moderating course and sharing how to do that as well. And like Christina said, it's history at this point. So this is exactly what happens. This is what I was doing. By showing up every day, I was actually curating the people that were supposed to come and that I was supposed to serve and that was supposed to be a part of everything that I was creating. So you just basically identified yourself as one of my ICAs, my ideal customer avatars. And my ideal customer avatars are business owners, entrepreneurs, CEOs. So that's it. I know when you come and you're attracted, you're a CEO. I just know that that's who I'm speaking to. That's my messaging. My messaging is to leaders and business owners and entrepreneurs, or those that really have a love for and an aspiration to become. So that's it. So you just basically wrapped it up in a nutshell. You were my customer. So
well,
yeah.
you know what's so cool, Ramona, is like, and I hope you get to imagine this often because it's what's happening on the back end. It's like, and I'm sure it was the same for Christina. As you were on these stages doing your thing, I made a conscious decision that I'm not going to speak yet as a new entrepreneur when I'm in these entrepreneur rooms. I'm going to listen to the people who've mastered this because I know when to speak. I talk a lot, man. In my personal life, I don't shut up. People are like, Bobby, when you stop? But on Clubhouse, I made the conscious choice. If I'm in a political room or a hot button room and I want to get into a nice debate, I jump right on stage. But in the entrepreneur rooms with people who are successful in business, I'm like, the more I talk, the less time I have to hear their wisdom and knowledge. So I'm going to shut up. I'm going to listen. And what you didn't realize, and many others, and I'm not the only one, I can't be, is that on the back end, as I'm listening to Clubhouse for hours and hours and hours on end,
wow,
I'm sitting there building a business from scratch. And it's like, you know, you're doing your thing and other people are doing their thing, but and I know I'm not the only one. I'm building a business from scratch.
You're not the only one.
I'm not. And it's based on decades of my own experience and things that I was doing.
It's wild how people
It's so cool.
There's a pastor, Janelle or Jeanette, and she just started again like Christina. I would just pop. I would do a room. I would be doing a room, and she'd pop in. I'll be doing a room, and I'm like, oh, she's back, and I'm like, oh, that's Janelle. And I'll read bios. I read every bio that was in the room. You didn't know that, but I read every bio, every single bio. So when I saw the picture, the name, I put together what they did as well. And she said, you have inspired me to start a business and become an entrepreneur. That's what she told me. She said, I started a business. I've always wanted to anyway, but coming into your rooms, I have now been inspired. You have empowered me. And then another young lady had a disability. She went out on disability, and disability just wasn't enough for the lifestyle that she had. But by coming into and she was kind of feeling defeated, beating herself up a little bit, fell into a little slight depression. And she said, oh my God, my life changed today. I now know that there is life after disability, that life didn't end. I still have a lot that I can do. So she actually volunteered. She said, because you've done so much for me, I want to volunteer in your first event for free. Don't pay me anything. I just want to show up and volunteer. And I'm like, oh my God. Wow. Ursula is her name, by the way. So yeah, I'm still connected with them. Some people, especially after Clubhouse, they said, here's my number. I got so many voice messages. Where are you? Don't leave. Oh no, did you leave? I want to know where you are. So many of them jumped into my community. So I have their emails and phone numbers and all that good stuff. They made sure I had it so that they could stay connected. And so that's it. That you're right. You're not the only one. You're right. Wow. Absolutely
what a cool
amazing
thing, right? Ramona is like, you've got these people sitting at home building a new chapter of their life, learning from you because of all that wisdom that you give for free. Quite frankly, is crazy in this world today. You get so much free information. When you finally decide to invest, right? You really got a lot by that point. But But
Wow.
man, it's such a cool thing, man. Can you imagine how many lives, like people who haven't even spoken up yet, that are still just listening to you all the time and
They haven't-
changing
yeah.
their lives? Amazing, amazing.
And I think Jose witnessed me actually change another gentleman's life. Actually, that was just ready and in a place through the pandemic, and said he reached out and just said, "Hey, this is an idea. I want you to just. What do you think? Will you help?" I said, "Yeah, just do this, do that." He said, "No. You have to do it with me. I want you to help." And I did. And wow, Jose watched it actually, and I'll let Jose tell you a little bit about that as well. At 17, she threw me out of the window, but we made a landing out of it. 17, 18, she threw me out of the window and we made a landing out of it. In 12 months, that young lady in 12 months became an author, self-published on her own. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch the book. I didn't touch the publishing, nothing. She did it on her own through, again, learning from what she was hearing. And she said, "You have inspired me. I want to be an author too." And I said, "Go for it. Make it happen. Do it." I said, "You have everything it takes. You already get the information every day. Do it." She did it. And she would come back and say, "I did it." And then the next thing you know, she's on to the next project. She wanted to do a biz. She was out running around. "I just got my business account. I just got this. I just got that." She was just putting it together and did it all. And I'm like, "Oh my God, she is really doing it." And then she now has a luxury clothing and handbags or luxury goods business that she built as an affiliate. She's killing it, doing well. On TikTok primarily more than any other platform, but she's doing it well. And now she's in real estate school because by me attracting people like Cindy Stumpo, she was listening to Cindy Stumpo, and now she was inspired to, and by her moderating in a room, not in a room, right here. Well, what I'm calling moderating is what she's doing right now behind the scenes. But by her listening to Cindy Stumpo on my stages here, and Cindy Stumpo said that announced that she's building a real estate training curriculum. And she got it for free, by the way, by being a worker working in the room or on the event, and didn't have to pay anything for it. And she attended that and got inspired to become a real estate agent and builder now. So she said she's going to be the first female builder now with a disability. So, so there you go. So yes, I am forever grateful for the lives that I am inspiring. And David Evans came back. I was caught myself watching his chair. I wasn't going to put him on the spot anymore and pull him up without him being in his chair. So he came back, and I said, "Oh, he's back now." So I popped him up back on stage with us. But so David Evans, I don't know if you were listening, but
yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm listening. I haven't missed 1 second all day. It's on all my screens. I can be in the kitchen and I'm listening. I can be upstairs in my suite. I'm listening. I'm gonna get in my car. It's on my phone. I'm watching you everywhere. I'm like the CIA. I'm watching you.
Well, let me tell you this. David Evans would come into my rooms at different places, wherever I was speaking, and he was just sitting there on stage 90% of the time, or sometimes even in the audience. And every single time that he was in the rooms, over a year ago, I still have those messages because he would give me that same phone. Oh, it's not up right now. That same phone number, 202, that he would send me that phone number and say, "Call my assistant, book an appointment. You need to do a show. I want you on a show on my network." I still have all of those messages because he always left the number. And I was afraid that the messages would be deleted, or you know how when you get so many messages, because I was in rooms for hours and hours on end. So I would get tons of messages. So I screenshot the messages where they gave me pertinent information, an email, phone number, so that I wouldn't lose it. And that's how I still have those messages. And I looked and they dated back a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. That's how long ago he kept encouraging. So this time he actually offered, he came to one of these events and he actually offered, he said, "I have to do a spotlight interview on you on PIC TV network." And we did that 4 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, something like that in that time frame. And I finally appeared on his show. So that has been in the works. And there are so many people that offered me to work with them and some of the football players, like Tim Wright, spoke with a couple of events, met him in person at another young lady's event. I'm an advisor in her company, Laura Frank Bernard. Everybody knows her. She made me advisor of Move e-bikes because of my business acumen and things of that nature. So, and then I met Tim Wright, one-time Super Bowl champion, through that live event here in Atlanta. He learned my background because I stood up and introduced myself live. And he said, "Oh my God, do you know I have a salon and I want to make it a franchise? And you work for that company and you ran that Southeast region?" And he said, he said, "Let's get on a call. You're exactly what I've been praying for." And I'm like, oh my goodness, just like that. Like, whoa, wait a minute. So yeah, it's been happening pretty frequently. I am in quite a few different, as an advisor, at some capacity. I'm in quite a few businesses as well.
I'll definitely attest to that. Seeing Ramona in Clubhouse and that, I too started. I actually started the rooms at night. I was afraid to speak. I was afraid to get out and put that. So I was mostly listening, and I'm like, I'll do my rooms at night so I won't get so much people in there. I have to build my confidence. That was my little hack of doing stuff. So I started running rooms like that and joining how to moderate rooms and all the different things. But then after, when I got to join one of Ramona's rooms, that's where I got to hear her speak. And one of the cool things that really stood out was how awesome she highlighted other people, how aware she was of the other people in the room. And that was just phenomenal to me, because it's like she brought the best of them out. She really brought out, inspired them. She really spoke in a way that really got them excited and up and talking, and that was just like, that's the kind of people you want to be around. The people that, see the potential in others, that see how great somebody else is doing and brings that up. You surround yourself into awesome just communities, awesome industries. And I seen her do it with so many different people, and also seeing her rise other speaking events and different things. That just really shows the foundation and what she builds upon stuff. And I love acronyms and how to use one to rock here. She really recognized and acknowledged people. We want to say recognize, organize, connect, and know. So as she recognized people and she brought people out the best in others, and that, then she set to organize things, to bring people together, to highlight them, to bring stuff that kind of go with that. She was all about building these connections and how she's going to actually put all these things together and know who's surrounding you, how you could actually really rise this to an influence, to a leadership, to make an impact. I think this just goes right with it. So, always super excited to contribute, to help, and to be a part of these. Definitely. And just thank you, Ramona.
Oh, you're quite welcome. You're quite welcome. Oh my goodness, guys. I could not have done it without you guys, for one. I could not have, and believe it or not, when I was doing all of these things for the entire 3 or 4 years, RIO, meaning Royal Influencers Organization, was nowhere in the vicinity. Had no idea. So it was created out of the momentum and the connections and wow, being invited on all of the podcasts and all of the other virtual conferences and all of the people. Oh my goodness. You guys have no idea. Oh my goodness. I mean, when I first started doing these events and I first started posting the individual flyers, there were marketers that said, "Oh my God, the way," and I did not do the flyer with everybody's picture on it first. I did, every individual speaker had their own flyer that I posted on my feed. And and then I would tag them, of course, and then that put it on theirs. But outside of that, they said, "Wow, all of your marketing, all of this and all of that." But that was my weakness originally when I first got on to Clubhouse, as well as when the pandemic happened. I was more brick and mortar, belly to belly, face to face. It was the old school way of shaking hands, using eye contact, etc. But I had to shift and pivot and transition like the world did when COVID hit. So I quickly realized that those skills needed to be developed. And like leaders do, we realize what needs to be developed. If it's a weakness, I work on it until it becomes as strong as my strongest strength, or at least somewhere in the vicinity or close to it. And that's how every single one of you should do as well. If it is a weakness, and don't let someone tell me that I have a weakness in anything. Oh, that now becomes I get razor tunnel vision focused on building that weakness and making it a strength. And through that, mentality, through that headspace, what ends up happening is you end up, just look around. I don't even really need to say anymore. Just look around. This actually is what happens. People recognize, people see, people hear, people are watching. There's always somebody watching. So just like Bobby said, he was watching me, and he said, you didn't know. I was just quiet and I was building. There's so much free knowledge. I was sitting there using it all to build a business. And that has happened with several people.
And that's what I love about you, Ramona. You know, my birthday is next Monday. I'll be 62 years old. And
wow.
I realized that relationship ties into destiny. And as you go upon this earth, life is so short, even on a long day. And you can see stuff in people. You know, when I met you, Ramona, I knew you was a connector. You're like a person in the control tower at National Airport, having all these planes to land. If we didn't have you, we'd be crashing. We'd be crashing. Bobby be crashing. Joe's be crashing. We need you. That's why I've been here all day long. You know, whatever I have to do, I have to support Ramona, because Ramona supports other people. And if you ever go on Clubhouse and see all of these people she's with, she's a queen when it comes to moderating big rooms. You know, I mean, the biggest names there. She comes right to the stage. John Lee. I mean, when you have him up there, that's a big name right there, folks. So, you know, and to have
my coach, my mentor.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what he just did 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. He has a summit, a 3-day summit every 6 weeks, 4 weeks, however long. I don't know how long. But he's literally a coach and a mentor of mine as well. But I was just there, and he said, you know, and he would ask questions, of course, keeping his engagement up, and I would always answer. And he would see my name and always give me a shout out. Oh, hey, Ramona's here, everybody. And then, of course, the chat would go nuts, whatever. And he said, Ramona, I want you to come on stage. I want you to have a testimony, because I have not ever seen, you have not missed one of these events, have you? And he said, I see you at every event. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know that he noticed that I was there. Now, when I tell you, John Lee has thousands of people in his events. Thousands of people in his events. They didn't start out that way, just like everything else all of us create. Nothing starts that way, right? It didn't start that way for Grant Cardone. But when Grant Cardone comes into your room, when John Lee shows up into your room, when Myron Golden showed up in my room, I was like, whoa, wait. I'm like, whoa, wait a second. What's going on? It was all in like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
And that week, I was just like, what's going on here?
And that's favor, Ramona. Everybody can't do that. Everybody don't have that gift. God blesses us with different gifts, and yours is connector. You learn. That's why, again, I know why I'm here, because I know you are a connector. And, you know, when I see you doing what you're doing, I have to support you. I have to let everybody know Ramona is on. It's time to support her. Let's get with her. Bobby's with her. I'm with her. Joe did a wonderful job. And I can't wait till we have this global media conference in DC, and I'll bring you here to take the stage, because we need.
Wow.
You know, whatever happens, Ramona, you know, whatever happens in Washington D.C. affects the world. We are the nation's capital. We have politics and a lot of money. We got both of those. We got a lot of money in our city. We make the money here.
Absolutely.
So I'm here for a reason. I'm here to bring you here, to connect you with the global stage we're going to have in DC, and to bring you on Pick TV Network. You're going to have a show. We're going to bring all of these guests on, because Ramona, you
guys heard it. You're going to be on Pick TV.
Ramona, I'm telling you, Ramona, when I think about you, I think about there's no comparison. You have the right spirit, the right connection. I can't compare you to Oprah. I can't compare you to nobody, because you're original. And the way you roll and way you flow, you makes everybody feel good. I've been on here all day. All day. You on all my televisions in my house, all my
and let me tell you guys, I shortened.
You're on my phone too. Look. You're on my phone. Look.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy to see it happening. It's like,
it's your time, Ramona. It's your time. You've been waiting, you're building, you got the right team around you. All we need to do is now is get that national exposure. Have a big event in Washington, D.C. Right behind me, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial.
Let me tell you guys, I have screenshots also from today. For that hour that Jose covered me, it was like a short notice type of a thing because I talked to Ron last couple of weeks ago. We've been talking for a couple of months, just planning everything that he wanted me to do with him, and I had to put it into a package. And I'm like, whew, I've never made this package. So, nevertheless, well, meaning the book, as well as the support in terms of speaking, as well as so it was just a variety of things that I had not created that type of a package, including all of those aspects. But I've created my own things for different things or entrepreneurs. However, so I just want to definitely say that when I was on that call today and he said, I want you to introduce me to the senator. A senator was on the call, a commissioner was on the call, and all of the powers that be in the prison industry came on the call. And wow, it's for somebody of his caliber. I mean, his daughter is a celebrity, married to a celebrity as well. And he said, no, I've been watching what you do. Mm-hmm. And I've been watching from a distance, from afar. And he had the opportunity to see me working outside of Clubhouse, but see me in action working. And you guys heard it yesterday. But to be on that call and to get the respect. I mean, you could hear, I was speaking and you could hear a pin drop. And I'm like, whew, that was another level from Clubhouse. Yeah. Even with the top influencers from Clubhouse, that was just another level. Mm-hmm. And but I've been in that seat before because I worked for the county manager here in Atlanta, Georgia, as well, for about a year and a half also. So, and I've been, in the presence of professional, high-level people, highly respected and regarded people for years. But of course, being a mom and you kind of step away from it and nurture your kids and your family. And then when you go back, the landscape has changed, right? So it's like, whoa, have to get my bearings again. Like, wait a second, this is not what it looked like back in the day or back when. So that's what I have been spending time doing is getting, I have to check the landscape like everybody did when they came on Clubhouse. It's like, Jose just explained it like, oh no, I said, whoa, wait a second, what's going on here? Whether you're a speaker or not, when you go into that setting, you have to kind of step back a little bit, get your bearings. And when John Lee, my absolute favorite mentor and coach, when he invited me on stage and when he moderated me, whew, talk about like, whoa, wait, whoa, what's going on?
Cindy Stampo. Cindy
Stampo came into John Lee's room. And then when I said, oh my God, I was just intrigued with her, generally intrigued with her. And I just started asking her questions and we were just having this great conversation. And she came back the next day. She said, I love it here. You guys make me feel so wonderful. I don't have to fight you guys here because in all of the other real estate rooms, she was always fighting with Grant Cardone and the big wigs in real estate or whatever. They would challenge her because she's the only female. But when she came into our room, I said, absolutely not. Nobody gets attacked here. So I just set a different standard and tone in my rooms, in my spaces. The foolishness, the trickery, the foolery, I didn't want any parts of it. I was never involved in it, and it's not going to happen here. So this is a safe space and I would announce that in my resets. I would announce it in my resets, and then people started coming, and people started wondering, wait a second, where's all of my people? Why are they not in my room? And then people started gravitating towards our room because it became a safe place.
And when you think about Ramona, the top names, you think about John Lee, Cindy Stampo. You know how many people would pay to get closer to them like you? They would get their shirt and tie and just to get closer to them. And you have to favor. You walking into their room, you talk to Cindy for hours and John Lee. I mean, that's nothing to take lightly. That's a blessing, and that's something that you bring into the world, and it brings us closer. Because you're there and you haven't forgotten us, You had Cindy on this stage. You had her on the last show.
I did. I sure did. I just know how busy she is. So I know how close it was too. And she shut down her operation. Wow. When she got on stage and said that, I was like, oh. She said, you know, I have to love you, right? And I'm like, what happened? Why? Yes, thank you. And she said, no. The guys are happy because when I left, they knew they get to go home. We shut it down because I have to go and speak for Ramona. I'm like, oh my God.
That's a testament right there.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Oh my gosh. But she said it on stage. I didn't even ask her. She just said it on stage. I didn't know that that's what she had to do or go through to get to speak.
I don't think, Ramona, a lot of people understand there's a public relationship you have with people than a private relationship. And those are two different ones. It's totally different when you know somebody from the public and when you speak to them from the private. And then you have both, you know, to be able to talk this thing. I heard you the other day clearly say, y'all was talking for a minute, you know, and, you know, I was like, wow, she's talking to Cindy for a wow.
Oh, yes. We have long 2-hour conversations about, a variety of topics, everything under the sun. She just sent me a message and said, you know, I love you on Mother's Day. She said, you know, I love and highly respect you. She said, you're kind, you're respectful, you're generous, you're a great mother. I'm like, I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh my God. On Mother's Day, she just sends this beautiful message. She said, too bad you don't live in my city.
Wow.
She said, if you lived in my city, she said, let me tell you. And I'm like, uh-oh. Don't you dare plant that seed because I'll move. I will move. I will show up at my next conference going, hey, everybody, I'm in Boston now.
Look at that comment, bro. Look at the comment, Ramona.
Ramona, step up. Oh, my God. And I saw that last message. Put that last message back up, Christina, the one that before that one. It said, I'll never forget that Christina almost shattered the windows because she got moderated. I would bring her up and moderate. And I did that with a lot of people. A lot of people don't know what I would do. I would just nurture people to come out of the stage and bring them up, come out of the audience rather, and bring them up on stage. And so many people would reject it. Like, are you crazy? I'm never coming up on stage. They would go in the back channel and go, oh my God, I'm shaking like a leaf. What do I say? I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Just come up and relax. Listen, watch how we operate, learn from what we're doing. And then eventually you'll get comfortable. Just say your name and what you do and something that you like or something that you don't like, or comment on the topic or comment on something the last person said. Well, oh my God, I can rattle off the names. Christina Baca, Dylan Taylor. I can rattle off the names and they are all now when I show up in a room, they're already on the stage moderated. I'm like, what happened? They said, well, you moderated me. So other leaders said, well, if Ramona likes them, if Ramona moderated them, then I'm going to moderate them. They must be pretty good. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. I'm like, Dylan, you were on Breakfast with Champions stage moderated. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. And that's a testament to who you are, Ramona, and bringing together diversity, bringing together people from all backgrounds. I mean, that's a special gift. I'm telling you, you're in the control tower, you know, landing these planes and taking off these planes. And you know, to have you got for you to be on here, Ramona, and do this consistently for 2 days, 2 days to bring together these speakers, some of the most powerful speakers on the planet like this. I'm happy and excited to be a part of anything you do.
Thank you.
Can't wait to bring you guys on Pick TV Network, and Ramona's going to help. She's gonna do the show. She's gonna bring you guys on. You know.
Oh my God! Thank you, and thank you again.
In Washington D.C. The reason I keep bringing up these pictures with the White House, because there's connections there. They're watching me. So I gotta keep flowing with different pictures of the White House. They're watching me.
Absolutely. But you have people like Ron Wilsh, who's watching, by the way. I gave him the link. He said, give me the link and I'll watch. And Jackie Brannigan said, that's leadership, Ramona. So Jackie, I don't see her. I don't see her, but she put the comment in the chat. So thank you, and thank you so much. Jackie Brannigan. Oh my God, I moderated hours with her. But when John Lee brought me on his stage with 2,000 plus people and highlighted me, he said, Ramona, come up. I want to highlight you. I want you to tell, he said, you have not missed an event. And I want you to tell everybody, he said, I've watched you just do some phenomenal things. And I'm like, oh my goodness, wow. And then one of his proteges that he mentored, I met by John Lee playing his video and using him as an example. Love seeing David Evans again, Jackie said, David. So that's Jackie Brannigan, who was always moderated on Breakfast with Champions as well. But when I say that when Dr. Mark Leong out of Japan that I met on John Lee's stage, he was about to lose his business as a doctor. This is for all of the listeners out there, by the way. It's an example of who you bring in your business and who you connect with matters. So Dr. Mark Leong was about to lose his business, and he was at his wit's end. He was like, I can't lose my business. My business is saving lives and helping people. How am I going to close my business and start from scratch and et cetera? So he said, one last ditch effort. I'm going to hire this person. I forget how he found out about John Lee. He hired John Lee, and John Lee has turned his business around so much so to the point where Whole Foods offered Dr. Mark Leong out of Singapore is where he's originally from and where he's at, $73 million from him working with John Lee and John Lee turning his business around, going from zero or losing, about to lose it and shut it down, to now being offered $73 million from Whole Foods. And he shared that story with all of us too, inside of one of John Lee's trainings. And Laura Frank Bernard, who most people know from Clubhouse, the Pitch Room, had made me an advisor, and then connected with me. She's local here, her mom's here, and everybody is here. Her daughters and children are here in Atlanta. She said, I'm going to do a little live meetup event, and I want you to be there. I'm working with Tim Wright, and I want you to meet him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm doing business with him on another venture, et cetera. So that's how I met him. And then so it's not who, the whole moral of this story is, it's not who you know, it's who they know.
There you go. That's the key. That's the key, Ramona.
No, Ramona, it's who Ramona knows. I knew Laura Frank Bernard, but Laura Frank Bernard knew Tim Wright, a Super Bowl champion with a salon.
And a lot of people don't understand, Ramona. It's relationship that ties into destiny. This one picture I have up is Maxine Waters and Kathy Hughes.
Oh,
Maxine Waters.
Those are gurus in the political world. You don't have to tell me. In the prison that I worked in for 8 years, I actually introduced
Maxine Waters.
No. Oh, sorry. She's on the tip of my tongue now. You said Maxine Waters in it. So the big hats.
Oh, yeah. I got it.
Really big hats. She would wear these really big, colorful cowboy hats that were decorated, though, to match her suits. And I introduced her one day.
Wow.
And she came to speak to all of the delegates in the prison industry. We had the superintendent of all of the prisons in Florida was there, and big delegates. And when the warden came to me and said, hey, I want you to introduce her. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh my goodness. So there I was. So I've been in this speaking world for quite some time, actually.
It's your time. All I know is your time. When you go to Super Bowl, super stage, we going with you, Bobby. We going with her, right? Joe, we going with her. We're going to cross that finish line and celebrate together the Global Media Conference in Washington, D.C. You're going to take the stage.
I have to tell you guys her name. It's driving me nuts. Oh, my phone died. I can't Google it now. Sorry about that, guys. I would have pulled her name up. I have pictures and everything. I have pictures of me in uniform too with my uncles. I had an uncle that was the first Black chief of police in Florida City. His name is Arthur Washington, the first Black chief of police that they ever had. He worked with the city of Miami as a chief of police and an assistant chief of police for over 30 years. And then when I left Supercuts, when they got bought out, because of course, now that you blow it up, all of the other big companies want to be a part. They wanted the whole team, and they offered me to go with them to Minneapolis from Miami, Florida. I'm like,
wow,
snow, 8 inches. are from sunny beaches. I'm like, oh, that's not going to work. So I refused. Some people went and I refused. I said, I'm done. I'm done. I was living out of the suitcase. I went all over the world, 36 of the 50 states. I was home less than I was on the road. So lived out of suitcase in hotels, 5-star hotels, mind you. El San Juan in Puerto Rico. I was there with a couple of investors that wanted to invest in Supercuts, and they did. They bought a couple of stores. Political, some are good and some are great. Others are no emoji, so puke. That's Jackie Brannigan still hanging out with us. I see people popping in, by the way. But yes, so Jackie, we are still here. Jackie, you got rave reviews from Julius Weems. He loved everything that you were sharing, and it actually inspired him to share a story of why he left Maryland and moved his family to Destin, Florida. I don't know if you stayed long enough to hear that, but he gave you your kudos. And when you guys see this picture with 20,000 people in a stadium that he spoke to, you would understand the caliber of who was here speaking to you guys today. So every single one of these speakers, as a matter of fact. So Jose has really gotten a lot of traction, gave me a success story today. I'm getting all kinds of success stories from a lot of people, as a matter of fact. Megan DiMartino has a success story of somebody wanting to buy her third business, fourth business, getting ready, preparing for another exit eventually down the road. Jose shared a great, Jose, share that story right here live with everybody, because it's directly connected to the title, Reigning Influence, Leadership and Impact. That is who we are and what I do.
Definitely. Oh, sorry. Can you? I've gone through so many stories right now that I'm like, which one is she exactly?
Well, the one that you shared with me either this morning, I can't even remember now.
Yeah.
Like, was it this morning or was it yesterday? I think we talked today. So you shared the business. You said, I have good news.
Yes. And definitely.
There's Dylan that has good news and somebody else has good news. And I'm like, whoa, oh my goodness. So go right ahead.
Always loved sharing wins. That's the thing that I love doing in that. And, it's just signing on new customers. I was speaking to, I was actually out on a trail on a vacation, and I got to speak with some business owners. Then all of a sudden now they're like, hey, we want 6-7 accounts. We're getting ready to go. We're launching. We want to get set up. These are multiple businesses. And they're like, by the end of the year, we want to have 10. And so it's just all expanding. When you get these little momentums, you start to really expand and stuff. And, opportunities like this week, I'm literally back to back. There's some that I can't even say on air because I will share.
There's a few that I can't say either, non-disclosure agreements, so I can't talk too much about some of them. Some of them you can't hear about at this
There's
point.
Cool, just appearances, different things, stuff like that. You hear about it after, but has to go through first with all the stuff. And so it's just been a really eventful week, and always love celebrating wins. No matter how small, just always celebrating, and so that way it builds that momentum. It builds that excitement of going. I was just joining here with the chamber also, and I'm excited to see right away just through their process. I was like, can I please help? You guys got a lot of stuff that we could work on and we could get going. And so just,
Awesome.
Definitely on that when it comes to businesses.
Good for you, Jose. You deserve it, man. You've done such a great job today, just jumping in and
yes.
You had a gap earlier between speakers, and you just filled it with value, and you just rolled right in and then just transitioned right back to a speaker. I was like, look at him go, man. That's amazing. Not everyone can do that. Even seasoned people get dropped into something and they can't do it. So good for you, man. You deserve it all.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
I was just like, okay, leadership. Let's go.
I was watching. He has done a phenomenal job. Phenomenal. So I knew today would be a little shaky, but I depend on my people, and they show up. So when I reach out to people, when Cindy Stumple says there isn't anything that I won't do for you, Ramona, I'm like, whew, the weight of it just kind of shows up and sits on your shoulders. And I'm like, wow.
But the cool thing is you continue to show up. That, and you respect the people, and you're like, hey, let me show up that way for them.
Absolutely.
Let's step into that leadership position and just take that action. Go
Absolutely.
Forward. Whatever it is, that's a true just testament to it.
That's it. So I'm going to visit her, by the way, next month for my birthday. I'm going to visit for a few days, Cindy Stumpo. She's on the
Thank you, Jen.
list. I told her that, and she said, "Oh, we're going to have a ball. I can't wait." I'm like, "Oh my goodness." She said, "You're not staying in a hotel." I said, "Oh, no, I have to." No. She said, "Absolutely not." I'm like, "What? Are you kidding me?" So here I am getting ready to go not only walk through her houses, her $19, $20 million houses, but literally stay in a $15 million home. I'm like, wow. Now we need Christina to talk. I'll drag her out of her bed for you. Oh my goodness. So I've been encouraging. I'm prepping Dylan. Dylan will eventually be speaking. I'm prepping Christina. So there are some other people that I'm working with and working on, and they'll be eventually. So I'm going to go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. So what am I doing all of this for? For one, to identify leaders. Two, build leaders. Three, I'm also getting ready to create a speakers bureau. And if you guys have ever been to the Royal Influencers Organization, you will see a little AI avatar that talks about Royal Influencers Organization, and it talks about the Speakers Bureau. So that's it. So we are essentially a Speakers Bureau. So when I have these events, like when I first started doing these events last year, 2023, 50 speakers, just like that, within 2 days, showed up in my DM saying, "Hey, I want to speak. Hey, I want to speak. I want to be a speaker." And I'm like, whoo. Oh my goodness. So when you build it with intention and expectation that it's going to grow, and it will do just that. So I literally have a list of probably 80 to 90 speakers that are ready to go and that want to be a part. So thank you to each and every one of you showing them and showing up for yourself as well and sharing. Because you heard Jose say, "Oh my God, I have to build up my confidence a little bit to get up here and speak." And now here he is, a co-host.
Yeah. I think it's really cool because I get a sneak peek out of a lot of things that are coming sometimes whenever I'm building and all this stuff.
Yeah,
I put this together already like a year and something ago, but it was Stage Talks. It was actually, that was a name I came up with, but it was more to create a directory. And I think this is going to go right in with the systems of creating a directory of speakers so you could actually highlight the different types of speakers. Recently with the speaker page as an example, we're building up on what an actual speaker page should look like to highlight everybody. And so this has already been a seed that's going, but now I'm seeing where it can be positioned, where it can actually be presented.
Yeah, exactly.
And so
Let me
it's
tell
awesome
you
to help you with that.
Let me tell you what happens when you post things like that. When I posted my AI avatar, going through my entire business, talking about the motto and the slogan and what we are, what we stand for, I started getting people, high-level people, coming into my DM on Facebook, IG, saying, "Hey, I'm having an event. I need speakers. Who do you know that you can send me?" And I'm like, I forget sometimes that I posted that, but what they do is they see your live and they listen and they watch and they go through your entire feed and they hit they go to your link. And in my business, well, I get my analytics also, so I see exactly how many people go to that link a day. I get the emails that says you just got a sale, and it's really my freebie. They went through, but that means that they saw my link somewhere, went through my profile, and they saw a freebie and they got it. Or that I get calls booked from people that I have never met, and they just saw me on social media, or they participate here. And then when these things are over, it takes me days to go through all of the messages. And the momentum that happens afterwards is a little overwhelming right now. After the aftermath is like, whoo, people from everywhere. And when John Lee brought me on stage with those 2,000 people, and his customers are credit card in hand, ready to buy, toothpicks, whatever, doesn't matter. Because once they know, like, and trust you, they really believe in anything you say. So you can sell anything to them. And they were coming in, oh my God, they were everywhere. I'm like, oh my goodness. And now when the high level influencers come and start following you, just randomly, I'm not even doing an event that week, and they just randomly come in and pop in and start following you. And then they go into your DM and start having conversation. And then before you know it, you get invited to speak on their platform or do something with them. And hey, let's get on a call, like a PR, like a Rachel Weaver right now, and like another young lady who sells in 45 minutes, $100,000 in 45 minutes from stage. She said, "Get over here and join us." I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, what? You sell 100,000 from stage in 45 minutes? I'm like, oh my God. So you get opportunities, in other words, like mega opportunities. So So
Hey,
that's
Ramona,
yes.
as you're speaking, you got me thinking about your next events, and I think you had mentioned to me you're thinking about, or you are doing this monthly or something like that.
I am.
And you have a big event going on, I think, next week with Aurea, right? And what do we need to know about that? Because I'd love to have more information.
Actually, next week, the end of this week, Friday, I'm out of town in Maryland at an event, and that's not even with Aurea, that's with Yolanda Christensen, and it's a caregiving event in Maryland. So if you're in, near, or around Maryland, then you definitely want to be there. Agree, Ramona, about John Lee's stage. Wow, we had fun. Some amazing crazies though. Yes, oh my God. So when you get that big, like John Lee, with over 6 million followers all over social media, you attract a lot of great people, but you also attract some people that are coming to destroy or to whatever. They have their own agendas. So, and that's kind of where I am now. It's like, whew, like, okay, this is getting, it's everywhere you go. People recognize, or people have heard, or people see you and they go, "Hey, wait a second." I'm like, whoa, I'm not used to this. So that's what's happening. I'm in that stage where it's already left the platform, taking off, and we're already getting some major momentum. So I cannot wait. That gives me war flashbacks. Christina was on those stages, and wow, some of the things she had to witness. I'm like, Christina, let me just prepare you. But anyway, that was a great experience. Those were great times, great experiences. I would not trade one day of it at all on Clubhouse, not one day, because if it wasn't for Clubhouse, I would not know Bobby. I would not know Jose. If I had quit early at the first crazy or at the first crazy thing, then I wouldn't have stayed long enough to get to know everybody else. David Evans, the Jackie Branigans. I would have never. Jackie Brannigan and I are great friends. We'll get on a WhatsApp and we'll go for 3 hours. Easy. Now she's been traveling a little bit lately, and I've rebranded and took off and been doing all kinds of things, helping other people build their brands and build their empires and things like that. But I have it's been an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Is Chatter the next chapter, Ramona?
Yes, Chatter is one of the next. I've been waiting.
The next in 5 years.
Yes.
Oh my God, the first days of Chatter. You have to see how crazy they are.
In fact,
shout out to Nelson Epega.
yes. Shout out to Nelson Epega, who spoke on one of my events, by the way. He did make one of them. And while he was working in one of his buildings and things like that too. But Cindy Stampo said on one of my events that she spoke at a few, but on one of my events she spoke, and she said, I told Nelson that you need to get that Ramona to get over here and make her one of your main moderators. So that's what I mean by, it's not who you know, but it's who they know. That it takes we're all one relationship away. It's that one person putting a bug in that other person's ear about you. And that's everybody here listening. That's everybody here watching. That's every speaker that participated. We are all just one relationship away. Compliments, that comment, by the way, is from John Lee himself. He said it every day on stage. So if it wasn't for Clubhouse, I wouldn't have met you guys. We lost from Ireland. Yes, all the way from Ireland. Love Clubhouse for that. Yes. Absolutely. Where else could somebody from across the world now be connected and know? Like today, Jackie Brannigan moved and inspired Julius Weems. And Julius Weems is in Destin, Florida. And then David Evans connected and introduced me to Julius Weems a month ago by phone. Said, I have somebody I want you to meet. He has been a part of PayPal and things of that nature. And I'm like, really? So we got on a call, and from there, now here we are. He is speaking in my events. That's it. That's exactly how it works. That's it. So I definitely just wanted to thank you guys again. Thank you, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your yes. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up on time. You guys were even early, like, hey, where's my link? I'm like, whoa, okay. I'm like, relax. But they were ready to go. And showed up, and not just showed up, but over delivered every single one. But that's what happens when you set the tone, when you set the pace and you set the tone, your followers and your fans and your connections and your people, whatever level they are for you, will conform and comply. And to just, you don't even have to ask. They just know, oh, whoa, wait a second. Oh, okay. Okay, this is a Royal Influencers event. I know those events. They start on time, they run well, and there you go. That's exactly how Jose was able to just come in and just roll. I knew he would. Just like I knew David Evans would, because he runs the network anyway. But of course, I just had to check to see who was available at the minute that I needed them. So with that said, I definitely have had a ball. Just, oh my gosh. And this is also a testament. When you find your purpose and you're doing what you love, it doesn't feel like work. They're like, how can you be in these rooms on Clubhouse for hours? We started on John Lee. John Lee opened a room at 5:00 one day. Jackie would pop in, hang out, and that room was still going at 5 a.m. the next morning. Literally. People would go to sleep and wake up, and John Lee would go to sleep and wake up. Go, you guys are still here? Like, what the heck is happening? And we would say, we're going to close it down in 30 minutes. And then sure enough, 30 minutes, everybody shows up. And I'm like, wow. So right now, just to let you guys know, right now on Clubhouse, I haven't been doing rooms on a daily basis. And random people are like, hey, I started coming to your rooms and I was building a business and I'm still building a business. I can't wait for you to show up. And Christina calls them sleepovers. She said, when are we having another sleepover? I'm like, nobody sleeps. What do you mean a sleepover? I did. And you know what I did on March 1st to kick off Women's History Month? I did a 24-hour room. And Araya was there with me. Araya said, I pooped out and just put the phone on my pillow and was sleeping. She said, Ramona, how do you do it? At 3:00 in the morning? You did a masterclass and I was listening. She said, I actually woke up and she was like, oh my God, that was awesome. She was like, wait. I need to write some notes and it's in the 3:00 in the morning. It's middle of the night and you're doing a masterclass. You know what? I'll wake them up. It was a room full of about, 25, 30 people just sitting there half asleep because it's 3:00 in the morning. And I said, I'll wake them up. I'll do a masterclass right now. I'm going to do a masterclass for you guys just for being here tonight. And I did it was a full masterclass. I don't think I've ever done that level of a masterclass on Clubhouse, but I did it that night. It was a treat for them. And Araya was half asleep and I woke her up and she was just like, oh my goodness. So I just went in other words, pretty deep in a couple of things that I have learned over the years and learned way back and taught franchisees and managers and things of that nature. And I always integrate to the audience so that the audience can really use it and implement it. And they enjoyed it. I got a lot of, I didn't think you guys was awake. They're like, are you kidding me? We don't fall asleep when you're speaking. We already know there's some value coming and we don't want to miss it. So I said, oh my goodness, that was funny. But they were listening. So someone's always watching. Someone's always listening. Just to let you guys know. And don't ever take it for granted. It was a wonder, folks on Clubhouse never heard me snoring. Oh, we heard plenty of people snoring too. They would unmute or accidentally hit their mute button, or they unmuted to speak, but they were half asleep and they were waiting to speak. So they left it unmuted so they can speak. And sure enough, you started hearing snoring. We were like, who is that snoring? We would have to mute their mic out. But we have to find them first, right? In those bigger rooms, we have to find them. But that was, oh my gosh, Jackie. Wow. So glad you're still here. Closing out with us. Spoke a couple of hours ago and closing out with us. Came right back or never left, one or the other. But it's an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. So if anybody's here listening or will watch the replay, if you DM me the word Rio, you get 50% off of coaching. Anybody that's here. Send me the word Rio, you get 50% off of coaching. So DM Rio, R-I-O. At least I wasn't in the bathroom. Oh, plenty of people were there too. Oh my God. So we could laugh all day about Clubhouse. Oh my gosh. The fights and the noise, the background noises, and they were crazy on Clubhouse. It would get a little crazy some days. And Bobby was sitting there listening to it all. Like I was sitting there listening. There was plenty of days I heard and watched Jackie moderating rooms. I was just listening. And I was in the audience and nobody knew who I was at that point. But then Nikki Dare, some people here would know, Jackie would know Nikki Dare. Then Nikki Dare and I was on a stage or two and we connected and she said, come on over here to John Lee's room. We're all hanging out over here. And that's where I first went. And I'm like, all of these entrepreneurs were here, and I'm like, I'm just getting my feet wet with social media anyway, and so I just kept going. And then John Lee recognized me one day, and then I jumped on, and wow, oh my goodness! And I was just on one of his stages, so in his mega events, and I'm saying 2,000 is an understatement. Essentially, I was going to answer her. 2,000 is an understatement. Essentially, it was probably more like 3,000 to 4,000 because oh my gosh, he really scaled his events up quite a bit in numbers. So with that said, thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you. Love each and every one of you guys. Thank you. You guys are all ambassadors of Rio, and always welcome back. Every single speaker, always welcome back anytime. The next one, by the way, June 6th and 7th. So I will be definitely changing the title out. That's why I supported you when the crowd hit the fan. I saw you and your potential. Thank you, Jackie Brannigan, and you definitely have my support. And anytime you need it. So definitely give me a call for sure. Thank you. So absolutely, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure. I am definitely one of my coaching clients just called, by the way. So I have a coaching session that I'm running a little late for, but they know that I'm doing the events as well. So with that said, that's actually the one that's I'll be speaking at her event. I'll be flying out soon to her event. So with that said, I'll be meeting David Evans in person this weekend as well. We'll take pictures and post them all over social media also, just to let you guys know. But it's been an absolute pleasure. So Bobby, thank you. Thank you for making an appearance at your second Rio event. And
thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. It was an absolute pleasure. You did phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And Jose, my co-host today, did absolutely phenomenal, as I knew he would, and as he always does. Has a work ethic like a horse, and he does not take his customer service lightly. He is a true servant leader, which is why he's waiting on his Cybertruck to be done right now as we speak. So thank you, and thank you again, Jose. An absolute pleasure.
Happy to
have you support the Rio Day 2 as well. And thank you to every single one of the speakers who will watch this replay. The replays will be on, by the way, constantly playing on my YouTube, which is Queendompreneur TV. And you can follow that on my website, royalinfluencersorganization.com. Go to Royal Influencer Education. I just let a little cat out of the bag. As what accidentally just happened was a little slip. But however, you guys heard it first. Slip out right here on stage. No, Jose said, "Oh, that's nice."
Yeah,
however,
it works.
That works, absolutely. So, however, there's a lot in the works. There's a lot that's coming. There's a lot that I'm doing, and for you guys to be a part early is awesome, because I will definitely not forget you guys, and you guys are going to continue to be a part. So I'm looking for co-hosts. I'm also looking for co-hosts on certain segments and sessions, and maybe 2 or 3 co-hosts per session, and then one takes a couple of hours, another one takes a second couple of hours, and I'll be popping in and out and things like that from different locations where I will be working and exposing and giving you guys exposing what the nomad life really looks like. Maybe this weekend I'll be filming. I will be filming a show this weekend, by the way, coming up. So that's what's coming up. Bobby said, "Well, tell us a little bit about what's coming up." Now, Araya's live event is coming up, Bobby, and it's going to be more than likely either in July or August, because we for one need time. But we're going to meet. She and I are going to connect and meet next week, and we're going to put all of those details together. So what I am going to do is create an affiliate, which Jose can help me with. He's already explained it. Create an affiliate you'll get a percentage of the tickets that you sell as well, whoever wants to be a part. And that could actually pay for your ticket also. So we want to give people time to do that. So that's what we will be doing. Okay. So there you go. You heard it here first. So with that said, thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you. It has been an absolute pleasure and privilege, as well as blast, to hang out with you guys and be here with you guys. David Evans, if you are in anywhere in the general area of your seat, I would love to bring you back up for you to say any closing remarks. And it
I
looks
just want
like
to thank everybody too. I mean, such amazing speakers, such an awesome event. You know, everything was flowed really nice to hear, and it's just such a cool thing to see people build off of everything. You know, as it went going, the impact that they had, just as speakers upon each other and the audience. You know, we're
Yes.
seeing in the comments, we're seeing everything, and so
Oh God,
you know,
yes. I think
definitely.
a young lady was watching from Sweden yesterday, and another one from Canada yesterday as well. And I'm like, wow, I had no idea. But there's, as you guys can see too, StreamYard has stepped it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You notice there's no more lagging. Sometimes you would get on and it would lag a lot and things like that. A lot less interruptions. And there's this new feature where they explain that you can actually upgrade as well. And they will send your show or whatever it is out to people who they know have either watched similar or your show and things like that before and things of that nature. And I am still live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and I believe not IG, LinkedIn it stops a little bit earlier than all of the other streams. So it stopped about an hour ago. I think I got a message saying that LinkedIn is no longer streaming or something of that nature. So, but it does for the most of the day. But this is a little shorter. We would normally go on to about 6.
Yeah.
I shortened it by a couple of hours. So yeah, because I had poor Christina, the only one by herself. But believe it or not, I told her I'm going to bring some more help in. And she said, oh, no, I got it. I'm like, are you sure? Then I don't hear from her for about 3 days. And I'm like, you see why?
Yeah, she's doing amazing though. Definitely.
She is. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Christina Baca, for the phenomenal job that she does in the background. So absolute pleasure, guys. Thank you, and thank you again. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and close out day 2 of the Royal Influencers Organization second event of 2024, the Reigning Influence with Leadership and Impact was absolutely one for the books again. So thank you, and thank you. So see you guys on the next one. June 6th and 7th is the next event. June 6th and 7th. If you're interested in being a speaker, DM me the word speak on IG. We will put you right in on the roster or get on a call with you if you've never spoke with me, or I can look at some of your lives and things like that. We'll talk or take a little speaking crash course, and then we'll go with that. Okay. So with that said, thank you, and thank you again, guys. See you guys on the next one. Bye-bye, guys. Have a good one. We're going to go ahead and end it today. Bye-bye.